In order to get rid of the control of his family, Qiao Jiyan sneaked out. In a panic, she inadvertently hit a man and pretended to be a lover and buried himself in his arms. Unexpectedly, she didn't kidnap an ordinary passerby, but her best friend's little uncle, Tongde, the person in power of the Thun family. She thought this kind move was just a coincidence. He smiled slightly, with a burning thirst in his eyes. Coincidence? It is clear that he is thoughtful and step by step. He has wanted to keep this little Rose privately for a long time. Chapter 1. Throw her into your arms and hug her, lure her closer, good boy, relax. In the secret corner, the man in a suit and leather shoes half drooped his eyes and looked at the girl who slammed him in front of the wall. The strong arm half hooked her waist, and it was obvious that she was slightly tense. The corners of his lips were slightly hooked, and his body leaned forward. You are too nervous. The mellow and low magnetic voice brushed slowly along her ears, like a numb electric current, rushing straight into her limbs. The girl in her arms was so excited that her breathing was suddenly disturbed. Qiao Jiyan raised his head, and a familiar handsome face suddenly came into his sight. Her heart jumped. Why is it him? The man in front of him is superior in appearance, handsome and three-dimensional, with a pair of thin-framed gold glasses on the bridge of his nose. The dark and deep eyes are like the mysterious and deep sea, rippling with unknown dangerous and charming whirlpools. He is straight and long, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. He is dressed in an exquisitely tailored black high-end suit, and the white shirt button inside is meticulously tied to the top. The fabric of the suit is slightly undulating by the strong pectoral muscles, and the sexy outline is looming. Invisibly in that abstinence, it exudes a dangerous wildness. Obviously, he has a clear and elegant face, but his figure is full of wildness and toughness in contrast. Qiao Jiyan looked at him in a daze, and 4 words came to his mind: suit thug. Maybe her eyes stayed for too long, and the man raised his eyes slightly with interest and smiled softly. The distance between the two is close at hand. As his lazy laughter sounded shallowly, it came through the trembling of his chest, slowly grinding her ears. Qiao Jiyan's face was hot, and he suddenly returned to his senses. Seeing that his hands were still on his neck, he quickly put his hand back in a panic, and quickly took a step back to pull the distance. Sorry, Mr. Ten? Her white and beautiful face is slightly wavy with a shy and seductive pale red, and the Mandarin standard with a Hong Kong tone is sweet, which is offensive to me. Woo. How did things become like this? In order to get rid of the endless control of her family, she secretly came to Beijing from Hong Kong City as a sophomore transfer student with the help of her best friend, Chen Jinghuan. I thought I had successfully escaped, but I didn't expect that. They had sent bodyguards long ago, waiting for her to catch her back as soon as she left the plane. She ran around the corner in a panic, and a tall and straight figure just came out. The footsteps behind him are getting closer and closer. In a hurry, she reached out and hooked his neck before she could even see the appearance of the other party clearly. He slammed him against the wall and buried his face in his chest like a lover, avoiding the crisis through him. As a result, she didn't expect that the passers-by she turned around casually was not an ordinary person. Instead, it is famous in the whole Beijing-Hong Kong circle. Chen, the current person in power of the top rich family, is known as the Jade-Faced Buddha. It's still her best friend, Chen Jinghua's little uncle. Qiao Jiyan felt that he was about to crack. I originally asked the little sister for help, but I was already a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that she accidentally took advantage of her little uncle. Qiao Jiyan rubbed his face a little lovelessly. The invisible little lamb's horns trembled, and it added a shameful pink. It's over. How should she solve this accident? Qiao Jiyan squeezed his lips distressedly, brainstorming and thinking of a way. But she didn't know the little sheep who was lost in thought at this time. The eyes of the upright man in front of her had become deep and hot. Like a terrible wolf king staring at the prey he had coveted for a long time, he couldn't wait to release the desire that had been hidden for many years. Finally. The original girl has grown up. It's like a ripe and fragrant fruit, which can finally be picked and tasted carefully. Chen Day's throat rolled slightly, and his deep eyes stared at her delicate little face. Hidden in the angle she didn't see, her eyes were greedy and paranoid, as if to engrave her whole body clearly and deeply into the bone marrow. Everyone can't help but want to pick the little girl. But this picker can only be him. It can only be him. But we can't take action rashly at present. You have to take it slowly and step by step, and don't scare her away. Chen Day's long eyelashes converged slightly, blocking the dark tide in his eyes, and continued to play the role of Sven's harmless elder in front of her. Where on earth did the young lady go? Let's take a look here. Not far away, several bodyguards of the Xiao family in black looked around and began to walk to their rest area. Oh no! They are coming. Sensing the crisis, the alarm bell in Qiao Jiyao's mind immediately rang. She was like a frightened furry sheep, subconsciously hiding behind the tall and straight man in front of her. But suddenly remembered his identity, he immediately stopped, and his little face, which had not completely receded, was at a loss. Looking at her look of wanting and being cowardly, Chen Zhou curled his lower lip silently. TSK. So good. How can you be so good? I want to protect people, and I want to bully them. He restrained his gloomy eyes and took a step forward with his legs. His broad shoulders covered her petite figure, blocking the sight of other people behind her. Like a big-tailed wolf dressed in a gentlemanly and elegant appearance, luring the little sheep in front of him to ask for help. "Miss, do you need help?" Xiao Jiang's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his face showed some hesitation. The man in front of her is the top and powerful man in the Beijing circle that she also knows in Hong Kong. She is also the elder she should respect. Although I don't know why he suddenly appeared here, she took advantage of him just now and didn't apologize properly. It's really rude to bother him now. But now she can't think of any other better way. It was hard to escape from the cage-like home. The long-awaited freedom was in front of her, and she didn't want to miss it again. In this kind of thing we do every day for you, she has long been oppressed to breathless. If the price of being sensible is to lose herself, then she doesn't want it. She has had enough of the accumulated 19 years of grievances. Xiao Jiang pursed his lips, and his eyes showed determination. She has been a good child for 19 years, so let her be selfish again today. She will definitely repay the kindness she owes him in the future within her power. Under the gentle and patient gaze of the other party, Xiao Jiang nodded slowly and said softly, "Mr. Chen, I need your help." High-end shrewd hunters are often good at pretending to be prey. Even if it is used, it is still part of the plan. Hearing this answer in the palm of his hand, Chen Zhou restrained the selfish desire in his eyes, and his voice was warm and good. "Well, excuse me." As soon as the words fell, he stretched out his hand to her, half-wrapped his arms around her delicate waist with a gentlemanly demeanor, and hooked forward with a strong and powerful arm in a sense of security. The distance suddenly came closer again. The clear and clean ebony fragrance covered her like a dense net. Xiao Jiang's breath was suddenly disturbed. She put her hands on his chest, making her head feel a little dizzy. The string of Buddha beads on the man's wrist gently swept across her waist through the water-blue cheongsam on her body. The slight itching stirred up a strange and subtle feeling. Xiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to break back. But the tall and handsome man in front of her had lowered his head, leaned close to her red ears, and tightened her arms without a trace. Like a long-planned hunter hiding his wolf ambition, Sven politely deceived. "It's easy for you to be found out like this, so come closer to my arms." Chapter 2 ambiguously hooked her waist. She was pressed tightly by him, and the man's arms held her waist forcefully. The voice was precipitated with a charming and seductive graininess, and the deep subwoofer exploded in her ear again. Although it was tightly wrapped in an ascetic suit, it could not cover up his surging chest. And with the breath, it fluctuated in her delicate palm. "It's simply too greedy." Xiao Jiang's cheeks were uncontrollably hot. She was born into a rich family in Hong Kong City, and has been strictly raised in her daughter-in-law. "I have never tried to be as intimate as a man as I am now. What's more, the other party is still an unattainable Beijing tycoon and an elder she respects." Just as a little sheep was at a loss, the man standing in front of her had lowered his eyelashes. The darkening black eyes relied on her not to look directly, and the innocent eyes fell on her again through the thin lens. The tenderness on the face of the 19-year-old girl has slowly faded, and it has become more delicate and charming. The skin is like condensed fat, the beautiful eyes are clear, the long hair is soft on both sides of the cheeks, and the exquisite pearl hair clip is pinned behind the ear on one side. She is dressed in a light and bright aqua blue cheongsam. The waistline outlined by the soft material is graceful and delicate, which makes his broad palm, and he can control it with one hand. Because of her nervousness and shyness, her whole face was stained with seductive pink, like a little pink rose. Good and charming. Directly call people. Want to be bad to her. I almost went crazy thinking about it. The fragrance in his arms entangled his reason like poison. Chen Zhou's breath was chaotic, and his eyes almost moved away in a hurry. Wenxian's soft jade is really a life-saving knife. Directly kill his self-control in one step. He smiled silently in self-deprecating. He used to think that he had endured it for so long. He should be able to suppress his thirst easily. But now I find that it is indeed a little difficult. The bodyguards outside have searched in this area, but still can't find anyone, and everyone is about to go crazy. I have looked for it here, but the lady is still not here. Strange, where on earth did the young lady go? They looked around the airport with people coming and going, and their faces were full of worry. Something is wrong. It's only a while. According to reason, with the young lady's physical strength, it should be impossible to run too far. Look for it over there. The young lady must still be nearby. Yes. Xiao Jiang quietly nestled in Chen Day's arms at this time. His sight was all occupied by the tall man in front of him, and he could only identify the vocal cords from outside by his ears. She couldn't help looking up in some torment and peeked out carefully. Noticing that the girl in his arms was a little uneasy, Chen Zhou gently patted her slender back, and her voice was clear and soft. "Don't be afraid, close to me." As he spoke, her palms could clearly feel the vibration of his chest, and the firm muscles kept injecting a sense of power to her. He bent down, his broad shoulders covered her, and his deep eyes looked at her gently with a soothing meaning. His nose breathed with the clear and fragrant ebony fragrance on his body. It makes people feel at ease inexplicably. It seems that with him, even if he is found out, he can turn bad luck into good luck. Qiao Jiang's heart couldn't help but feel warm. All the uneasiness that surrounded my heart just now magically calmed down slowly. She raised her bright eyes and looked at him gratefully. I was immersed in a nervous mood just now, and now I'm looking at it. Only then did she realize that the size difference between the two of them was so big. Her height is just stuck in 1.66 meters, but it has just reached his chest. Being held by him, it seemed to be surrounded by a burly mountain peak, overflowing with sexual tension. Qiao Jiang's eyes fell on his suit. I actually feel a little annoying. There is an impulse to tear and open. I want to find out whether it is as sexy as I imagined. Wait. I'm here. Think about it. What? Is it? There are strange things in my mind. Hurry up. The man in front of him was too seductive. Qiao Jiang quickly looked away, and the temperature of his little face rose. She quickly knocked on the wooden fish in her heart. Color is empty, and empty is color. The other party is the little uncle of the little sister. She can't be bold, and the following is a crime. Just as a pink-turned sheep wanted to move back quietly a few steps to breathe, it suddenly tightened its waist. SHH. Chen Zhou hugged her waist, and her lowered voice was more deep and sexy. They came over. Qiao Jiang. She held his shirt nervously, and Yu Guang caught a glimpse of the familiar figures walking to their positions. I was still anxious when I was still shy. He couldn't help cursing in the most fierce tone. Shut. Is there any mistake? The airport is so big, why do they insist on this place? She bulged her cheeks, slightly in a hurry and resentful, and the invisible little wall was blown up. They looked over. Chen Dai looked out faintly with half a side face. He immediately came close to her ear, with half-hooked lips, and his tone was lazy and intriguing. It seemed that they didn't believe that we were lovers. His vocal cords have a thick and magnetic grainy feeling, and every thoracic vibration is knocking on her eardrum. The affectionate lover spit out from his lips for no reason, which made people blush and beat their hearts. Qiao Jiang couldn't help curling up against his chest. The villain in his heart hit the wooden fish in a hurry again. She held her breath, raised her brown pupils, and looked at him nervously. What should she do? The simple little sheep was not wary at all and directly sent a signal for help to the grey wolf hunter disguised as a gentleman. Chen Dai smiled in a low voice. What will happen when a bad guy meets a lover? It's just a bad guy who wants to be good. His deathly eyes fell on her pink lips, hiding the surging waves. The tone was spent, and they might need tricks to be enough before they were willing to believe that we were lovers. Do you want to be the master of the play? How to do it? Qiao Jiang blinked incomprehensible. Sorry, miss. The man close at hand suddenly bent down. The ebony incense, which originally represented the symbol of the abstinence Buddha, suddenly seemed to break free from some kind of seal and became dangerous and strong. The clean rose fragrance on her body was directly dyed into his breath in an instant. He raised one hand and gently lifted her chin as if holding up the most precious porcelain in the world. The thumb, which was a little thin, pressed her soft red lips ambiguously and rubbed lightly. It's my turn to offend you. The polite magnetic sound fell, and before the girl could react, he slowly lowered his head. The hot breath suddenly poured down on her. Chapter 3 Sven's scum attacked and coaxed her to go with him. The man's elegant and handsome face suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. The thin lips pressed against the thumb he pressed against her red lips. The extremely cold breath followed his fingers as if nothing had come, ambiguously brushing the corners of her lips, as if being licked lightly or heavily. Qiao Jiang's heart trembled violently. I just felt that the strings in my brain seemed to be torn off and became blank. The indescribable restlessness surged along the excitement of the blood and spread to the limbs and skeletons. Let her face, which was still full of confusion, add a beautiful pink color again. It seemed to be quiet outside, and even the time seemed to be paused. All her senses were plundered by the man in front of her, and she couldn't think at all. This is so crazy. Mr. Chen, you. Qiao Jiang stared at him shyly like a furry little sheep. But the man in front of her looked at her frankly and with a straight face. It seems that a serious gentleman had no choice but to act excessively in order to help her. It's not because of some bad intentions. The fire that had just risen in the heart of the little sheep was extinguished in an instant. Actually, if he really wants to offend her, he can kiss her directly. There is no need to do anything extra to separate her lips with your thumb. Moreover, at first, she was rude and used him as a shield, but he not only didn't care, but also tolerated her recklessness and kindly helped her. Chen Zhou, the current head of the Chen family, is a jade-faced Buddha who is widely spread in the powerful circle of Yinjing. Even she has heard of this title in the Hong Kong circle. To believe in Buddhism is to abstinence. Now, he broke the precepts to help her. And she also wants to blame him for offending. The more Qiao Jiang thought about it, the more upset he became. She looked at his eyes, and the slight anger had dissipated, and the innocent trust of not knowing the world surged out. But the little sheep didn't know at all the man in front of her. dressed in a reserved gentleman's skin, looked at her with never been innocent. The small changes of the girl in his arms, naturally, did not escape his keen sight. Chen-Jo stared at her dependent on herself, and the corners of her lips were slightly hooked. TSK. You are so good. As soon as the bodyguards came over, they saw a tall man hugging the girl in his arms, with a slightly low head and lips close to each other. The man turned his back to them and couldn't see clearly. The thick back completely covered the girl in her arms, and a small corner of water blue skirt loomed on the man's suit pants. At the airport, it is common for couples who are about to separate or reunite. They only took a look and walked quickly in the other direction without any doubt. The young lady is not here. It seems that she has really run far away. Go over there and have a look. One of them suddenly thought of something, paused slightly, and looked again with some doubt. Hiss. Why do you think this figure looks a bit like the master of the Tan family? As soon as the idea came up, he soon shook his head and denied it. It's impossible. How could a Beijing circle boss like him at the top of the pyramid appear here rashly? There is no follower around him. Not to mention the rumor that he has been abstinent for many years, not close to women, and never brought a female companion to the dinner party. He is as serious as a living Buddha. No matter how you think about it, it can't be him. Those figures gradually went away. Chao Ji-young leaned on Chen Day's chest. Through his thin white shirt, his cheeks could clearly feel the temperature of his skin inside. The powerful heartbeat hit her eardrum like a drum, which made her heartbeat rate chaotic. The red lips lightly pressed by his thumb automatically warmed up and became dry. The field of vision was occupied, and she didn't know anything about the real-time situation outside. Chao Ji-young's cheeks were blushing. Finally, he couldn't help asking him in a low voice. Mr. Chen, are they gone? His fingers were still pressing on her red lips. As she spoke softly, his lips moved, like kissing his fingertips. Ah. I'm going to die. Chen-Jo's throat knot rolled slightly, and the blue veins on his arms were faintly exposed. He closed his eyes slightly and slowly sighed and expressed depression. She almost used her maximum patience to maintain the image of a gentleman living in front of her. I haven't left yet. Chen-Day hugged her, intimately and ambiguous, and did not stick too closely, and grasped the scale just right. The corners of his lips were slightly hooked, like coaxing a child. He was calm and gentle. Don't worry, let's wait a little longer. Chao Ji-young is out of the god. Help. Why haven't these bodyguards left yet? Why don't they know how to change? Let's go elsewhere. What a stupidity. Sneeze. The bodyguards in the distance suddenly itched their noses collectively and sneezed tacitly. They looked at each other strangely. Such a coincidence? Maybe the air conditioning at the airport is too full. Time goes by minute by second. The man's hot body temperature wrapped her slender body. The red lips were slightly pressed by his fingers, and the breath of her nose burned her lips ambiguously, which made her more and more unbearable. Chao Ji-young felt that he was almost ripe. She shook the invisible horns of the lamb and couldn't help asking softly again, Mr. Chen, are they still here? Well, it's still there. Chen-Day looked down at her, covered the burning heat in his eyes, and continued to coax her without changing her face, but I think they are about to leave. Can you bear with it? The baby in his arms, he has been thinking about it for too long. I don't want to let go so quickly at all. I still want to continue to be greedy for a while. Chao Ji-young is greater than Dish is less than. These bad guys. Why haven't you left yet? Damn it, she endured it. After all, she is a girl who has not been deeply involved in the world and has a pure and clean mind. I didn't find the black monster disguised as a righteous gentleman in front of me at all, and his cunning tricks. Chen-Jo looked at the girl's red face with interest. Ah, it's so cute. It's so cute that he wants to. Chen-Jo's eyes gradually sank. Where she couldn't see, he was like a lurking grey wolf. His eyes stared at her dangerously and evilly, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. It seems that there will be many challenges of self-control waiting for him in the future. Therefore, he has to hide his wolf tail and continue to play the role of an elegant and upright gentleman. Don't be found out by her. Hidden behind Sven is a scum who wants to eat sheep for a long time. Otherwise, if she runs away, he will definitely go crazy. Chao Ji-young has never felt that time has been so painful. Just as she was about to turn into a mature braised lamb, a slow and sexy smile suddenly sounded. Chen-Day stood up straight slowly and logically, pressed the finger belly of her red lips and rubbed it as if nothing, and then slowly loosened. Well, they have already left. Although I haven't hugged enough. But it's not urgent. In the future, she can only be locked in his arms and can't go anywhere. As his arm loosened, the distance returned to normal, and his vision immediately recovered. Great. They finally left. I didn't know that those bodyguards had gone far away for a long time. Chao Ji-young's eyes lit up, and the corners of his lips bloomed with a flexible and happy smile, which was stunningly beautiful and dazzling. Chen-Day's fingertips hanging on his side jumped for no reason. His throat rolled slightly, as if suppressing some terrible shackles. He looked at the Buddha beads on his wrist. Mr. Chen, thank you for your help. Chao Ji-young raised his bright and clear eyes and looked at him gratefully. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught by them long ago. She looked at him, and she was no longer as nervous as when she first met him. Now the clear pupils are stained with full trust. Chen Day hooked his thin lips. It's a good thing. He stretched his eyebrows and didn't ask her what she had done wrong. Like a very gentle elder, he just raised his hand to care. So now, do I need to do anything for you? Qiao Jiyang shook his head gently. Although he is the little sister's uncle, he doesn't seem to know her. And she has been delaying him a lot of time. How can she bother him again? Qiao Jiyang looked at him with bright eyes and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness. My friend has booked a hotel for me. I'll just go out and call a taxi later." Okay. Chen Day pondered, but he turned around. I was worried that they had sent people outside. If you go out, I'm afraid there will be danger. Qiao Jiyang. It makes sense. It's really possible that someone is guarding the door and killing her is caught off guard. She can't help but look a little helpless, so what should she do? Chen Day outlined a faint arc without a trace. My car happens to be in the parking lot. He looked at her with a gentle voice and an invitation to her. Miss, would you like to go with me? Chapter 4. The black man seduced her and asked her to call him brother. The handsome and noble man stood opposite her as a gentleman, maintaining a comfortable distance, looking modest and polite, and the moonlight. I can't spy on any bad intentions at all. It seems that a kind-hearted elder continues to extend a helping hand to her, and other than that, there is no other thought. You don't have to feel stressed. As if seeing through the girl's concerns, Sun Zhou smiled softly, and his low tone spread the extreme patience. You are Sun Jinghua's good friend. As her little uncle, it is right to help you. Hearing the words, Qiao Jiyang raised his head in surprise. Did he know her for a long time? The girl was shocked and stared at a pair of beautiful and clear eyes, which were so cute that people wanted to rub them in their arms to take care of them. Chen Day's eyes darkened for a moment. He immediately returned to politeness. Sorry, the incident happened suddenly just now and I didn't explain it to you in time. There was a gentle curve on his lips, and he explained without changing his face. I had seen your group photo in her circle of friends before, and I didn't expect to meet you here by such a coincidence. So you don't have to be so outsider. The underworld man, disguised as a harmless hand, followed the good law and slowly threw the bait. If you went out and were caught by them, wouldn't it be a waste just now? A gentleman will never let a beautiful little lady leave alone without 100% security. So this beautiful little lady, Tan Day, bent slightly towards her and became tall. The waist, the low and mellow voice drags the charming ending, and the words are deafening to the ears. Are you willing to give me the opportunity to continue to protect you? He stood in the bright light, and the deep pupils in the lens were like a peaceful deep sea, which made people want to indulge in it. The surroundings are full of elegance and nobility, like a graceful British gentleman coming out of the movie poster. Qiao Jiyang had to sigh. Although she is in Hong Kong, she has also heard some rumors about Chen Day. It is said that the head of the Ten family used to be an illegitimate son. Although he had a gentle and elegant face, he actually looked like a cold-blooded and fierce wolf. The reason why I can reach this top position is all because of the fierce means of not being able to get on the stage, which is frightening. Therefore, they respectfully called him the jade-faced Buddha. Behind his back, he scolded him as a jade-faced Shura, and he didn't talk about any affection. Before seeing him, Qiao Jiyang also thought he was a cruel bad guy. I didn't expect him to be so gentle. The little sheep hummed unconvincedly for Sun Zhou in his heart. Sure enough, there are some things that are true when you see them with your own eyes. Mr. Chen is obviously gentle, polite, enthusiastic and kind, and not as terrible and cold-blooded as they said. It's worthy of the title of jade-faced Buddha. But what she didn't expect at all was that if it weren't for other purposes, which Buddha would remember the appearance of her little niece's friend so clearly. One time is 7 years. Thank you. Qiao Jiyang raised his shiny milky chestnut-colored pupils, and there was a little more trust in his eyes, which caused you trouble again. Sun Zhou smiled softly. You're welcome. He nodded to her, and his every move was full of elegance and gentleness. Let's go. I'll take you to the hotel. Okay. Qiao Jiyang raised her feet and walked forward, cutting her exquisite cheongsam and wrapping her back in a full and delicate look. As she walked, 2 slender snow-white calves loomed at the opening of the skirt, secretly poking and charming. The man behind her followed her pace, and her dark eyes were like melting pulp bursting, and her fanatical lust rose wildly. There is no more when, Yasuin, just now. Chen Day raised the finger that had just pressed the girl's red lips, as if he had finally reached the right time, and slowly stroked his lips. As if he had tasted some extreme deliciousness, the ends of his eyes suddenly outlined a morbid and happy arc, and his pupil suddenly swung out a hot and obsessed whirlpool. The girl's trustful voice just now sounded in my ear. He smiled and stared at the delicate eyes of the shadow in front of him, like the wolf king who no longer concealed his hunting state, strongly flashing with paranoia and plunder. You're welcome. It should be. In the underground parking lot. A Bugatti Obsidian lengthened business car was parked in the open space. The license plate on the black license plate is the 5 zeros unique to the whole Beijing, representing the highest identity symbol. It's almost noon. Why hasn't Mr. Chen come back yet? Assistant Xu Kao looked anxiously and brushed the tablet in his hand distressedly, counting how many hundreds of billions of businesses his boss came to the airport inexplicably today. Something is wrong. This is really wrong. He has been following Mr. Chen for many years and has witnessed him schedule a full schedule every day. Then it's like a sophisticated robot that doesn't know how to get tired, and it's so perfect that it can't be picky about any mistakes. It is precisely because of his excellent execution ability and sharp and excellent investment vision that his group has successfully become the leader of the whole world today. However, Mr. Chen, who has always been a workaholic, unexpectedly pushed off the whole trip today, freed up the extremely precious time, and suddenly appeared at the airport. Xu Kao scratched his head. This is too strange. Are you going to pick up some important people? First of all, the exclusion method will definitely not be a girl. At this moment, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground sounded slowly. Xu Kao's ears moved, and he immediately looked like a golden hair. He looked up in surprise. Mr. Chen. As a result, as soon as he looked up, he saw the little girl beside Teng Ji, who had never been close to women, with her mouth wide open. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, Xu Kao blinked crazily a few times and turned into a tenor in an instant. Damn it! What is this? The echo at the scene directly raised his loud voice several degrees, which made Xiao Jiao's footsteps pause in shock. Chen Day's eyes became cold. Don't scare her. He glanced at the car door in a dull tone. Although the aura is not as horrifying as usual, but the eyes projected through the thin lens showed some shocking warnings. Xu Kao. This familiar murderous spirit. Yes, Mr. Chen. He was stunned and quickly returned to his senses and opened the car door. Chen Day raised his hand and pressed the top of the car door. He looked at the girl next to him, and his eyes regained the gentleness and ease that he only showed to her. Miss Jiao, please. Qiao Jiyang smiled and his eyes were curved. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Are you still called Mr. Chen? Chen Zhou looked down at her smile, and his thin lips also hooked gently, which seemed a little raw. Just call my name. His throat was slightly lowered, and his eyes locked on her. His low magnetic voice was a little deep, calling my name. This, so direct? Qiao Jiyang couldn't help being stunned. The tips of her ears were slightly red. Chen. No, you are an elder. The thin-skinned little girl tried several times, but she still failed. It was not respectful enough to call her name directly. Elders? Chen Day raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were a little darker. TSK. Who wants to be your elder? He will never have such an idea in his life, including her. If you don't call it by name, what do you want to call it? He pulled closer, and the ending sound was sexy. Ha! Qiao Jiyang blinked. When he subconsciously opened his mouth, he had added with a smile, except for Mr. Chen. The little sheep was distressed. Well, follow the little sister to call him little uncle. But it seems to be too close. Calling uncle directly seems to be too rusty. After thinking about it, she raised her eyes again and said tentatively, Uncle Chen. Chen Day looked at the girl's serious eyes and was rarely silent. For a long time, he suddenly smiled meaningfully, and then said with a straight face, I'm unmarried. Huh? What does this mean? Qiao Jiyang can't help tilting his head and looking at him doubtfully. So, Chen Day is so good that he has time to meet. Her clear and soft eyes, like a big grey wolf with a dark belly, deceived her, the little lamb, to jump into the trap and call her brother. Chapter 5 Good boy, shout again. The low mellow tone sounded slowly, like grinding in the ear. Qiao Jiang's heartbeat can't help but beat. Call him brother? Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her snow-white face was inexplicably pink. Is she thinking too much? Why does it feel more intimate than calling him little uncle? It seems that she can see through her inner concerns and entanglements at a glance. Before she combed it clearly, his thin lips were slightly raised, and his jade-like tone was accompanied by a faint smile. Is it in Miss Xiao's heart that I am old? Miss Xiao is 19 years old this year, and I am 26 years old, 7 years older than you. The slying man sighed slowly and lowered his eyes. He was indeed quite old. The head of the Chen family, who is always plotting anytime and anywhere, lowered his eyebrows at this time, and his thin lips rippled helplessly. It looks like a little wronged. Xu Kao, who stood aside and played the role of a light bulb wholeheartedly. With 3 points of doubt and 7 points of shock, he tilted his head and looked at his boss in horror, and his whole body was surrounded by question marks. Abba? Is this still his decisive, cold and cruel Mr. Chen? Forget about the change of the image, and the outrageous seconds become a consonant. Xu Kao patted his forehead with a little dizziness, his face full of absurdity. It's not that he hasn't seen him for a while, and his boss will be taken away, right? It doesn't matter. As if he didn't see the assistant with trembling lips next to him, Chen Zhou sighed again. Raise your deep eyes again, and your voice is obviously a little lower. Just follow your idea, don't worry about me. It's not. Before he finished speaking, Qiao Jiyang shook his head in a hurry. The other party's hurt and low tone directly made the simple-minded little girl have long forgotten how to write the 4 words "people's hearts are evil." She hurriedly comforted him clumsily, and was so anxious that she even forgot the title of honor. "You are not old. Really, it is said that a man is a flower at the age of 30, and you are only 26. It is still a gorgeous, young, and beautiful flower." As soon as the words fell, the little sheep was silent for a long time. An awkward red quickly climbed up her auricle. Ah. Help, help, help. What is she talking about? What young and beautiful, what delicate flower, can these words be used to describe men? That's it. Mr. Zhen must be angry. Xiao Zhiyang, how did you get a full score in Chinese before? The little girl who knew that she had said something wrong lowered her head, like a furry lamb burying her head in her own fluff, and did not want to pull it out. Turn. Zhou looked down at her thin peach-colored cheeks and looked at a loss. He only felt that his throat was a little thirsty, and the pupil color hidden in the lens was not traced. TSK. Appeared again. I really want to bully her. He raised his hand and gently pushed the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose, covering up those unknown bad thoughts. When he put down his hand again, he had regained a straight and elegant face. The corners of his lips are slightly curved. Is it delicate? The little sheep's head in front of him hung lower. Just as she was about to apologize with regret, the man's low voice with a smile had sounded above her head. It was the first time I heard someone call me that. Not bad. Chen Day nodded, and the eyes that fell on her were full of deep meaning. I liked it very much. Hearing the words, Xiao Jia looked up at him in surprise. What? He is not angry. Sun Zhou looked at the little girl's surprised eyes, and her smile deepened, like a gentle elder condoning her as a child. Sun Jiahua. Well, let's call it this in the future. Xiao Zhiyang. Shu Kao. No. Xiao Zhiyang blushed and shook his head quickly, almost throwing out the horns of the lamb on his head first. This is not good. He can't be called that. The man's breath hummed a sexy tone. He looked at her with a faint smile, like a very patient and gentle gentleman, guiding in a soft voice. So what do you want to change to? Xiao Zhiyang lowered his head seriously again and thought about it. She had heard that Chen Day ranked 3rd among his peers in the Chen family. Ding! A bright light bulb popped up above the head. I have it. She thought of it. Xiao Zhiyang raised his wet and soft eyes, and there was still a faint halo on his cheeks. He looked at him seriously and sweetly and gently called him the 3rd brother. Her voice was sticky and sweet, and it was particularly catchy. Chen Day's pupils hidden in the lens suddenly deepened. The unexpected name made his lazy hand on the car door tighten his fingers and bones, and his mood was upsizing in an instant. He restrained his almost out-of-control look and continued to play the role of a trustworthy elder calmly. His voice was slightly hoarse, good, and shouted again. Xiao Zhiyang has no doubt about anything else. She raised her beautiful and charming face and shouted obediently again, 3rd brother. Shu Kao, who continues to play the light bulb wholeheartedly. He stopped talking and looked at the noble and elegant man in front of him. I always feel that this scene is like an unkind goldfish luring a simple and innocent little girl. It's terrible. Underline. Shu Kao shook his body and couldn't help opening his mouth. Mr. Chen, is he going back to the company or? Before he finished speaking, Sun Zhou interrupted him faintly and went to the hotel. Shu Kao. Now. Ignoring the assistant next to her, whose lips trembled again, Sun Day looked at her in a soft tone. Which one did she book? In order to have a place to settle down as soon as she came to Yinjing, the little sister had already booked a place for her to stay in advance. Xiao Zhiyang wanted to take out his mobile phone from the small bag beside him, but suddenly he thought of something and silently put down his hand again. Diyang Hotel. This is a famous 5-star apart hotel located in a prime location in Yinjing. Not only are the living facilities complete, but the security management and various services are first class. Not far from the opposite is the business district where all kinds of delicious food are gathered. A few more steps further, you can walk to Yinjing University, a famous academic institution. Chen Zhou pondered for a moment. Okay. For the first time in my heart, I rarely praised the little niece who had been forgotten by him for many years. It's okay for her to know practical work. I didn't randomly book a messy place for his little sheep. Otherwise, this month's pocket money will be deducted in full. Chen Day looked at the watery little girl in front of him. She also raised her bright and soft eyes and looked at him innocently with a girl who had not been polished. You are so good. People can't wait to hold her in the palm of their hands and love her well. His throat rolled slightly, and the light flashed through his eyes. TSK. Someone is still too practical. Otherwise, he will have a chance to kidnap the soft little sheep back. It's a pity. So let's deduct some of her pocket money this month. A sneeze. Ten Jinghuang, who was far away abroad, suddenly felt an itchy nose and couldn't help sneezing. Damn, who said bad things about me behind my back? She hummed, took her mobile phone again, and clicked on the avatar of the little lamb on WeChat. Chen Jinghuan, baby, have you arrived at the hotel? She looked at the screen and couldn't help sighing with some worry. equals Omicron multiplied by, alas. I don't know if her little baby has returned to the hotel smoothly. The baby lamb is so soft and delicious, don't be targeted by the bad guys. Shu Kang here is also very worried. After closing the door mechanically, he returned to the driver's seat with his hands and feet. The whole face is full of disbelievation. Shocked the family. Mr. Chen, who usually doesn't like women and puts his career first, actually abandoned the business of hundreds of billions and rushed to the airport to pick up people. In the face of the girl's inadvertent talk, he still indulged her with no sign of anger. Even before the evening, we have to rush to the hotel to cultivate feelings. Is this Mr. Chen he knows? He suddenly remembered that an old senior had told him that as long as he had always been abstinent, the boss of the iron tree suddenly appeared one day with an obvious ambiguous behavior of the opposite sex. Don't hesitate, don't be entangled, be bold to be a prophet, this opposite sex is your future president's wife. Shu Kao. So that's it. He realized it. This little beauty is Mr. Chen's future wife. No wonder it is said that the hero is sad and the beauty is closed. Even the 6 pure Buddhas are still a normal man. If you are a man, you can't avoid vulgarity. It's this beautiful sister, who is too young. Could it be? Shu Kao's eyes widened and he took a deep breath of cold air. Is it possible that Mr. Chen not only doesn't plan to be a Buddha this time, but also doesn't want to be a human being? Chapter 6, Hook Her in Charge. Please give me more advice in the future. The global limited high-end business car space is very spacious. When Qiao Jiang sat down, he naturally lifted the back of his cheongsong, and his every move was full of the elegance and dignity of everyone's daughter. Miss Qiao. Seat belt. The man's low magnetic voice suddenly sounded in my ear. Before she could react, he had already leaned closer, pulled up the seat belt with his long arm around her waist, and then turned around again. The distance suddenly came closer. The familiar ebony fragrance enveloped her again and suddenly seeped into her breath. Qiao Jiang was slightly stagnant, and his eyes can't help moving down. He saw that his bones were clear. When he held the seat belt in his cold and slender hand and helped her fasten it, the winding blue veins on the back of his hand rose slightly, invisibly highlighting the sexual tension of Suyu. Qiao Jiang's attention was in can't help but be attracted. This hand is very suitable for grabbing sheets. The bold idea that popped up in his mind directly made the little sheep turn pink on the spot. Stop, stop, stop. What are you thinking about? Mr. Chen is upright and elegant, with a clear wind and a bright moon. How can she blaspheme casually? Qiao Jiang only felt that his ears were hotter. The villain in my heart knocked on the wooden fish again. Cough. She was afraid that her strangeness would be noticed by the man in front of her, so she quickly coughed lightly. Looking away, the soft and sweet tone was mixed with a trace of embarrassment and panic. Third brother, you don't need to call me Miss Qiao anymore. Just call me by my name. My name is Qiao Jiang. The girl with pink cheeks looked at him clearly, her red lips bent slightly, and she knew it, rippling. Chengde looked at the slightly curved corners of her lips, and a pair of deep eyes, under the cover of the lens, had already gushed out a fanatical and paranoid obsession. The rippling ripple. It does ripple in his heart. I just don't know how her little sheep can ripple on him. Chan's throat knot rolled slightly during the day. Hide the hot part in your eyes skillfully. She is still the abstinence and noble gentleman in front of her. He nodded, with his strong long legs, his hands overlapped, his sitting was lazy and elegant, and his thin lips were slightly bent. Okay, I got it. The little sheep thought he knew her name now. Unexpectedly, he had engraved her name in his heart thousands of times very early. Even if he is asked to write it backwards, he can write fluently without saying a word. Chende's deep eyes locked on her. Like a vicious wolf who has been plotting for a long time, staring at the lamb he has been staring at for a long time, and his pathological possessiveness is imminent. In the past, I could only relieve all my desires by thinking about her name. Now, her whole body is in front of her eyes. So this time, he will never let go again. Xiao Zhuyang. He hooked his lips and smiled, and suddenly leaned forward towards her. Raise your hand. The fingertips gently raised a few soft hairs that fell from her ear, and gently helped her to the back. The phoenix eyes under the lens are as deep as the dark surging sea, and the slightly lowered voice is sexy and slightly restrained. Please give me more advice in the future. When the man's warm fingers had a thin cocoon behind her ear, it raised a little itch on her small piece of skin. Accompanied by an intimate name, it was like an extreme legal reaction, which made her shrink. Qiao Jiao's breath was suddenly disturbed. Why did he suddenly? But when she looked up, she found that the man in front of her had sat back in her seat. Just like just now, he sat lazily and straight, and his eyes looked at her as innocent and warm as ever. What's wrong? It seems that the behavior just now is just an elder politely helping the younger generation to put the broken hair back. By the way, just say hello to her in a relaxed tone. Xiao Jiang blinked and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she misunderstood. She just said that how could a bright Buddha like Mr. Chen have other past thoughts for her? You must have teased her as a child just now. After leaving the airport, the road back to the city began to become congested. Xiao Jiyoung looked at the high-rise buildings outside the window, took a deep breath, and summoned up the courage to take out his mobile phone from the small bag. Just opened. Messages and phone calls rushed to the screen like a bombardment in an instant. Xiao Jiyoung, your wings are hard now, aren't they? How dare you run away from home? I have worked so hard to raise you. You repay me in this way, right? Is your conscience dead or is it used to feed the dog? How dare you do this to your biological mother? How can you be so selfish? Isn't it all good for you if I distray you so strictly? You are the Qianjing miss of our Qiao family, who represents the face of all of us. Do you know how many people have lost face when you make such a fuss? Say, did you secretly meet someone outside? That's why I taught you so that you can't get on the table. Get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for not recognizing you, you bastard daughter. The other party was obviously angry and had no scruples about them as a family. The abusive words are one after another, which is so heavy that people are completely breathless. Xiao Jiyoung's eyes suddenly turned red. Like the habit of self-abuse for many years, she bit her lower lip tightly, as if she couldn't feel the pain. She had already guessed that the family would be bombarded by text messages and phone calls. So she didn't turn on her mobile phone just now because she didn't want the embarrassment to spread out in front of others. Now that she is facing it alone, she thinks she is no longer afraid. But now that she saw these text messages, she found out. It turns out that I am still the weak and useless coward. The courage that had been accumulated with difficulty instantly floated like a pierced balloon, losing its direction. A huge sense of helplessness surged madly. Xiao Jiyoung bit his lower lip tightly and held his mobile phone weakly in his hands. His eyes, which were just full of vitality, became empty at this time. She looked at the sky outside the window tiredly, and her face can't help showing longing. What are you thinking about? A gentle and low magnetic voice suddenly sounded gently beside him. Chen Zhou looked at the girl who was on her side and tried to hide her emotions, frowning slightly. The heart, which has always been strong enough and indifferent, seemed to be cut by a sharp knife, and there were bursts of dull pain. He didn't force her to turn around, nor did he force her to ask directly. Instead, comfort her patiently and gently in a mature and steady way. If there is anything you can't make sense, you can say it. And don't keep it in your heart. Xiao Jiyoung, who turned his back to him, couldn't help shaking his heart. This kind of sad concern suddenly made her eyes moisten. But under the strong control for many years, she has long been helpless and used to bear all her emotions by herself. Xiao Jiyoung took a deep breath, turned around as if nothing had happened, met his eyes, and bent his lower lip forcefully. I'm fine, It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. Just when she struggled to force herself with a hoarse voice. The man in front of him has lowered his eyes, and his eyes are serious and patient, as if he is treating an extremely precious treasure. Don't feel too much burden, I just want to tell you. Chen Zhou looked at her eyes, which were slightly red because of forbearance, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the top of her head. The calm and powerful voice is full of gentleness and doting on her. Don't get used to being wronged. Because I'm here. Chapter 7. Wherever you want to bite, it will satisfy you. The tall and handsome man in front of him tilted his waist slightly, and a large area of bright halo poured down from behind him. It's like a god who fell from the sky and came to save her. Xiao Jiyoung looked at him in a daze, and his heart suddenly beat fiercely. His eyes, which had been holding back, were instantly covered with a layer of water mist because of his words. It was like a child who had been wronged finally found his arms to hold her, which was so warm that she wanted to cry. Actually, the group of people who wanted to arrest me just now were the bodyguards sent by my mother. Her red eyes met his gentle gaze, and her clenched lips slowly loosened. Suddenly, she had a desire to confide in her, because I sneaked away from home without telling her. A 19-year-old adult even ran away like an ignorant child. Speaking of this, her voice paused slightly and she lowered her head uneasily again. Don't be afraid. Chen Zhou rubbed her head again, and her gentle voice repeated tirelessly. I'm here. The simple two words seemed to be given magical magic. It was easy to drive away her uneasiness, and there was a little more peace of mind. Xiao Jiyoung slowly raised his head, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Am I childish? It's so old that I still want to protest in this childish way, but I really can't think of any other way. As soon as she was born, she grew up in a family full of oppression and control. In front of people, she is the noble and envied chaebol lady of the Qiao family in Hong Kong. But after that, she was a puppet doll who didn't even have herself, and was pathologically monitored by her mother with a strong desire to control. Whether it's study or socializing, she will exhaust all means. Trapped her in a chessboard for your good and forced her to go to the planned route. You are the only daughter of our Qiao family, so you must become the best and most sensible lady to represent the most perfect face of our Qiao family, understand? These interest classes will only waste time, especially what kind of clothing design, what can this kind of thing have? I have already told your teacher that you will not use it in the future. I have signed up for several ladies' training courses for you, and you can go there on Saturday. Who are the people walking with you today? Didn't I tell you that you have to tell me to make any friends? Give me your mobile phone. Don't do anything with them in the future. Xiao Zhiyang, I'm your mother. It's not for your good that I do so much. When you grow up, you will understand the pain of my conscience. It's too late for me to be grateful. No, she doesn't understand. If it was really for her good, she would not have plundered her carefree childhood. Drive away her friends, control her life, and force her to do what she is reluctant to do. Even because she wanted to study design, she took advantage of her connections to secretly change her volunteering, and forced her to go to a university she didn't like. She even wants to arrange for her to marry a man she doesn't know, just because the other party's family is conducive to their business. She can't stand it at all. She used to be young, and she can't resist, but she is now an adult and no longer has to be disciplined by the guardian. So she ran away while her family was not paying attention. With the handwritten invitation letter from the professor of the Department of Design of Yingjing University and the help of the little sister, she secretly took a plane and left the port city where she had been trapped for more than 10 years and came to the strange Beijing. Third brother. Xiao Zhiyang clenched his mobile phone, and heavy words such as the selfish and rebellious bad child that his mother had just scolded her flashed in his mind. Like a child who has doubts about himself because he receives too much negative energy. She couldn't help looking at him and asked for proof nervously. Am I really bad and selfish? Mr. Zhen must think so too. Like him, he has reached a high position in less than 30 years old. In the eyes of a mature and excellent person like him, her rebellious behavior must be very childish and ignorant. Maybe she will regret saving her with so much money. Xiao Zhiyang slowly lowered his red eyes, and the sourness in his heart surged crazily again. It's very strange. Why did the mood suddenly become more uncomfortable than just now? She tried her best to control the wetness in her eyes, and couldn't help but want to bite her lower lip. The head was gently rubbed by the broad palm again. Then, the mellow and gentle voice sounded softly in her ear like the breeze in early spring. Zhiyang, you must have had a hard time during this period, right? Xiao Zhiyang was stunned. The tears kept rolling in his eyes, because of his words, he finally couldn't help flowing down. She seemed to be shocked and quickly raised her hand to erase it. Don't cry. It's useless to cry. It will only be exchanged for a more serious curse. If you want to cry, just cry. Chen Zhou sighed softly and helped her wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes without being dirty at all. In front of the third brother, she didn't have to endure it. Their arrogance makes you suffer all kinds of injustice and forces you to do things you don't like. You choose to bravely resist, which is a commendable thing in itself. Why do you blame yourself? Don't blame yourself. You are not wrong. He stared at her gently and taught and protected her patiently and seriously with a mature and upright attitude. They ask you to be a good child who is obedient and makes everyone satisfied, but with me, you can be yourself to your heart's content. So if you do what can make you happy, do it. If you are unhappy, don't do it and don't care about them. Selfishness has nothing to do with it. We are not wronged by this. The smile in Sanday's eyes deepened, and the voice came slowly, deep and pleasant. And you didn't find that you have always been severely controlled, but you have never lost yourself, you have not shown weakness and compromised, and you can still take the opportunity to leave this cage. Jiyan's child. He looked at her deeply, and the corners of his lips were slightly bent. In fact, you were braver than you imagined. Xiao Jiyan's breathing was slightly sluggish. The pounding of the heart suddenly became vivid and faster. All along, in a strictly controlled environment, everything she does must be agreed upon. Gradually, she got used to following the rules and being careful in everything she does. This determination to break through the cage is the craziest thing she has ever done in her 19 years of life. She thought it was selfish and rebellious. But it turns out that it is called bravery. Xiao Jiang's hand, which had been clenched, suddenly relaxed, and the heavy pressure in his heart also disappeared. She sniffed and raised her face. Her originally gloomy eyes bloomed brightly and agile again. I understood, thank you, third brother. The other party's extremely patient and warm support gave her more tenacious courage. Even if the relationship with her family becomes a bad child in their mouths, she will no longer be afraid. For her, today is the day of her rebirth. She has longed for this free sky for a long time. Now my wish has finally come true. Although there must be many unknown challenges ahead of her, I don't know why, she suddenly became so uneasy. Inexplicably, there is a sense of security that if she goes forward, someone will help her. Third brother, thank you. Xiao Jiyang looked at him with bright eyes and a more bright smile on his lips. I'm really lucky to meet you. You are really a super good person. It was he who let her know that grievances and crying could not only be scolded, but also understood and comforted. The furry little sheep looked up with a delicate little face and looked at the evil wolf disguised as a good people with more trust and respect. Even the distance between the raw points just now was shortened by a few millimeters without knowing it. Chen Day's deep phoenix eyes fell on her face, and the dark light flashed. Because she cried just now, the girl's eyes became more and more dim, and the light crimson still remained at the end of her eyes. It looks like he has been bullied, and he has become softer and more pitiful. It makes people want to destroy, and I can't wait to hold them in my arms and knead them wantonly now. Chen Zhou's throat knot rolled slightly, and he restrained the Buddha beads on his wrist. He is not good. Obviously, the little girl cried so sadly just now, but he had a bad idea of not getting up. It's really time to fight. But what's the point of being a human being? As long as he can take the little sheep he yearns for day and night as his own, even if he is said to be scum in the future, he will admit it. Don't bite your lips next time. Tunde looked at the small teeth marks on her rosy and full lower lip, and suddenly raise your hand and rub it naturally, like you just brushed her hair behind your ear. If you are unhappy, you will bite the third brother. Tell the third brother what you like. His tall body leaned forward slightly, and the narrow ends of his eyes slightly raised the arc of an elegant gang, and his voice was low, magnetic and hoarse. The third brother will bite you enough. Chapter 8. Well, it's really not small. With the sudden leaning, his tall nose and golden glasses gently brushed the tips of her soft ears. The cool touch made her eyelashes tremble. But before she could react, the man in front of her had straightened his body, and even the finger abdomen was naturally retracted by him. It seems that this series of actions is just out of the concern of an elder and a joke to liven up the atmosphere. I don't have any other bad intentions. Xiao Jiao blinked his eyes slowly, and the invisible horns on his head trembled red with hindsight. Third brother, you just? Are you kidding? If you like it, bite wherever you want. How can such rude words come from Mr. Ten's mouth? The girl's shy and panicked expression was in full view. Tunde rubbed his fingertips and left a little soft touch on the girl's lips. The darkness in his eyes was just rightly covered up by him, and he skillfully restored his reserved, elegant and ascetic appearance. He smiled and said, "Okay, I won't tease you." Then he took out a few exquisitely wrapped candies from his suit pocket and gently put them on her hand, which was a reward for the brave children. Huh, what is this? I saw a blackcurrant-flavored crystal candy on the palm of my hand. There is a string of fluent English on the beautiful wrapping paper, Kawazini. Heart-pounding. Xiao Jia's eyelashes trembled slightly. It's her favorite candy before. But she remembered that the candy factory of this brand had been closed for a long time. How could it still be produced? Just when she looked puzzled, her head was gently rubbed by the man's broad palm again, and the mellow and low magnetic tone was indulging. These candies have been enchanted to make you happy. If you eat them, the monsters that make you unhappy will disappear. His phoenix eyes stared straight at her, and his thin lips hooked lightly. This was what a little girl told me before. What? Xiao Jiyoung looked up and bumped into his eyes. Obviously, it is a pair of deep and cold phoenix eyes, but it is like a pair of affectionate and charming peach blossom eyes, which can always easily drag people into the deep whirlpool. At this time, he said this sentence with a singy face, but his eyes fell on her. Inexplicably, there was an illusion that she was the little girl in his mouth. Xiao Jiyoung touched his heart, but quickly denied it with a smile. How is it possible? She has been living in Hong Kong City before, and has never lived in Beijing. Even if she was lucky enough to meet her at the dinner before, she would definitely have an impression of such a handsome, elegant man like him. So how can this little girl be her? It's not a TV series. How can there be so many coincidences? Xiao Jiyoung didn't think so much. He lowered his head and peeled off a blackcurrant-flavored crystal candy and put it in his mouth. Well, it's so sweet to it's a familiar taste after a long time. When she tasted the delicious food, the girl's beautiful eyes squinted happily and satisfied. The soft cheeks with light pink are gently bulging as they bite the candy. Tun Zhou lowered his eyelashes and looked at her delicate and charming face with deep pupils, and his eyes were quietly full of hot obsession like molten paste. The girl didn't know that this little candy was like the most dazzling light in life for the teenager who was deep in darkness at that time. A small bundle. But it is enough to keep in mind. But after a long time, she no longer remembers him. But it doesn't matter. He has found her again, and she has been completely locked by him. This grand step-by-step camp was specially prepared for her. He will plunge her deep into it and have nowhere to escape. He can only be plundered and possessed by him. The car drove slowly along the main road of the hotel. Third brother, thank you. Xiao Jiyoung smiled and bent his eyes, and his lips were slightly open, half with the sweet smell of candy. You helped me twice today and patiently untied the fog that had been stuck in my heart for a long time. If you need my help, anything is within my power. Hearing the words, Tun Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, his arm was half supporting the window of the car, his fingertips lazily nodded the corners of his forehead, and he bit an important word slowly and orderly. Anything is okay? Xiao Jiyoung nodded like a drum. She has a completely new view of Tunde today. Obviously, he is a kind, elegant and upright gentleman who believes in Buddhism. There is no cold-blooded and cruel person like Mr. Tun, who is not as cold-blooded and ruthless as in the circle. He is not as good as Mr. Tun. He will definitely not embarrass her and make a request to take advantage of the fire. The eyes of the little sheep full of trust looked at Jingjing, and Tun Daing smiled happily. TSK. This can't be blamed on him. It was the little sheep who dug a hole for herself and jumped down obediently. He just stood there and caught her. Okay. Tun Zhou hooked his lips with interest, and his long eyelashes covered the depth of his eyes. The third brother thought of it and told you again. After the last corner. arrived at the door of the hotel apartment. Chen Day was about to get out of the car when Qiao Jian had gently stopped him. Third brother, no, I can just go in by myself. Besides, the hotel is crowded. If someone recognizes you and writes articles for you, it will damage your reputation. As soon as she said the words, Sun Zhou raised his eyebrows, and his reputation was damaged. He couldn't help laughing softly. Then he leaned slightly and suddenly pulled the distance between the two closer. The granular subwoofer swings sexily in her ear. Isn't it good for Xiao Jian to be responsible? The clear and fragrant cold wood fragrance hit the tip of the nose without warning. Xiao Jian blushed. She couldn't help puffing up her cheeks when she looked at the man's slightly curved phoenix eyes. Humph, is he joking with her as a child again? Give me your mobile phone. He suddenly reached out his hand in front of her. Xiao Jian was stunned, then unlocked the screensaver and put the mobile phone in his hand. After he took it, he tapped a few times in the address book above, and then his pocket sounded the vibration of a call. This is the third brother's private number, and WeChat is also this mobile phone number. The dark old man began to follow a new kindness. After returning to the hotel room later, remember to tell the third brother to let me know your safety, understand? Jian's child. He didn't directly force her to save his mobile phone and at his WeChat. Instead, let her accept it in a very natural and comfortable way, so as to achieve her own goal. Okay. Xiao Jiang nodded after taking back his mobile phone, and bulged his cheeks slightly unconvincedly. She is not a child. She suddenly turned around when she grabbed the handle of the car and loosened her hand. A beautiful face like a rose suddenly approached his eyes. Chen Zhou was stunned for a moment. Third brother, I'm 19 years old. Xiao Jiang blushed slightly, and his shiny tea-brown eyes looked directly at him with the shyness and innocence of a girl. He hummed slightly, not small. After saying that, as if he was afraid of being caught to settle accounts after autumn, the little sheep immediately opened the car door quickly and slid quickly. Chen Zhou stared at the back of the girl running away, and couldn't help laughing with his hand on the corner of his forehead. It is indeed. It's not small. Xu Kao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, took off his earplugs and turned around while shaking his ears. Seeing that my boss is still sitting here, I can't help but look surprised. Mr. Thurn, you won't accompany the young lady? Before he finished speaking, Chen Day interrupted him lightly and was not in a hurry. His eyes still did not withdraw, and his eyes flashed that controlling everything was inevitable, and his thin lips were gently hooked, slowly drawing. Chapter 9, I'm going to make their daughter. The man in a suit and leather shoes, with a clear and elegant appearance, at this time, like a wolf king who only woke up, began to burst out with an undisguised strong hunting aura. Xu Kao couldn't help shaking. No wonder it is said that the old house is on fire and uncontrollable. A little lamb like the young lady, who is not deeply involved in the world, can never fight this big grey wolf, the scum of Sven. The slender and delicate figure in front of me gradually disappeared from my sight until I could no longer see it. Chen Day slowly reluctantly withdrew his eyes. He leaned back on the back of the chair with his legs, and his deep phoenix eyes swept over the extremely difficult cold color. The Qiao family was still pursuing the overseas projects in the port. Yes. Xu Kao replied that in order to win these projects smoothly, they have invested nearly 3 times the price of the original investment amount. If everything goes well, they should be able to win this time. Chen Zhou half closed his eyes and suddenly laughed in a low voice. If Zhou's output is 3 times, then I will pay 6 times. He slowly took off the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose, played with them carelessly in his hand, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and snatched them all. In the game of business, Tez Group is the king of the whole world. As long as Tez Group takes action, no matter who the opponent is. No matter how hard he is, he can only give in. Xu Kao was stunned. Although these overseas projects are all fragrant buns in the eyes of everyone. But for Chen, who has already reached the peak, it is just a trivial investment, and there is no need to waste energy to share a piece of cake. But for Zhou's group, which is developing port trade, it has lost an extremely important springboard. Xu Kao blinked, and another blessing to the heart, Daigo initiation. Got it. It turned out that someone had a grudge and was secretly poking for his young lady to vent her anger. Although he is a sand-carved golden-haired person outside, he is the most powerful assistant once he is involved in work. Xu Kao immediately took out the small notebook he was carrying with him. He understood, Mr. Zhe. By the way, tell them Tende raised his eyes, and his lazy eyebrows suddenly became sharp and gloomy, overflowing with the aura of strong domination from the inside to the outside. Their daughter, I want to order and protect her. No matter how dare you harass her and make her unhappy, I don't mind reshuffling the whole Qiao family and replacing the obedient people. She is his only bottom line. Whoever dares to take a step, he will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Even if it's her relatives, don't want to retreat with your whole body. Following the check-in information, Xiao Jian quickly found his room. Tick. When the room card is swiped, the induction door opens. The environment inside is clean and bright, and the supplies and facilities are complete. The luggage sent in advance is neatly placed in the open space next to the sofa. Xiao Zhiyang turned around curiously and with satisfaction, his face full of expectations for a free life in the future. This will be her exclusive nest in the future. There is no arbitrary discipline, no suffocating control, and no repressive coercion. Comfortable life, free takeaway. Here she comes. Xiao Zhiyang bent his eyes with a smile, couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and open the address book. I copied the number left by Tunde just now, and then pasted it in the WeChat friend ad. Soon, his WeChat popped up on the page. His avatar was simple pure white, and his name was an abbreviation, CZ. Her red lips curled in unwant. Sure enough, the president's style is consistent. They all like to use solid-colored avatars and abbreviations. What notes should be changed? Xiao Zhiyang looked at the remarks column and suddenly remembered a book he had read before, Uncle Longlegs. The long-legged uncle inside is as mature and gentle as Mr. Turn. When she was confused, give her warm encouragement to make her more courageous to embark on a new journey. She can't help but bend her eyes and change the note to Uncle Longlegs. As soon as she clicked to add, they immediately agreed. It seems that I have been staring at my mobile phone, waiting for her friend invitation. The speed was too fast. Xiao Zhiyang blinked his eyes before he realized and immediately knocked on the screen seriously. Ya, third brother, I'm already in the room. Thank you for sending me here, WeChat has just been sent, and the message from the little sister pops up. Huangbao, little baby. Have you arrived at the hotel safely? I heard that the Qiao family sent someone to arrest you. Are you alright? Huangbao, damn, if I had known that they had sent someone here, I would not have traveled to that island. I would have chosen a few 1.8-meter tortoises to protect you immediately. Huangbao, woo, my little baby, are you alright? Huangbao, don't be afraid. Mama is coming to save you. Looking at a series of words of concern on the screen, Xiao Zhiyang's heart was warm, and the smile on his eyebrows couldn't help but deepen a little. Young Baba, don't worry, I have arrived at the hotel smoothly. Sheep Bab, little lamb stickers. Below JPG, a furry lamb intimately pressed against his arm and coquettishly emoticon pack was sent. Chen Jinghuan, who was waiting anxiously over there, was relieved when he received the message. That's great. Fortunately, it's okay. This is her little sister who fell in love at first sight in the boring lady course classroom. It's hard to look forward to the stars and the moon, and finally look forward to her coming to Beijing. If she is caught back, she will immediately take a private plane, go to Zhou's house to rob someone, and then elope with her. Just as she was about to reply, the other party's little red dot had bounced up. Sheep, in fact, I was almost caught back just now. Fortunately, I met a kind brother, so I could escape smoothly. Chen Jinghuan. Oh, kind brother. Who is it? Within a minute, she will know all his information. Chen Jinghuan, who was burning with the soul of gossip, immediately dial a voice call and quickly tell me whether this man is handsome, whether he is tall or not, whether his eyes are big, whether his nose is straight, whether his mouth is thin or not. And most importantly, whether he opens the door is double. Door. Xiao Zhiyang. A series of excited voices from the other party made her look confused. What is the double door? Hey, to Chen Jinghuan is like a strange big sister to popularize new knowledge for simple children. Double door opening is to describe a man's sexy figure with extra broad shoulders, extra large pectoral muscles, and even clothes can't stop him. When she said this, Xiao Zhiyang's mind couldn't help but automatically think of her being close to his arms. From this distance, she could see more clearly that his white shirt was slightly undulating by his bulging chest. With a light breath, she fluctuated and fell softly and firmly on her palm, full of mature male power. It looks like it makes people want to bury their faces. Ah! Help! She is thinking about something strange again. Where is the wooden fish? Let her knock quickly. The temperature of the cheeks rose sharply. Xiao Zhiyang couldn't help raising his hand and fanning the wind to his face. Well, calm down. I just think of him as an elder and have no other thoughts. Elders? Chen Jinghuan was even more excited. She patted her thigh hard. The old man is good. The old man is mature and steady, and he will also hurt people. As if suddenly thinking of something, she frowned and immediately turned around. Well, no, there are exceptions. My bad-tempered little uncle is an exception. Xiao Zhiyang. There are so many people in the family who can make money, so what's wrong with me being responsible for spending money? He likes to be a labor model, and I like to be a rotten little waste. What's in his way? I was like Bao Xingqian all day long, and I didn't look good at all. Today, I inexplicably deducted half of my pocket money this month. I asked him what I had done wrong again. Guess what he said? He said that he suddenly didn't like me. You said he didn't go too much? Chen Jinghuan gritted his teeth. An empty-nested old man like him with a bad personality, I think which little girl will like him, he will wait to be a bachelor for a lifetime. Xiao Zhiyang listened in a trance. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but at the airport just now, the person who saved me was. Before he finished speaking, the other party suddenly said, "Baby, my car has arrived. Let's not talk for now. When the school starts, my sister will take you to play and pick up the wind for you." The sound fell, and then hung up the phone. Qiao Jiyang shook his head helplessly. With Huang Bao's personality, even if she tells her the truth now, she will only take it as a joke. It seems that we'd better talk to her about this oolong after the school starts. Qiao Jiyang returned to the WeChat page, and then Ji's little red dot just pop up. What? Her fingertips stopped, and a huge question mark rose above her head. Wasn't his avatar pure white just now? Why did it suddenly change to the same style as her little lamb's head and become a furry grey wolf? Chapter 10 Voice hooks. Do you want to post with the third brother? The big grey wolf drawn in simple strokes is round and chubby, cute and cute. It's completely different from his realistic, noble and elegant personality. It's simply cute in contrast. Qiao Jiyang looked at his avatar in surprise, and his heart suddenly skipped half a beat. Because it comes from the same painting blogger, the style is extremely similar. At first glance, it looks like a couple's avatar. Couple. The electric current seemed to rush from his toes to the top of his head in an instant. Qiao Jiao's face was slightly hot and he shook his head quickly. Stop. Do not think nonsense. They officially met for the first time today. How can the progress of the helicopter couple so fast? It's not an idle drama. And she has always regarded Mr. Chen as an elder who should be respected. She also believes that he only regards her as the best friend of his little niece, and the juniors who occasionally take care of her will not have other thoughts. Mr. Chen must have thought her avatar was cute, so he found a similar style to change it. The simple but clear-headed little sheep was told by his own ideas and nodded in agreement. Well, as expected, this reason is much more reliable than inexplicable love at first sight. Oh no, I forgot to reply to him because I was thinking about things. Fearing that the other party would wait for a long time, Qiao Jiyang hurriedly opened the dialogue box. Unexpectedly, I was quick-handed for a moment, and I sent the sheep sticker emoticon pack that I was used to sending. What? The little sheep hasn't reacted yet. Until she saw the intimate sticker on the page, the horns of the lamb on her head instantly shook and bent. She sent the wrong bag. Just as she was in a hurry to withdraw, a voice message had already popped up on the screen. Oh, my god, it came back in seconds. Qiao Jiyang closed his eyes tightly. Her cheeks turned slightly red, she took a deep breath, clicked on the voice, and put her ear to the receiver. A sexy low magnetic laugh suddenly swung into the ear as if it had hidden countless hooks. Then, the mellow and lazy voice said slowly, sticking. Who does Qiao Jia want to post? Do you want to post me? The tips of Qiao Jiyang's ears turned red in an instant. The second voice sounded automatically without waiting for her to recover. The extremely magnetic voice spread a numb current again and rippled into her ears. Aha, tie to the last two words were lowered by him. The low, dumb and lustful subwoofer seemed to be close to him, personally pressing his thin lips between her ears, winding words, licking her heart. Help. The voice is too greedy. Qiao Jiyang sat on the sofa and couldn't help burying his face in the pillow. No wonder there are voice-controlled groups in the world. It turns out that some people can easily disturb people's minds just by their voices, and it's hard to control themselves. Her ears were soft, and the temperature of her cheeks rose. I suddenly felt that Mr. Chen would not be an elegant and upright Buddha, but a male goblin seduced by So, and there must be many people who pay the bill. Qiao Jiyang rubbed his face. I want to rub away all the burning shame on my face. She took a deep breath again to adjust her mood. After calming, she picked up her mobile phone again and typed, I don't want to post. I accidentally sent it by mistake. In order to prove that she really sent it wrong, she quickly searched a lot of emoticon packs exclusive to the elders from the internet. Several bright, red roses bloomed automatically, with colorful extra-large fonts flashing on them. Thank you. In the car, Sunday looked at the flowers blooming with age gap on the screen and fell into silence. He scratched his cheek with the tip of his tongue and laughed angrily. TSK. He also said that he didn't think he was old, but now he sent him this kind of elder-style emoticon. Little liar. He clicked on the little sheep above to save, then pressed the screen, and his thin lips gently opened. The mobile phone vibrated. The voice message followed and came out. Qiao Jiyang deliberately stood under the air conditioner, let the cool wind blow away the heat on his face. She held her mobile phone and licked her lips nervously for no reason. After taking another deep breath, I clicked on the voice as if to check the results. Xingye's low magnetic voice seemed to be grinded by sandpaper, accompanied by sexy breathing, which broke through all the defense lines she had just built. The third brother doesn't like this, and the third brother likes you. Speaking of this, it seems to have deliberately paused, leaving an infinitely ambiguous blank. Flutter. Flutter. Qiao Jiyang's heart beat inexplicably a few times. As soon as he calmed down a little, the temperature of his face soared again. What does he want to do? Just when the villain in my heart was riding a deer and jumping around. The other party suddenly whispered, and then added slowly, liking your emoticon pack. Is greater than dish is less than. Damn it. This kind of broken sentence is too foul. The fluffy of the fried little sheep was instantly fried into marshmallows. Qiao Jiyang bulged his cheeks slightly, and his always obedient and quiet mood was lively and flexible. Mr. Sin must have made fun of her as a child again. Dissatisfiedness surged into her heart. She was holding her mobile phone and was about to hold the voice bar. Learning from the other party's joke, his red lips opened slightly, like a little lamb lifting the soft little Giorgio to prepare to fight back. But suddenly thinking of something, his mouth suddenly stopped. Well, there's something wrong. Why does it feel like flirting with each other? This is not right. Xiao Jiang's eyes widened and immediately cancelled the state of sending voice on the screen. The villain in his heart has skillfully crossed his legs and knocked on the wooden fish. It's so dangerous. I almost crossed the line of elders. Fortunately, she came to her senses in time. Xiao Jiang shook his dizzy head and quickly tapped the keyboard on the screen with the blush on his face that had not yet subsipated. Senga, I'm going to pack up my things first. I'll talk to you later when I'm free. Is greater than is less than below is followed by an elderly emoticon pack to wish you happiness. On the other side, Sung Dae looked at the lotus flower shining with colorful light on it, and his deep eyes half squinted. He has been staring at her chat page, and naturally, did not miss the state of the voice of the other party who flashed by just now. Chen Zhou hooked the corners of his lips slightly with interest. It seems that the little sheep is shy again. The thought that once she fell into this state of shyness, 2 seductive blushes would appear on her snow-white cheeks, which would make people want to eat her in one bite. His throat rolled slightly, and his eyes hidden in the lens suddenly became dark. I really want to eat. Chen Dae looked at the dialogue box on the screen and tapped slowly with his fingertips. In fact, he can continue to hide his wolf tail to flirt with her. With her soft personality, he will reply to him seriously even if he is ashamed. But in the end, he returned to the message page and turned off WeChat. Don't be in a hurry. His little girl is too ignorant and simple about the love of men and women, and she doesn't understand what his current behavior is expressing. If you are too impatient, you will only scare her away. But it doesn't matter. He will become the most patient hunter, lure her over little by little, and let her green little rose bloom only for him. Chen Dae slowly fiddled with the Buddha beads representing abstinence, but his eyes were paranoid and crazy. Come to Japan for a long time. He doesn't mind slowing, tuning, teaching in person. Chapter 11 Mysterious Number 1 Fan, he is also in Beijing. There is still heat in the air. Xiao Jiyang lay on the sofa, rubbing his peach-pink cheeks, and the man's sexy subwoofer echoed in his ear. No, I want to calm down, I want to be sober, I can't think about it anymore. She patted her forehead, took a deep breath, and quickly packed up her luggage. There was still shooting work later. After closing his eyes and calming down, she walked over and opened the suitcase. The clothes and daily necessities inside are neatly packed in storage bags and placed on the left and right sides. One of the small bottles of medicine suddenly came into my eyes. The English above is clearly visible. Istazolam. Ezolam, a short-acting sedative for acute attacks. Xiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and some bad memories swept through her mind out of control in an instant. Under the control of being suffocated and suppressed by her family for a long time, the pressure on her body was like a mountain, and she was completely overwhelmed every minute and every second. Until one day, she began to find that something was wrong. She began to have frequent insomnia and suddenly fell into anxiety. Even gradually began to become anorexic, and the spirit became unable to concentrate. Xiao Jiyang will always remember that after they found her abnormality, they looked at her like a monster. How can there be so much pressure at such a young age? I think you are too much. Remember that if you don't want to be looked down upon, you can never tell others that you are sick, do you understand? Remember to take the medicine on time. Our Qiao family must not have an abnormal Miss Qianjing. In order to continue to play the role of a sensible and obedient child in their eyes, she began to take medicine and try to get better quickly. Even in this escape, she didn't dare to throw away the bottle of medicine. I'm afraid that if her mood collapses again, she can still be a normal person by taking medicine. At that time, she thought that the only thing she could rely on was this bottle of medicine. But I didn't expect that today, a person will be gentle and powerful to tell her don't get used to being wronged. They ask you to be a good child who is obedient and makes everyone satisfied, but with me, you can be yourself to your heart's content. If you do something to make you happy, just do it. If you are unhappy, don't do it. Don't worry about them. You are actually braver than you think. Xiao Jiyang clenched the medicine in his hand, and the gloom in his eyes gradually dissipated. Yes. She has summoned up her courage to escape from this cage-like place. The repressed and suffocating life in the past can no longer trap her. She can do what she wants to do to her heart's content. So, what else is she afraid of? Xiao Jiyang raised his head, and his face was firmly shining. She turned around and threw the medicine in her hand into the trash can without hesitation. Goodbye, those fucking lives in the past. And myself, who was confused and anxious in the past and lost confidence. Goodbye, Tong Tong. From today on, she is the button cobalt sheep. Xiao Jiyang got up again. After quickly tidying up everything, the large and clean residence began to have some real life. She clapped her hands with satisfaction, and the invisible lamb rolled behind her, and then began the next work. Xiao Jiyang went to the wardrobe and took out a brand new Daisy New Chinese chansong. After changing it, he skillfully picked up the mobile phone selfie stand. Choose a place with just the right light near the balcony and start shooting. She has liked design and cheongsam since she was a child, so she secretly registered a microblog called Xiaoyan Baba to share all kinds of beautiful cheongsam every day. Although he doesn't show his face, the shooting style is also simple. But because of his sincere attitude, unlike other bloggers who like to rub the edge, he really shows the neat and elegant beauty of the cheongsam. Gradually, from the beginning, no one paid attention to it, and soon accumulated a lot of fans, and became a grass-seeking blogger with more than 10,000 fans. Many studios began to ask her for promotion through private messages. Slowly, she quietly accumulated some money with the bank card in her name. Qiao Jiyoung is glad that he did not give up this preference at the beginning. Otherwise, even if she escapes, she doesn't know how to solve the cost of food, accommodation, and travel in the future. Therefore, it is really important for girls to leave a way for themselves. After Qiao Jiyoung adjusted the shooting angle and shooting time of his mobile phone, he returned to the shooting location behind him and began to pose with a fan in his hand. The fan covered his face, revealing only a pair of clean and charming eyes. Autumn water cuts the pupils, and the bright eyes are looking forward. The daisy blue Chinese cheongsam outlines a slender and delicate willow waist, and there is a light gauze of the same color between the arms. A soft black hair is cup up, with 2 elegant wooden hairpins obliquely inserted, and a few strands of hair hang softly beside the ear. Even if she doesn't show her face, she is like a beauty who came out of the Jiaonan picture scroll, with elegant demeanor and charm. Give full play to the Chinese beauty of cheongsam. As time goes by, the sky outside has been dyed the orange-yellow of the afterglow of the sunset. Finally finished shooting. Qiao Jiyoung moved his neck, which was a little sour, and quickly took the time to fix the film. As long as she finds that an action has not been filmed well, she will reshoot it immediately, without any negligence in any trouble. After confirming that there was no problem with the photo, she opened Weibo, edited the text, and clicked to send. Little Lamb V, long time no see. I'd like to send you a freshly released photo of cheongsam. Has it hit your heart this time? Is greater than, degrees omega, degrees. As soon as the Weibo was updated, the comment area boiled instantly. My treasure cultivation blogger has finally been updated. This is the right way to wear cheongsam. It is dignified and generous. Please don't twist your clothes anymore. Who wants to look at your big ass as soon as you go online? 6 tears of envy, how can anyone be so beautiful just by showing their eyes? Look what I found. Xiaoba, she has come to Beijing. No wonder the background is different. I don't understand what kind of aesthetics you are. What's so beautiful about a person who doesn't show his face? I dare toy bet, this must be an ugly girl. It's better to go to see my Dai. This is the real beauty, okay? A group of bad quality people too. I'm angry, my noble sofa has been occupied by the #1 fancy again. Every time Qiao Jiyoung posted a microblog, he began to comment. As soon as she opened the comment section, she immediately saw a familiar name. C is her first fan after opening Weibo. No matter what time, every time she updates, he will leave a message, like and forward it as soon as possible. Because she can always snatch the sofa at the first time, she is familiar to her fans and is called the #1 fan. This time, it is not surprising that as soon as she posted a microblog, he had already left a poor mark in the comment section. See, well, I was hit. It is a happy thing for creators to be loved silently all the time. Qiao Jiyoung bent his red lips and couldn't help clicking on his homepage. His avatar is a small candy. It's the brand she likes to eat. The homepage is very simple. There is no other content except forwarding her Weibo. Huh. She raised her eyes inadvertently and blinked in surprise when she saw the IP location above. So he is also in Beijing? What a coincidence. Chapter 12 Super Sweet Feeding, tempting her to blush and beat her heart. Qiao Jiyoung looked at the IP location on the screen and couldn't help sighing. Fate is really a magical thing. I didn't expect them to be so close in the same city. Maybe it was him who passed by her in the crowd in the dark. A smile appeared on Qiao Jiyoung's face, and his delicate face without a trace of makeup was more beautiful and sweet because of this smile. The things have been packed up and the shooting work has been completed. What should we do next? She picked up her mobile phone and curled her eyebrows. Of course, she was done to eat. Hey, she can finally unlock it. She has been greedy for a long time. Previously, her family said that she was junk food and didn't let her eat spicy crayfish and meaty grapes, which were said to be very delicious. There are still many delicacies to be unlocked by her. A long time ago, she listed them all in a memo and posted them on Weibo along with other fragments of life. Just wait for the day to move out, so that you can clock in unscrupulously. Qiao Jiyoung held the pillow of the sofa, swaying his snow-white legs, and was about to open the takeaway software. A WeChat prompt suddenly sounded. Then, a WeChat message from Sen Zhou popped up. Long-legged uncle, Xiao Jiyoung, have you finished packing up? Long-legged uncle, I'm afraid that the hard-working children will clean up and forget to eat, so I ordered dinner for you. Remember to check it. Qiao Jiyoung's heart jumped. Mr. Chen is so busy with official business that she still cares about whether she has eaten well. How can he be so good? She took her room card and opened the door and went out. As soon as she came out of the elevator, the rider carrying the takeaway saw her. Is it Miss Qiao? I am. Qiao Zhiyang nodded. She took the takeaway and smelled the fresh and spicy crayfish through the bag. Wow, Omega. How could Mr. Chen know what she wants to eat? It's like spying on her inner voice. There are not only the crayfish she wants to eat, but also the succulent grapes she wants to drink, and a bag of her favorite blackcurrant-flavored crystal candy. What is this? Qiao Zhiyang took the takeaway receipt and found that there was a string of notes below. I wish the world's cutest Qiao children to officially start a new life, eat well and drink well, and their troubles fly away. At this moment, Qiao Zhiyang only felt that his heart began to beat the drum in his chest again. She couldn't help picking up a small amount of ice and dangling fruit tea and sticking it to her slightly red face. Although Mr. Chen didn't ask her for money, as a serious little sheep, she didn't want to take advantage of him for nothing. Qiao Zhiyang took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the takeaway in his hand, and then opened the dialog box. Sheep, third brother, I got the takeaway, thank you. Yang Ba Barbie, is it convenient to transfer money on WeChat? I'll transfer the takeaway money to you. The other party is like a mobile phone and happens to be around, almost in seconds. Long-legged uncle, no need to pay. The next second, the voice was sent. For some reason, when she saw the voice message, her heart couldn't help jumping. Before I clicked it, my ears seemed to be passed by an electric current, and a piece of numbness exploded in advance. As if she had been tricked by something, only his voice could touch her reaction. No. How can she react to Mr. Chen? He is her little sister's little uncle. Qiao Zhiyang immediately shook his head, and the invisible horns of the lamb on his head were about to shake out. Afraid of being cast strange glances by passers-by, she took the takeaway and immediately walked in when the elevator was just open. Qiao Zhiyang took a deep breath to adjust his mood, stretched out his fingertips, and carefully poked the voice bar. The man's low and cold voice gently rubbed into her ears like a spring breeze. This is a reward given by my brother to the hardworking children. How can I charge the children's money? If you think it's not enough, just tell your brother. Another voice sounded automatically. Compared with the lazy and gentleness just now, this time it shows a sexy and seductive subwoofer. My brother feeds you. Qiao Zhiyang's heart seemed to be gripped by a hook, and his ears were already numb. She was a little short of breath. She quickly took the bottle of fleshy grapes and pressed it against her blushing face again. It's so hot. Qiao Zhiyang hummed slightly, because it was too sultry here. In fact, the elevator is not sultry. Although it's embarrassing, but... She looked at the screen in a daze and couldn't help but remember when she was at home before. No matter how good her grades are, she is only exchanged for a faint perfunctory and stressful word of continuing to continue and not to disappoint us. But for him, you can get a surprising reward just for such a small thing as tidying up good things. This feeling. Like a child who has been trying to do things perfectly and just wants to get a sweet candy, suddenly his palm is filled with a lot of candy, and his chest is covered with a proud little red flower. Qiao Zhiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of his lips couldn't help bending. Suddenly I feel that there is nothing wrong with being his child. It's September in Beijing, and the heat has not dissipated. The locust trees on both sides of the road are in full bloom of tender green vitality in the scorching sun. Today is the opening day of Yinzhen University. There are busy figures of freshmen and seniors everywhere. As a delicate and elegant figure slowly stepped in, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qiao Zhiyang was wearing a light and elegant moon-white cheongsam, and his soft chiffon sleeves perfectly hooked his arms, bringing out the fairy spirit. The skirt just hangs down to bare feet, revealing a small snow-white complexion. The slender figure was hooked into a delicate posture by the soft silk fabric. And the hair was simply pulled behind the head with a shark clip full of pearls. A face without any foundation was pure and delicate. The tea-brown pupils were as clear and clean as the water mist spread, and the red lips were full, which was soft and touching. Damn it! Look at the direction of 9 o'clock. This is so beautiful, isn't it? She looks like a beautiful woman who came out of a Republic of China movie. I'm not the only one who thinks it's exaggerated, is it? Unexpectedly, there are still people walking on the street in cheongsam, and they are not filming. As a traditional costume, cheongsam is no longer the mainstream now. Every time Qiao Zhiyang goes out in a cheongsam, he will attract a lot of attention. These eyes are both stunning and inferior and sarkle. In the past, she had minded these uncomfortable eyes and thought about not wearing cheongsam to go out. But then, she figured it out. You are free to dress. Cheongsam is the clothes she has liked and been proud of since she was a child, so she doesn't want to choose to give up because of these bad sounds. Qiao Zhiyang took the invitation letter and came to Professor Wei's office according to the guidelines. Wen Jishen is known as the world's most famous, national treasure-level Chinese designer. Not only did she win a world-class award, but she also starred in the documentary Cheongsam Master, organized by the most authoritative platform, which is the idol she has always regarded as her goal. She was about to see the celebrity she had admired for a long time, and she couldn't help standing nervously in front of the door and tidying up her clothes. At this time, the mobile phone vibrated slightly. Qiao Jiyan opened it and saw the WeChat sent by Tendai. Uncle Longlegs, have you arrived at school? The corners of her lips curled slightly and she replied, I'm here. Now, I'm going to report to Professor Wen. When I was about to pick a hair from the updated emoticon library, the other party had already replied in seconds. He really seems to have the ability to understand her thoughts. She didn't say it, but she could always figure out her inner anxiety at a glance. Long-legged uncle, don't be nervous and do what you like boldly. Long-legged uncle, my best little Jiyan. Chapter 13. Take care of her, and then turn to bed. Qiao Jiyan's heart suddenly touched. The tense and cramped emotions in my heart seemed to be cast by some magical magic, and they suddenly dissipated. The replacement is a continuous stream of motivation. She looked at the words on the screen, and her clear eyes lit up like stars. Sheep, Chongduk, the best Jiyan kid. Qiao Jiyan raised his head, and his expression became firmer than just now. She raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Please come in. The gentle voice of the old man came from inside. She opened the door and saw the old man wearing an improved tan costume, and the dark blue cloth was embroidered with lifelike cranes and auspicious clouds. Although he is old, he is well maintained, and he can still see the heroic posture of that year between his eyebrows. He was holding the bread in his hand, and a white and fat pigeon stood on his shoulder. While eating, he tilted his head obediently and looked at her. Qiao Jiyan stood straight and bowed politely to him. Hello, Professor Wen, I'm Qiao Jiyan. The girl's soft and sweet voice sounded. Wen Jishan's movement of feeding birds stopped slightly, and he couldn't help looking at her with some surprise. He had heard of Miss Tianjin from Qiao's family in Hong Kong. I heard that she has been strictly disciplined by her family, and even her hobbies have been forcibly suppressed. Children who grow up in such a family will inevitably have a delicate character. I thought I would see a panicked and timid little girl, but I didn't expect that she was generous and decent, neither humble nor arrogant. Wen Jishan nodded with satisfaction. It's kind of interesting. It seems that someone didn't introduce it wrong. What are you still doing standing? Wen Jishan is a master, but he is not as arrogant as a master. He said modestly and gently, sit down, or someone will think I am abusing students later. Thank you, Professor Wen. Qiao Jiyan raised his head, walked to the chair, and sat down elegantly with his skirt. Her tea-brown eyes are bright and she looks at him gratefully. Thank you for receiving my email and being willing to accept me as a student. Professor Wen, as a national treasure level designer, is difficult to get a lesson. Even if it is a student of Yunjin, if you want to take his class, you have to rush by hand. Not to mention that she was just a sophomore outside the school at that time. I thought my design draft would sink into the sea, but I didn't expect to receive a reply the next day, which was his handwritten invitation letter. It was because of his invitation that she was able to successfully transfer to Yunjin University to study the design she had longed for. Qiao Jiyan respectfully handed him what was in his hand. This is my resume and the recent new design draft. Please have a look. Okay. Wen Jishan raised his hand to take it. As he took it, he was about to pick up the teacup next to him with the other hand. As soon as his eyes fell on the design draft, the action stopped in an instant. This was actually designed by a hand without the guidance of a master. Whether it is lines or other details, it is smooth and exquisite, with its own unique style. Although some treatment methods are still a little green, the whole is full of precious and amazing aura. It's like a piece of jade. As long as it is carefully carved, it will definitely shine. This is... Wen Jishan picked up another manuscript and saw a small piece of embroidery buttoned with a transparent paper pin. His eyes widened. How could you still embroider? This is a precious non-heritage culture. With the continuous commercial development of the times, this traditional handicraft is no longer common. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Qiao Jiyan nodded and bent his eyebrows slightly. This was what my grandmother taught me before. Grandma is the only person in the family who supports her dream. But since Grandma passed away, no one in the family has supported her to take the path of design. Thinking of his deceased relatives, Qiao Jiyan's eyes couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. Wen Jishan looked at the design draft and embroidery on his hand, and his mouth could hardly close. I thought that the newly enrolled students only had the tale of design, but I didn't expect that they would have the traditional skill of embroidery. Woohoo! He really picked up the treasure this time. Cough. Wen Jishan coughed lightly and tried his best to hide his excitement and pretended to be calm. Yes, you will be my student in the future. He handed over the class schedule to Qiao Jiyan. This is my schedule, and there is also my contact information on it. Thank you. The girl's eyes lit up and she quickly reached out to take it. She looked at the schedule in her hand, and her face was full of excitement and joy. Oh, she finally took the first step towards her dream, is greater than, is less than. After Qiao Jiyan left, Wen Jishan immediately pulled out the drawer, took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Third Master Turn. As soon as the other side was connected, he immediately pretended to be arrogant and hummed. You asked me to accept this little girl. I have already done it. I will treat this kindness as a return to you. But thanks to your lead, I can receive a very talented student like her. Wen Jishan's words changed, but my words are here. I am very strict in design and teaching. Even if she is yours, I will not restrain my temper. If she cries and complains to you, don't blame me. In the villa on the other side, the bathroom door was pushed open. As the man came out, the floor mirror in the bedroom reflected his tall figure. The tough and strong upper body is naked, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. Every inch of muscle line contains an explosive impact, and the sexy abdominal muscles and mermaid lines wind all the way into the waist of the trousers. Chunde was wearing Bluetooth headphones. Hearing this, he couldn't help laughing. She can't cry her nose. He looked determined that in the field of design, she would only be strong and persistent all the way to the end, and would not give up easily. Oh, so sure? When she raised her eyebrows and was about to joke back, the other party had turned around and strongly protected her. But if you really make her cry, I will definitely help her without thinking. Wen Jishan, you son of a man. He sagged softly and asked casually, who is this little girl from you? Unexpectedly, you can ask for your shelter from Sun Sanye. Hearing the words, Sun Zhou hooked his lips. In a place where others can't see, his eyes are dark. She is my niece's friend. Wen Jishan was stunned. Oh, it turns out to be a little niece's friend. No wonder you take such care of it. He just said, how can an ambitious person like him who eats people and doesn't spit bones be a love brain? By the way, aren't you going to tell her the truth? Wen Jishan felt strange that you chose to give up on such a rare opportunity to get a good impression. This is not like your usual style of doing things. The little pigeon on the shoulder, go! Chunde buttoned his shirt for a pause. His eyelashes were slightly converged, and his thin lips were slightly hooked. I don't want her to think that she can win the favor and praise of famous teachers because of my relationship. The low and magnetic tone is extremely strong, and my child is so powerful that even without me, she still has this strength, doesn't she? Damn it! Wen Jisha's face was full of shock. It is said that the head of the Yingjing Cun family has a Buddha mouth and a snake heart. He is elegant and reserved on the surface, but in fact he is cold-blooded and cold-hearted. I didn't expect such a person to be so gentle to a little girl. It's obviously not as simple as an elder taking care of his niece's friend. Do you really only take care of her as a junior? Wen Jishan couldn't help staring at the table excitedly. You won't have any thoughts, will you? For example, take care of him, and then take care of him to the bed. Little pigeon, coo. The man in front of the mirror has been neatly dressed, changing from the wild lust just now to elegant. Chunde picked up the golden glasses on the table, and his deep phoenix eyes flashed with hot madness, like a wolf lurking and hunting in the dark. He smiled slightly. You guessed right. Chapter 14, knock her down while she is not paying attention. Wen Jishan. He really guessed it. Huh. The old cow eats young grass. It's really shameless. But, under the influence of his wife, Professor Wen, who fell in love with all kinds of romantic dramas emitting pink bubbles, Inving help but made up for it. The black scheming Svenskum gradually approached the simple and delicate Changsong little beauty in the name of taking care. Then, while she is not paying attention, knock her down. Possess her. Eat her. Wow, it's so touching. He is a local dog and he loves to see. Yingjing University, as the most famous institution in Beijing, in addition to the top faculty, even the environment is equally beautiful and outstanding. Xiao Jian visited at will while holding his mobile phone, like a recognized child, and couldn't wait to share his joy with close people. Yao Miao Miao, third brother, I just finished meeting Professor Wen. He is much more kinder than I thought. He also praised my design drawing well, Omega followed by a furry little sheep jumping up and scattering flowers. The other party replied in an instant. Long-legged uncle, congratulations to my child. Long-legged uncle, in order to celebrate today that Xiao Jian was praised by Professor Wen, what do you want to eat tonight? The third brother will take you there. Xiao Jiang bent the corners of his lips unknowingly. Just as she was about to bow her head to reply, someone suddenly hit her shoulder. Who is it? The sharp and arrogant female voice followed. Don't you have eyes when you walk? Saw Diane was wearing a burgundy low-breasted short skirt, and her eyes swept at the girl in front of her impatiently, and her face changed slightly. The girl in a moon-white Changsong is like a delicate and full camellia, blooming exquisitely and elegantly. She lowered her eyes and saw the schedule she was holding in her hand coming out of the Wenjishan office, and her expression was even worse. In the morning, she received the news that the transfer student who came from Hong Kong City was not only invited by Professor Wen himself, but also a delicate and bright Changsong beauty. Suddenly, a popular and beautiful girl was airdropped. Su Dian's alarm bell, which has been held high for a long time, rang wildly. So he came here on purpose to find out. I didn't expect that when I looked at it now, I really had a delicate face that men would like. Even wearing such an old-fashioned Changsong can be so amazing. Saw Diane's eyes were half squinted, and her face was full of unpleasantness. It's really annoying. The eyes projected in front of me are very uncomfortable. Xiao Jiyoung looked up and looked at her mature and richly face, and his eyebrows flashed with surprise. Is it her? The number of fans in the whole network, the Cheongsong with the most popular traffic, Ji Dai Dai? I heard that she also studied fashion design at Yinjiang University. I didn't expect to meet you by such a coincidence today. Being both a classmate and a peer, Xiao Jiyao's lips curled slightly and politely wanted to reach out to her. Hello. What kind of era is it? Why are there still people walking around the street in Cheongsong? Su Jian wrapped her hands around her chest and sneered proudly and disdainfully. I said, don't you think it's embarrassing? Although she is a $1 million fangirl who mainly wears Cheongsong, she has always disliked this outdated costume in her heart. I really don't understand what's so good about this kind of rustic Cheongsong. If it hadn't been for the recent popular national style, which is convenient for her to increase her followers, she wouldn't have worn such a village-flavored thing. Take it off quickly. With no one around, Su Jian is too lazy to pretend. Don't make a fuss here. If you want to hit a person, you have to humiliate her with words. Although she doesn't like Cheongsong, she has enjoyed the title of Cheongsong Beauty for so long. Now suddenly, there are more people who steal it from her. Of course, she doesn't want to. Su Dian hooked her lips gently. That's why she said so on purpose, so that the woman could take off the Cheongsong quickly, and it's better not to wear it again. Xiao Jiyang. She frowned and her eyes became cold. I really didn't expect that she was a super popular national-style grass girl. It turns out that it is so false in private. Seeing that she hadn't spoken, Su Dian was even more happy. What if it looks a little sexy? It's not a soft persimmon yet. She sneered and couldn't help saying, I said where did you crawl out of the unearthed cultural relics? Xiao Jiyang looked at her coldly and said, otherwise, Cheongsong, as the most classic traditional treasure of Hualio, how can it become an outdated tool from your mouth to please others? Do you dare to say this kind of words to your fans again? Su Dian was shocked. So does she know her Weibo account? She panicked for a moment and quickly rolled her lower lip disdainfully. Oh, it's like this when you know it. She has so many fans that no one will believe her even if she exposes her fake character on the internet. Su Dian raised her eyes arrogantly and proudly. When she was about to refute, Xiao Jiyan glared at her indifferently. And what clothes I wear is my freedom. You have no right to tell me what to do. In the past, in order to maintain the image of a so-called good child, she silently endured grievances. But now, she doesn't want to put up with it anymore. What's more, the other party also insulted her favorite thing. That's even more bearable. Xiao Jiyang raised his bright eyes and stared at her, like a fierce fried lamb, arching with the horns of the lamb on his head. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk nonsense in front of me in the future. You turtle eats coal, black-hearted little king. The fight is over. Then run. Never give the other party a chance to react. Before the person on the opposite side came back to his senses, Xiao Jiyang had turned around flexibly and walked away quickly like a dazzling arrow. It feels like a strong wind is blowing on my face. Su Dian clenched her fist and was so angry that her face was as ugly as a color plate. I'm so angry. This woman knows that she is a big up with millions of fans, but she dares to be so impolite to her. She is just a vain, vase girl. What she wants to do is to defeat what she has. Wait and see. Chapter 15. Prepare for a surprise, but be cut off by his niece. Xiao Jiyang walked to the edge of the school gate. She looked back and saw that no one was entangled. The little sheep horn, who had been on guard, gradually relaxed. Hum. That's all. That's all. The little sheep straightened its waist and shook its invisible little tail behind it. She is already a brave lamb, no longer the one who used to be patient. Next time anyone dares to trouble her again, give her one, and she will take one with sheep horns. Xiao Jiyang picked up his mobile phone again and opened the dialogue box with Zhenji. Although she also wants to have dinner with Mr. Chen. But Mr. Sen manages such a large test group, and the itinerary must be very full. Asking him to put down the work at hand just to accompany her for dinner because of a small matter, Xiao Jiyang replied to him. Yang Ba Ma, thank you, third brother. You don't have to come to dinner with me. You go ahead and I'll do it by myself. At this time, it was more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the crowd was crowded at the gate of Yinjiang University. Xiao Jiyang stood in place elegantly and dignifiedly in a moon-white Cheongsong.it. Like the beauty of the south of the Yangtze River who came out of the ink painting, which is so amazing that people hold their breath and fascinated. Many boys next to them have opened the scanning code, and they are eager to ask her for WeChat. Frog fun. Is this a freshman? It looks so beautiful, isn't it? I have already understood that he is a sophomore in the Department of Design. I heard that he was transferred from Hong Kong City. No wonder I've been single for so long. It turns out that my true destiny is right in front of me. Just as they were about to step over. Suddenly, a cool taken iceberry pink sports car rushed over from the door arrogantly with the roaring sound of the engine. He stopped in front of them with great fanfare, and the car door opened. The girl has thick chestnut-colored long curly hair, wearing a sexy black suspender top and dark purple workwear shorts, revealing her white and straight long legs. Her face is wearing sunglasses, her walking pace is majestic and handsome, and her whole body exudes the temperament of a sexy and beautiful royal sister. Little baby to under the envious eyes of a group of boys, Chen Jinghuan took off the sunglasses on his face with one hand and hugged the girl skillfully and naturally with the other hand. Rubbing her white and tender cheeks, her cold voice is sweet. I miss you so much to wow, the cheongsong you are wearing today is really beautiful. In your Cantonese in Hong Kong, it's a beautiful mirror to Huangbao, you're back. Qiao Zhiyong looked at her in surprise. Didn't you go on a foreign island for vacation? As a person who messed up the divine religion, the little sister's favorite thing to do is to be absent from class, travel around the world, and write randomly at the end of the term. The number of times I can see her in a semester is more than her combined. We agreed to take you to play and pick you up. Of course, I will fly back to see you as soon as the school starts. Chen Jinghuan hooked her shoulder and took the little sheep to his car. Let's go. In order to celebrate you finally escaped from this cage-like home. My sister took you to eat and drink spicy food. She took care of kidnapping the little sheep and didn't notice at all that a familiar black Bugatti was slowly coming behind her. Sunday looked at the light berry-colored sports car in front of him with an expressionless face, and his deep phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. For a long time, he sneered very lowly. TSK. I wanted to surprise the child, but I didn't expect it to be a step slower. It was taken away by my dear little niece. It's really great. Chen Jinghuan, as an authentic Beijing native, took the little sheep to the most authentic old hot pot restaurant. The bottom of the fresh and spicy butter bone soup is boiling, exuding an appetizing spicy fragrance. Well, this raw eats to Qiao Jia held a plate full of sesame sauce and coriander, brushed his belly, and his cheeks were bulging, and he looked satisfied. It turns out that the spicy hot pot that has been said on the internet is really delicious. From now on, it is announced that she is the happiest foodie lamb in the world. Eat slowly, and add if it's not enough. Chen Jinghuan, who was sitting aside, put the peeled crayfish in her bowl. You should move to my Wangyi Bay and live with me. If you don't like it, there are several villas of different styles under my name for you to choose from, and you can also save a rental money. Because he also has to pay attention to the work of dressing and matching bloggers, for the convenience of shooting, Qiao Jiang did not apply for school accommodation. She shook her head with a smile. No, I have money to support myself. Although they are best friends, it doesn't mean that she can take advantage of her with this. Chen Jinghuan, who knew her personality, knocked on her forehead helplessly. There was really nothing she could do about you. This little sheep is usually obedient and soft, but once it comes to its own principles, it will become firm and persistent. Since my baby likes this, let's listen to you. Chen Jinghuan picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth for her. But if there is anything wrong with the rental side, remember to ask me as soon as possible, okay? In this way, she can take the lamb home naturally. By the way, suddenly thinking of something, Chen Jinghuan frowned and immediately asked seriously, didn't your family trouble you again? Qiao Jiyang shook his head. Strangely enough, they haven't sent text messages or phone calls to harass her since the airport. Hearing the words, Chen Jinghuan was relieved. That's good. But she still doesn't feel at ease. What if they want to make trouble again in the middle and catch her little lamb back? No way. It is still necessary to ask the little uncle for a favor and ask him to take care of him. With the prestige of the little uncle in the Beijing circle, it can definitely deter them. Actionist Chen Jinghuan immediately took out his mobile phone, quickly opened WeChat, and released Sun Zhou from the blacklist. What a mess. Why did this empty-nested old man suddenly change to such a womanly avatar? She looked at the cute wolf's head inexhaustible, and the corners of her mouth twitched. I remember that his avatar was still uninteresting pure white a few days ago. Why did he change to kawaii for no reason? Damn it, you're not chasing girls, are you? The terrible idea just came to mind and was soon rejected by her. It's impossible. With her little uncle's cold and ascetic nature, how could he put down his body to chase girls? Not to mention, I also know the little trick of changing the avatar to brush the favorability. Chen Jinghuan brewed his emotions and opened his second personality. It's Huan, dear to love to us to little to uncle to waited for about half an hour before the other party replied. Disgusting. No, no saving, no love. Chen Jinghuan, look at this bad temper. No little girl should like you. Chen Jinghuan endured and typed quickly with his fingers. I have a little sister who escaped from home because of something. I'm afraid that her family will mess with her again, so I want to ask my dear little uncle if he can help her. I was afraid that the other party would not agree, just when she racked her brains and prepared to say a few beautiful words. I didn't expect that the person who had only replied to her for a long time would reply in a second. Disgusting, okay? Damn it. Is it alright? Chen Jinghuan looked at the reply above and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Shocked the family. Is this the sun coming out from the west? The little uncle, who is usually the least nosy, didn't ask, and directly agreed. Chen Jinghuan, it seems that he must be in a good mood today. Does that mean that she can go one more inch? It's Huan Huan, thank you, little uncle, to just when she was about to take the opportunity to get back the pocket money that was inexplicably deducted this month. A red exclamation mark suddenly popped out. You have been blocked by the other party. Chen Jinghuan. She was blacked. Why? What did she do wrong again? Chapter 16. He is good and sweet, and he is the most bullied by bad guys. Chen Jinghuan looked at the exclamation mark on the screen and only felt that the CPU began to malfunction. What's going on? Wasn't it fine just now? Why did you suddenly black out her? Chen Jinghuan wanted to break her head, but she really didn't expect that she had offended the little uncle again. Finally, she also pulled him into the blacklist. Oh, sure enough, old men are prone to uncertainty. The future aunt must keep her eyes open and never choose him. As night falls, the sky outside is dark. After eating hot pot, it's still early. Chen Jinghuan, who couldn't be idle, proposed with interest on his face. It's just 8:30 now. Why don't we transfer to the bar? Bar? Xiao Jiyang has never been to such a place. He can't help but be a little nervous, but I can't drink. What are you afraid of? The bar can not only drink alcohol, but also juice. Chen Jinghuan looked at her hesitant little face and couldn't help raising his hand and pinching it gently. You are too strictly controlled. Once these are involved, you will begin to worry. According to me, since you have escaped, relax and play and see more about the world. Let's go, let's take you to float to. She hooked the little sheep's shoulder full of vitality, made a forward rushing gesture, and rushed to the duck. Yao Jia's eyes were bright, and the invisible sheep's horns on her head swayed from side to side with some heart. That's right. She has escaped from the cage-like house, so she will stop being a worried lamb. If you want to do it, you have to be a brave lamb. She curled her red lips, learned the gestures of her little sisters, and rushed to the duck. To offshore is the most famous night in Yinjing. On the ceiling, decorated with transparent glass, there are rotating atmospheric light balls hanging, and there are paper-drunken gold fans everywhere. The light of the bar was adjusted to a warm orange dim light, filled with a slightly dull and confused tone. Chen Jinghuan took the wine list and skillfully ordered a cocktail and a glass of Starry Sky Rose to the signature bartender here. The bartender put an edible rose into the glass, and then poured the liquor made into the color of the starry sky into it along the wall of the glass. Then, under Xiao Jiao's surprised gaze, he held the fog gun in his hand and skillfully sprayed fog from top to bottom. As the fog dissipated, the roses in the cup seemed to be magic, shining on the crystal dreamy wine, mysterious and romantic. Xiao Jiang can't help exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, it's so beautiful." I suddenly felt that the blackcurrant juice in my hand was not fragrant. Chen Jinghuan hooked the wine glass and brought it to her mouth with a smile. Do you want to have a taste? Well. Xiao Jiang took a small sip curiously, and his thin eyebrows immediately wrinkled, which was so bitter. Thinking of fruit-flavored wine, the taste should be sweet. Unexpectedly, it was bitter and astringent. Sure enough, the fruit wine mentioned in the novel is sweet, which is a lie. Xiao Jiang picked up the blackcurrant juice that had just fallen out of favor. I'd better drink my juice. The light at the scene was dim. Surrounded by hot girls dressed in sexy and revealing clothes, only she was wearing a daily moon white cheongsam. Her bare face was clean and beautiful, and she obediently held juice and drank it. Her whole body was delicate and elegant. Among the crowds, it has undoubtedly become the most special scenery. Chen Jinghuan couldn't help rubbing again. Her face is so good. How can she be so good? Her eyes are slightly flirtatious. A soft and delicious little sheep like you is very easy to be bullied by bad people. It's the kind that will try his best to kidnap her into his own nest. Then he took advantage of her unpreparedness, put his arms around her soft neck and ate her clean from the inside out. It's useless to cry. It will only get worse. Slippery to it's exciting to think about it. Xiao Jiyong looked at the little sister who suddenly turned yellow. She hummed angrily. Can you be more serious? Okay, don't talk about this. Chen Jinghuan came over with a gossipy face and blinked his eyes. Then let's say back to the elder who helped you at the airport last time. Did you leave each other's contact information? Yes. Xiao Jiyang nodded and curled the corners of his lips. Although he was an elder, he had no pretentiousness at all. He was like a heartfelt brother, and he enlightened me maturely and patiently. If it weren't for him, I might have wanted to give up halfway. Chen Jinghuan. She patted her thigh excitedly. Isn't this daddy dom? It's a popular word on the internet recently, describing a strong, steady, gentle and careful father-boyfriend. Chen Jinghuan is a spoiled little princess in the family, and her personality is bold and straightforward. She was even more excited. In my opinion, this peach blossom is quite good. I'm really sorry for the fate given by God. Xiao Jiyang. Her face suddenly turned red. She shook her hand quickly without thinking about it. No, this is too much. Mr. Chen is an elder or his best friend's little uncle. Moreover, he is sincere and does not help her for any purpose. How can she commit the following and have such disrespectful thoughts to him? Exceed the moment. This is too exaggerated. Chen Jinghuan raised her beautiful peach blossom eyes and just fell in love. What's the matter? I slept with him directly. Then take him to my little uncle. Look, people about your age have found a partner. Why are you still single to ha 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 ha? At that time, the little uncle's expression must be super wonderful. Aha! Just think about it and relieve your anger. Xiao Jiyoung looked at her with a slingy face and couldn't help asking, haven't you made up with your little uncle yet? What a hammer. When it comes to this matter, Chen Jinghuan is angry. You don't even know what he has done. A few days ago, half of my pocket money was deducted inexplicably, and today I was inexplicably blocked. Although I often blacklit him, I have good reasons. What about him? Nothing. It's like I robbed his wife. But he doesn't have a wife. After drinking a cocktail, Chen Jinghua's face had a faint blush. She held the girl's hand, slightly drunk, like a broken heart. Old mother, full of serious words, baby lamb, although I asked the little uncle to take care of you, you must remember to keep a distance from him and never get close to him. He is not a good person. Huh. Xiao Jiyoung was stunned again and again. She couldn't help but open her mouth. In fact, minus SHH. Before she finished speaking, Chen Jinghuan suddenly put his index finger against her lips, and his ears stood up excitedly. I heard the song I Love Beans. I'm going to dance. Remember, if someone comes to talk to you and lets you go with him, no matter who you are, you can't agree to him. Before leaving, Chen Jinghuan didn't forget to remind her, otherwise she would be eaten. Xiao Jiyoung held the juice in his hand and nodded obediently, At the same time, in the VIP private room upstairs, a slender and straight figure sat lazily on the leather sofa. Chapter 17. It's not love at first sight, it's a long-term plan. The man was wearing a reserved and cold black shirt, and the neckline was slightly open, revealing half of the delicate and winding collarbone. The arm bound by the leather cuffs of the same color, the texture line is firm and strong. The warm and hazy light and shadow of the box reflected the golden glasses on the bridge of his high nose, which was stained with the ascetic and elegant scumbag spirit. He leaned his back against the back of the chair, his long legs overlapped, his wrists and arms were casually on the armrest, his fingertips gently hooked the wine glass, and his body was full of indifference that was difficult to approach. I said, what's wrong with you tonight? Pei Shu, who was holding a billiard cue next to him, glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. Is he dissatisfied with such a low pressure? Shall I call some sisters up for you? I guarantee to make you feel comfortable immediately. Before he finished speaking, the other party's cold eyes suddenly raised, and his eyes suddenly pressed over with a cold momentum. Pei Shu. He soaped softly and raised his hand. Yes, okay. If you don't like this topic, then let's change it. By the way, there is something I have wanted to ask you for a long time. Pei Shu's eyes shifted slightly and fell on the string of high-quality Buddha beads on his wrist. He was still shocked. I remember that when I first met you, you didn't wear this thing. When did you join the religion? No, you guy with zero conscience still believe in Buddhism. Chen Dai shook the wine in his hand carelessly. His thin lips were slightly hooked, abstaining from lust. Pei Shu. Pretend less, you? He rolled his eyes speechlessly. I heard that you saved a little girl from Hong Kong City not long ago. Pei Shu leaned lazily against the billiard table behind him and hummed jokingly. Brother, don't hide it. Which Xiao Qianjing finally made your old house on fire? Chen Dai stopped shaking the wine glass gently. His eyelids were slightly raised, and his dull voice could not tell the joy and anger. Are you interested in her? The other party asked lightly, but the aura suddenly dropped to freezing point. It seems that as long as he accidentally nods or makes a joke, even if he is a friend, he has nothing to talk about. Pei Shu. Frog fun. How can you protect it to this point? No way, Chen Zhou. Pei Shu straightened up with a smile, picked up Chowka casually, and rubbed the skin of the club. Wouldn't you fall in love with that little girl at first sight? Damn, brother, I didn't expect you to be a pure love warrior. As soon as he said that, Chen Dai smiled lazily. No. Pei Shu raised his eyebrows without surprise. Right. He also thinks it's impossible. A cruel character like Chen Zhou, who has been killed out of the siege and firmly in a position of power, is like the Tang family, who has taken the Hein of power in Kowloon, must be a ruthless and deep and ruthless person. How can this kind of love that only appears in TV series happen to him? If there really is, what if his name is written backwards? Just as Pei Shu bent down and held a billiard club in his hand to poke the red ball in front of him, the low and mellow voice slowly sounded from behind. It's not love at first sight. It has been planned for a long time. The man standing in front of the billiard table with his buttocks up shook so suddenly that he almost flew out with the club. Ouch! My baby's waist. Pei Shu covered the waist that had just been flashed painfully, grinned and turned around with wide eyes. The wind was too strong just now, and I didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat the sentence just now? Chen Dai took the wine in his hand and brought it to his lips elegantly. Half a glass of wine was drunk, and he looked straight at the other party's shocked expression. He was calm and undisguised, which was what you thought. Pei Shu. Dang. The club in his hand fell to the ground. Oh, my God. No way. As if struck by lightning, he stood still in a daze, and his face was full of confusion about who I was and where I was now. Electric light and fire. He suddenly thought of something and took a deep breath of cold air in an instant. Shit, damn it. Pei Shaw couldn't believe it and raised his head, staring at him with trembling lips. Is it? The white moonlight you have been secretly in love with for 10 years is the little girl. As the heir of the Pei family, which is also one of the top rich families in the Beijing circle, his relationship with Zhengde is not bad. I heard that there was a white moonlight in Zhengde's heart before. But there has never been any information about this white moonlight, whether it is the name, appearance or family background. Slowly, he lost the interest to explore. He took it as just a joke between friends and didn't take it seriously. But I didn't expect it to be true. Pei Shaw rubbed his jumping temples with a suspicious face, and his voice trembled a little. I heard that the little girl was only 19 years old. Damn it, wait! Pei Shaw covered his chest and took a deep breath again. He couldn't believe it and pointed to the lazy man sitting in front of him, and his voice almost broke through the ceiling. Damn it! Don't tell me, you have already begun to plot against others at that time. Are you a beast? The man who was pointed at looked reserved and lazy, and a pair of phoenix eyes sealed by gold-rimmed glasses were as deep as the sea. Sun Zhou looked at the other party's condemning eyes, his thin lips hooked slightly, his face did not blush and his heart did not beat. He continued to be calm. I am. From the first time he saw her, he wanted to be a beast. Pei Shaw. Zhengde put down the wine glass in his hand, and in the dark environment, the deep sound slowly swayed away. Otherwise, why do you think I tried my best to climb to a high position? As an illegitimate son who can't see the light, he can become the head of the family in the capital in a place like the Lawton Tiger's Cave of the Tun family. It can be imagined how unimaginable hardships and perseverance have been paid behind it. Everyone thought he was just for power. But he didn't know that every step he took was just to have more confidence in the future, and took the little girl he had been dreaming of day and night for himself. Pei Shaw opened his mouth wide in a daze. He wanted to say something, but in the end he only gave a thumbs up. You are awesome, you are so awesome. I thought that as a prodigal son who only walks his kidneys but doesn't follow his heart, it is no longer human to show mercy everywhere. Unexpectedly, San Sanye, who is known as the abstinence Buddha in front of him, is even more inhuman than him. Even the children are thinking about it. Pei Shaw stared at the Buddha beads on his wrist and was speechless. He couldn't help but be light. I said, what are you still wearing this thing for? You don't be a human being, and what kind of desire do you want? You don't respect Buddha like this, and you are not afraid of being cursed by heaven. Hearing the words, Sun Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. I am indeed aware of desire. He slowly and logically fiddled with the Buddha beads on his lower wrist. His handsome face was reserved, but the dark eyes were surging. I was afraid that my desire would scare her away. Chapter 18. A sense of security is bursting. I am her boyfriend. Pei Shaw. He looked at the man in front of him who gave full play to the principle of not being human, and gave a thumbs up again. Brother, you are really good. Just a few seconds after it was quiet, the door was suddenly opened excitedly. Wow, that's great. A beautiful girl in a cheongsam came downstairs. It's amazing. The man in the flower shirt couldn't hide the smile on his face. His body and legs were straight and thin. He must be very energetic when playing. I specially inquired. He was still a student of Yingjing University. It seems to be called Tiaojiang. Before the man finished his words, what responded to him was a sharp saber. The blade wrapped in a strong evil spirit brushed the air, and the cold light refracted quickly past in front of his eyes. Before he could react, he only felt a knife sound in his ear. The sharp saber was tilted 45 degrees and inserted straight into the wall next to him. As long as the knife is a little more biased, his ears will be in danger. Jiang Jun's face turned pale. He raised his eyes and met the cold eyes of the two Slurky, as if he had met a fierce and cruel wolf. Zhengde leaned back on the sofa, and the hand that had just thrown away the saber lazily put it back on the armrest. The phoenix's eyes are condescending, full of chilling thinness, and the corners of the lips are slightly raised, smiling but not smiling, playing. His eyes suddenly darkened a little, and his aura burst out with gloomy and fierce strength. Is my girl also worthy of you? The whole audience was dead silent. The air seemed to be frozen, and the temperature dropped to 0. Jiang Jun's eyes opened slightly, and he was shocked, but he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe his ears, and his face turned paler. She is. Pei Shaw, who was standing aside, turned his head quickly. It turns out that the white moonlight that a certain old man has been longing for is downstairs. He came over and rescued his friend who was about to cry. TSK, you idiot, the little beauty in cheongsam downstairs is the beast, cough. It's the treasure on the tip of our Tun Sanye's heart. Do you still want to play? I'll go directly to the Hall of Hell to report later. Jiang Jun, Kiak. Abba. The little beauty in cheongsam turned out to be the white moonlight of Zhen Sanye. But she is only 19 years old. Isn't it the old cow eating young grass and not respecting the old? Of course, he only dared to beep loudly in his heart. Sun Zhou got up from the sofa slowly. He raised his hand elegantly to tidy up the neckline and rebuttoned the buttons at the top meticulously. The cold and evil spirit that was originally exuding around him suddenly retracted and became reserved and gentle. It's quite a sense of abstinence, like a scum. He walked towards the door with his long legs. Where are you going? Pei Shu looked at his back strangely. Chen Dai hooked his lips and caught the sheep. As the night was late outside, the whole scene became more lively. The neon lights on the dance floor were dazzling, dynamic rock music sounded, and many figures swayed freely. He walked downstairs with his hands on his trouser pockets and stood at the junction of the corner. At a glance, he saw the girl sitting on the bar, and her deep phoenix eyes slowly narrowed. The girl in a white cheongsam sat on a high stool. The soft and close-fitting fabric sexily outlines her slender body, and the slender white legs under the skirt naturally droop dazzlingly white. She held the juice quietly and obediently, and her delicate and pure face made passers-by look back frequently. This makes the man, who is essentially possessive, have a strong dark look in his eyes. Bad boy, disobedient. You are so bold that you dare to come to a dangerous place like a bar where bad people are everywhere. You still dress so beautifully and attractively. It's really time to hold her up now, lean against the unknown corner, and use all kinds of bad tricks to make her sob and beg for mercy. The idea of darkness out of control surged up crazily, trying to break through the shackles of reason again. Chan's throat knot rolled slightly during the day. He closed his eyes restrainedly. He lowered his head and fiddled with the Buddha beads on his wrist before forcibly suppressing those dark and surging thoughts and put them back in the cage. Don't be in a hurry. These pathological paranoid desires can't be said now. She can't let her notice it before she fully falls in love with him. Otherwise, his little sheep will be scared away. Chen Dai lowered the dark color of his eyebrows and continued to walk with his feet up. Not far from the bar is the dance floor. Chao Jiyoung was looking at it, and suddenly there was a whistle in his ear. Hi, beauty, are you alone? The greasy-looking man dressed as an upstart shook the wine glass in his hand and laughed out with yellow teeth. Let me have a few drinks with you, okay? The pungent smell of men's perfume came to my face. Chao Jiyoung frowned and hid back in disgust. I'm not alone. Please give way. Oh, the oil man's eyes blatantly groped a few times in front of her, and his tone was too obscene. Is that a beauty as beautiful as you, with white skin and thin waist, which makes people's hearts die? It doesn't matter. Let's play together. I don't mind threesomes. There is no end to this person. The first time he met such a difficult hooligan, Chao Jiyoung can't help holding the cup in his hand nervously. She endured the nausea and forced herself to calm down. Please leave quickly. My boyfriend is here, and he will come soon. Yo, who is this little girl lying to? The greasy man pulled his lips, and his eyes were unkind. As soon as she came in, he had been eyeing her. Obviously, there is only one female companion. Where did the boyfriend come from? It's really lucky to meet such a beautiful girl tonight. He hasn't played with a woman in a cheongsam yet. He must be so happy. The greasy man licked his thick mouth, and his eyes became more and more dirty. He was determined that the boyfriend in her mouth was a liar, and he had no scruples about his beer belly and came closer. Beauty, it's been so long. Where is your boyfriend? Leave such a beautiful girlfriend alone. It's better to separate with him and stay with me. I will definitely love you well. Chao Jiyoung is uncomfortable when he stares at him. She put down the cup, picked up the bag, and was about to leave quickly. I was stopped in front by the man. Why did you run? Didn't you say that your boyfriend would come soon? He stared at the panic on the girl's face and approached her more proudly. Where on earth is your boyfriend? Let him come over. With that, the fat hand was about to touch her waist. Oh no, can't be touched by him. Chao Jiyoung squeezed his lips, endured the fear and despair in his heart, grabbed the small bag in his hand, and was about to smash it at him. His waist suddenly tightened, and his whole body suddenly fell back into a thick and strong embrace. The familiar and reassuring cold wood fragrance enveloped her from behind, instantly washing away all the smells that made her uncomfortable. Chao Jiyoung's eyelashes trembled slightly. She raised her eyes and met a pair of deep phoenix eyes, and the tip of her heart suddenly missed a beat. The anxiety and fear that trapped her just now magically disappeared. It seems that as long as he is here, she can't be afraid of anything. Chen Dai held her strongly and with a great sense of security. He stroked her little white face with his palm. The low magnetic and gentle tone rippled with pampering and pain. I'm sorry, baby, for making you wait for a long time. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the man opposite with a shocked face. His eyes flashed with bloodthirsty violence, and his voice suddenly cooled down. I'm her boyfriend. I heard that you were looking for me. Chapter 19. Ambiguous name, my little girlfriend. The man in front of him is extremely tall, measuring 1.9 meters. The shoulders are extremely wide, and the arms are wearing leather cuffs, and the ups and downs of the muscle lines are outlined through the thin fabric. A pure black shirt looks cold and alienated, and the gold-rimmed glasses add a little elegance. Obviously, he looks like a graceful nobleman, but the aura around him invisibly exudes a sense of oppression of a thug. Damn it. The greasy man's eyes widened in shock, but he didn't expect that what she said was true. He couldn't help laughing a few times and took a step back. In order to hide the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, he flicked his bangs with a confident face. Is this your boyfriend? It's not good either. Xiao Zhiyang. Where does this bad thing come from? It looks obscene and greasy, like an unclean filtered garbage oil. Who is qualified to talk about his Mr. Chen, #plate. The little sheep was completely blown away. She came out of Sen Day's arms angrily. He took the initiative to take his arm, raised his chin slightly, and stared at him fiercely. Yes, this is my boyfriend. You don't even deserve to give him foot washing water. Greasy man. He couldn't make up for his face and wanted to beat people in anger. Damn it, you bitch, you dare to insult me. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. Hiss. As soon as his slap was lifted, a big hand with clear tendons suddenly held his wrist. Chen Day stood in front of Xiao Zhiyang and protected her behind him. Looking down to the other party's frightened eyes, his lips raised slightly, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. This gentleman, please show more respect to my girlfriend. The man's pupils suddenly shrank. Obviously, the man didn't seem to do much effort, but the place where he was caught broke out with unbearable pain. His face couldn't help but pale a little, and his eyes trembled. Suddenly looking at the cold and lukewarm eyes of the man in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the most cruel and fierce wolf in the jungle. Let go of me. The man trembled and immediately withdrew his hand back in a panic. He stared at Xiao Zhiyang, who was protected behind him, in embarrassment and suffocation, and said rudely to the ground. It's really shameless to have a boyfriend to come to the bar dressed so coquettishly. Damn, it's a waste of my time. He cursed and rubbed his faintly painful wrist, and turned around with red cheeks. As if guilty, he didn't walk a few steps and couldn't help looking back. I saw that the tall and broad-shouldered man just now continued to stand in place, always calm and elegant, without any aggression. The man pulled his lower lip disdainfully. Cut! I thought it was so powerful. It turned out that he was just a bluffing vase man. If I had known, I would not have been cowardly and touched his girlfriend in front of him. Damn, it's a big loss. After the troublemaker left, Zen Day turned around, and his eyes returned to the gentleness he usually showed to her. Don't worry, it's okay. Don't be afraid. His voice is low, mellow and soft, and it is so deep that it makes people addicted. The strong sense of security made Xiao Zhiyang, who was still a little tense, gradually relax. The heart throbbed inexplicably in his tenderness. She raised her little face and looked at him clearly. She said gratefully, thanks to the third brother who showed up in time to help me get rid of the bad guys. Thank you. Chen Day closed his eyes and smiled softly. He looked at the arm still held by the girl, his eyebrows bent slightly, and a smile fell in his eyes. You're welcome. After all, protecting his girlfriend is the most important responsibility as a boyfriend. Xiao Zhiyang. She followed his line of sight, and the invisible horns of the lamb on her head trembled in an instant. Sorry. She immediately let go of her hand like an electric shock. I didn't mean it, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. It belongs to the girl's soft touch, which disappears fleetingly on the bend of her arm. Chen Day raised his eyebrows and threw it away when he finished it. His palm lazily rested on the small table next to her, and his slender body suddenly leaned towards her. The clear and fragrant cold wood fragrance, like a big net of temptation, magnified infinitely in front of her. Drooping and looking straight at her eyes through the lens, they became deep and entangled. Who did they learn from? The lights around are glowing. It makes his low and magnetic voice more sexy. The desire makes people's hearts burn and the jump rate accelerates. Xiao Zhiyang only felt his heart pounding. Because of the difference in size, his slightly hot breath was close to her, which made her cheeks hot. She raised her long eyelashes slightly and easily looked into the man's deep eyes. The refutation that had been pouring into my throat suddenly stuck, and the ending became shallow and weak, so I didn't. The man's thin lips rippled with a faint smile. His deep phoenix eyes hooked slightly and seduced in a low voice. Xiao Zhiyang, is the third brother your first boyfriend? Being secretly poked by the big grey wolf disguised as a gentleman, the little sheep couldn't help but get into the trap a little dizzy. She blinked in a daze and nodded subconsciously. Wait a minute. There seems to be something wrong. Suddenly, Xiao Jia's whole face was dyed pink. She added in a hurry that she was the first to play a boyfriend. Chen Day nodded, as if he asked casually, haven't other people played it? Of course not. Xiao Jiang's earlobes were red, and he muttered in a low voice, not to mention playing, but there was no formal one. From the mother's womb, she is a real single sheep. Hearing the words, the smile in Chen Day's eyes deepened. Those faintly floating in the bottom of her eyes disappeared in an instant with her words. She, a little sheep, he has been in her hands for a long time. So he can't see a second man around her. Even if it is played, it is absolutely impossible. The two are closer to each other. The smile that overflowed between the man's throat rushed straight into her ear like an electric current. Xiao Zhiyang thought he laughed that she was 19 years old and had not been in love yet. She couldn't help but swell her cheeks and hummed softly, "What are you laughing at? What a coincidence." The corners of Zenday's lips were slightly hooked, and his deep eyes seemed to melt on her. It was also the first time for her brother. He bent down slightly and half adhered to her ear at a distance. His low magnetic voice seemed to seduce her, hitting her eardrums. "My little girlfriend." Boom! A pink mushroom cloud suddenly exploded above the little sheep's head. Qiao Jiyoung looked at his extremely deep eyes, and the tip of his heart suddenly trembled a few times. She couldn't help but look away in a panic and couldn't help but gently hit him with her horns. "Third brother, you're joking with me again." The girl's voice has always been clear and sweet, but now she inadvertently adds a touch of coquettishness, which sounds like she is flirting with him. 10 Day's fingertips suddenly numb. His throat knot rolled slightly, and his long eyelashes covered the dark color under his eyes. TSK. This is too embarrassing. Just in this way, he can react. 10 Day raised his eyebrows slightly, and then smiled softly. But he is as sweet as a candy. Chapter 20. My brother is very good and will keep his male morality. Looking up again, the man has returned to his usual appearance. "Well, it's up to you." He touched the girl's head. His gentle tone had hidden his long-standing plan. "The third brother won't tease you with this. Now it's a joke. But in the future, I took it seriously." The dance floor was replaced with a retro, slow jazz music. The tall man was wearing a black shirt, with tall nose and gold glasses. His posture was lazy and relaxed, and his body exuded a noble and elegant sense of gentleman. Many sexy girls passing by were attracted by him. Some even blinked at him boldly and tried to ask him for his contact information. But Zheng Zhou turned a blind eye to it. A pair of deep and charming phoenix eyes only fell on the girl in front of him, looking at it with focus and not moving an inch away. Sensing his sight, Qiao Jiyoung couldn't help raising his eyes and looked into the whirlpool in his eyes in an instant. Her breathing can't help but stagnate. The rhythm of the heartbeat, which had calmed down, confused the rules uncontrollably. Her eyes moved slightly as if she had been burned, and quickly found a topic. "Third brother, are you also coming with your friends?" As if he was afraid that she would misunderstand that he often visited these places, Zheng Zhou's thin lips were slightly bent, and he added naturally, "that I rarely come to these places, and today I happened to have a meeting with my friends." At this time, a group of people came to the bar, causing some noise. He gently pressed his palm on the table next to him, bowed slightly to his tall waist, and put his head close to her ear. The clear and low magnetic voice was lowered, and the sound that only each other could hear swayed into her ears like a deceiving. The elder brother was the most obedient. The man's warm breath hooked up to her sensitive area at close range. Qiao Jiyoung's face suddenly burned. She rubbed the cup in her hand, as if she was drunk, and her head was a little drunk and dizzy. Oh, strange. Why does it feel like he is reporting to his girlfriend? Inexplicable ideas suddenly emerged. The little sheep was shocked, and the invisible horns on his head immediately shook. Is greater than underline, is less than. What is she thinking about again? Mr. Thurn only takes care of her as a junior. How can she think of herself as a girlfriend? Calm down and don't substitute yourself. It is forbidden to think indiscriminately. The villain in his heart has skillfully crossed his legs, picked up the wooden fish and knocked it. A group of people who came to the bar just now held wine glasses in their hands and walked to another place with laughter. They were left at the scene of that circle again. Xiao Jiyoung. Just when Qiao Jiyoung was a little distracted, the man in front of him had stood up lazily again and controlled himself so that he didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it seemed that because it was too noisy around just now, he was afraid that she could not hear clearly, so he bowed down and whispered to her. "In the future, when you come to a place like a bar, you'd better remember to find a reliable person in advance." Chen Day looked at her little pink face, her eyelashes converged, and she covered the dark color under her eyes. He stared at her with a clear and gentle gaze. After all, there are many people in such places, and the bad guys hide very deeply. For safety's Sarah, it's safer to find a reliable person to deal with her in advance. Qiao Jiyoung blinked. Oh, it makes sense. If she hadn't been lucky enough to meet Mr. Chen tonight, she wouldn't have gotten rid of this greasy and disgusting pickup man so smoothly. Chen Day looked at her thinking seriously, and her thin lips gently outlined the curve. He hid the wolf's tail behind him, and his voice was slow. He continued to seduce patiently. Did he think of a reliable candidate? No. Qiao Jiyoung shook his head with a difficult face. When I first came to Yinjing, I knew no one else except Qinghuan. As soon as she said, the low magnetic voice had sounded above her head. If Xiao Jiyoung doesn't mind, you can come to me. It seems that the trap has been woven a long time ago. Waiting for the unknowing little sheep to touch the organ and kill her. Sun Day covered the darkness under his eyes, and his posture was gentlemanly and gentle, which made people feel no doubtful. Doesn't Xiao Jiyoung have the WeChat account of the third brother? His voice is deep and magnetic, and every word hides deliberate seduction. No matter where you go or what difficulties you encounter, you can come to me for help. In the dark environment, the man's deep phoenix eyes became deeper and more deep. Chen Zhou looked at her with his eyebrows bent slightly. The gentleness of the eyes through the thin lens seems to drown people. As long as Xiao Zhiyang says something, the third brother will be there at any time and will never be absent. It's a dark temptation. It is also the most loyal oath. Xiao Zhiyang's breathing was slightly stagnant for a moment. She looked at the man's sincere and gentle eyes, and her heart throbbed inexplicably. It's just that he is so patient and gentle to a junior. If it were his girlfriend, wouldn't she be directly spoiled by him? Even if he is asked to pick the stars and the moon, he will definitely help her achieve it without hesitation. Xiao Zhiyang couldn't help sighing from the bottom of his heart. If any girl can be Mr. The's girlfriend in the future, she will be very happy. Her red lips are slightly curved, and her eyes are clear and bright. After sighing, I didn't continue to think about this aspect. Third brother, thank you for your kindness. Although he is here, it must be much safer. But Xiao Zhiyang feels that it always bothers him and feels sorry for him, but I can't keep bothering you. Don't worry, it's not troublesome at all. As if he had seen through the girl's inner thoughts again, the corners of Thunday's lips were slightly bent. Didn't he agree that if he encountered any difficulties here, he could come to the third brother? It doesn't matter, just like the highest hunter, his eyes are patient and gentle, and he follows the good. In the most gentlemanly way, let the other party completely let go of the last concern. You are Sen Qinghua's good friend. As her little uncle, you should naturally take good care of her. Xiao Zhiyang looked at him gratefully. From her coming to the strange Yinjing alone, she thought it was an insecure gamble. Fortunately, she met Mr. Chen, who was gentle and respectful to her that day. He is like a mature and steady elder, without any selfishness, giving her a certain amount of confidence and protection. Thank you. Xiao Zhiyang raised his delicate little face and curled his red lips slightly. I know. In the future, I will report to you in advance to places like bars to let you know my location. The girl's eyes are clear, like a little fairy who doesn't know the world, and she is full of unquestionable trust. Chunde looked down at her, and the smile on her eyebrows was a little heavier. Good girl. His eyes were hidden with hot obsession, and he fell tightly on the girl's trusting expression. The wolf tail hidden behind her showed its original shape where she couldn't see it. In the eyes of the girl, he is already a righteous gentleman. But she didn't know at all that the polite gentleman in front of her wanted to tear off her cheongsong from the first time he saw her. Chapter 21 Invite and seduce to be your guardian messenger. The night is getting darker outside. When it was time for the biological clock to go to bed, Xiao Zhiyang couldn't help yawning, and a pair of beautiful and clear eyes were stained with sleepy water. Tired? Chen Day looked at her, and his slightly hooked eyebrows were soft. It's too early. I'll send you back. Xiao Zhiyang raised his head and was about to open his mouth. Behind him, a familiar sweet voice suddenly sounded with a long tune. Chen Jinghuan half opened his hazy peach blossom eyes, and the whole figure stepped on cotton on the soles of his feet and floated drunkenly. Noticing something, she turned adly, stared at the tall and straight man in front of her, and twicked her head in surprise. Handsome, why do you use summer so much like my little bastard uncle? Xiao Zhiyang. Is there a possibility that he is your little uncle? She stopped kicking the castle and quickly helped the little drunkard back. Huan, why are you so drunk? Well, when I was dancing just now, I accidentally drank too much when I met someone I knew. Hiccup. Chen Jinghua's eyes turned red, and he waved his big hand. No, I'm not drunk. I'll yell at you in a straight line now. She confidently crossed her waist and stepped on high heels, taking a step like a supermodel walking on the catwalk. As a result, as soon as he took a step, his body, which was still drunk, shook violently a few times, lost his balance in an instant, and his hands were ready to pounce on the man next to him. Chen Day turned to his side with an expressionless face and dodged without a trace. Chen Jinghuan. Pop. Seeing her dull eyes, she instantly plunged into the sofa next to her. Huan, you are really drunk. Xiao Zhiyang quickly helped her up again, frowning slightly. Let's go back. I haven't played enough, and I still want to sing. Chen Jinghuan is drunk, and his eyes are confused. He glanced around and casually picked up the toothpick tube on the table. At first, he began to sing all 5 tones. He wanted to love him when he died to it was not so vivid that he was not happy to she raised it slightly. She also stared at the man who was staring at her indifferently at this time. I said handsome, you look like me and my little bastard uncle. She didn't notice that this year's pocket money had been blown away with small wings. She looked sincere and said, go to plastic surgery. Xiao Zhiyang. What should I do? Huan is really drunk. She looked at Chen Day with a headache. Third brother, why don't you take her home and I can take a taxi back by myself? Sound fall. Suddenly, a tall figure came over. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, with strong and handsome facial features. In a slightly dark environment, a grey-blue wolf tail was dazzling. Xie Lin nodded to the two of them, and then went straight forward, skillfully holding the little drunkard on the sofa with one hand. Well. The body suddenly took off, and Chen Jinghuan struggled restlessly. What are you doing? I don't want to go back. I haven't played enough. Xie Ling raised her other hand and patted her head gently. Although her expression was cold, her voice was full of tenderness. Miss, be obedient. Chen Jinghuan curled his red lips. She played with the man's forehead and hair coquettishly, humming softly, then I'll give you a little chirp. I also want to touch your abdominal muscles. She hummed delicately again. Is it really okay to do anything? Xie Ling hooked her lips, and there was a sick interest hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Anything is fine. Hearing the words, the little drunkard who was still making a fuss just got along. Chen Jinghuan leaned obediently into the man's arms, and his eyes were slightly bent. Okay. The figures of the two gradually disappeared at the door. Qiao Jiyang looked at Sun Day. Is he? He is a childhood sweetheart and a bodyguard. Chen Day looked down with a smile. Well, I'll send you back. Bi Li Kei knew that she didn't like to cause trouble to others. Before she opened her mouth, she said gently again, it's not safe for you, a girl, to take a taxi so late, and I happen to be on the way, which is not troublesome at all. His eyes fell on her, as if they were affectionate. The gentle tone is full of a noble sense of gentleman and the hidden deception. So this beautiful child, can you give your brother a chance to be a flower messenger? Just in time. A classic Cantonese song is playing on the dance floor, which is the flower guardian. The greedy evening wind dares to hug and kiss her and let go of the despicable evening wind, which should not comfort her. I am determined to protect her in my heart for the rest of my life. The dynamic rhythm of the music is like the frequency of her heartbeat. Xiao Jiang's eyes were successfully hooked by him, and he didn't find himself indulging in his seemingly unintended temptation. Her ears are slightly red, and that's the third brother. Chen Zhou hooked his lips and smiled. He should. Silver Black Cullinan stopped quietly outside the door. Xu Kang, who had been waiting for a long time, respectfully opened the door of the back seat for them. Mr. Chen, young husband. Cough. Miss Zhou, please. Thank you. Qiao Jiyang got into the car elegantly and nodded to him politely. Just then, a mobile phone vibration suddenly sounded. Sun Zhou took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and put it to his ear. Beijing dialect is low magnetic, well, I know. Xiao Jiyang, I'm sorry. After the call, he put down his mobile phone and turned his eyes to look at her, with the corners of his lips slightly hooked. The third brother forgot to bring something back. Can you wait for me for a moment? Qiao Jiyang put his hands on his knees and sat upright. A pair of beautiful and soft teal pupils met his eyes, and his voice was sweet. Okay, I'm here waiting for you to come back. So good. Sun Zhou looked at the unprepared Jiao on her face, her eyes suddenly darkened, and the fingertips hanging on her side couldn't help jumping gently. The little girl is like a Pandora's box. It can always easily awaken the restrained desires in his body. He drooped his long eyelashes, and there was a dark fire in his eyes. This well-behaved little face must be very beautiful when crying. I really want to be cruel now. Chen Zhou suddenly turned around and moved the Buddha beads on his wrist with a little rapid breath. It seems that he wants to suppress the thirst again. He sank his breath lightly. The expression returned to the elegant and calm appearance. Keep it here. He gave Xu Kao next to him a faint wink. The latter will soon be mined. Don't worry, Mr. Sen. There is a dark alley next to the back door of the bar. His mother. Who sent you here? What do you want to do when you catch me here? The man who was forcibly pressed to the ground by several men in black raised his blue and swollen face and cursed angrily. Do you bastards know who I am? The young master of the Sheng family in Beijing is my good buddy. If you are interested, let me go quickly, otherwise I will not finish my words. In the quiet and dark alley, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground suddenly sounded. Steady step by step, not fast or slow. Cheng Bin suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he was being targeted by the fiercest wolf beast in the jungle, and his body was cold all over. He looked up, and his eyes suddenly tightened. Chapter 22. She is my Buddha, and whoever dares to touch her will die. A small dim yellow lamp hangs on the tattered wall. The light and shadow of the swaying stars fell faintly on him. The half-bright and half-dark light outlines the man's noble and elegant handsome face. He put his hands in his trouser pockets leisurely, and the phoenix eyes behind the lens looked down on him. Chen Bin only felt that the chill around him was even more piercing. He opened his eyes wide in horror, and his words, which had just been arrogant, began to stutter in an instant. Yes, yes, yes. It's you? Click. The slight opening and closing sound of the lighter is particularly clear in the quiet alley. One of his subordinates will light a cigar on Mars, bow down respectfully and hand it to him. Mr. Chen, please. Chen Day held a cigar and took a sip slowly. His eyes fell faintly on the man's right hand, and the blue-white smoke slowly spit out from his lips elegantly and lazily. The tone of the tobacco-stained sounds gentle and hoarse. It was this hand that touched her, right? What? Before Chen Bin could react, he looked at the gentle and elegant man and curled his lips before meeting. Then he raised his foot gracefully and stepped on his right hand that had just grabbed the girl's wrist fiercely and heavily. Ah! There was a sharp pain in the place where he was stepped on. The man's facial features were distorted and he screamed in pain. Chen Day put a cigar between his fingers, and his bright leather shoes stepped on his right hand. He lowered his eyes and admired the painful expression of the man under his feet with interest. His tone was still gentle, and his eyebrows even had a harmless smile. "Is it comfortable?" Chen Bin trembled all over. The eyes looked at him with more horror. The man in front of him was still wearing clean and reserved black lining, and the bridge of his nose was wearing Sven's golden glasses, just as elegant as the one she had just seen in the bar. "No, it's different. It's completely different now." At that time, when he stood beside the girl, his eyes were cold but not murderous. But now that the girl is not here, he seems to have peeled off the disguise, leaving only the bloodthirsty and violence that shivers. It's like Shora from hell. He doesn't care about other people's life or death at all. "What the hell are you? Let go of me quickly, I wait." Just now, he seemed to hear someone calling him Sensei. Could it be? Chen Bin's eyes suddenly widened, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat, and his greasy face became paler. Isn't this man a bluffing vase man at all? It is Sendai, the powerful head of the Chen family, who shocked the Beijing circle. His lips trembled, and his back had already been soaked in cold sweat. With his small role level, he can't touch a chi ball in power like Sen Zhou, who stands at the top of the pyramid. Not to mention having the opportunity to witness the true face with your own eyes. As if there were a pair of invisible hands strangling his neck, Chen Bin felt a burst of fear and suffocation. Finally, he realized that he had offended the big man who was afraid of the whole cloud. He didn't care about the severe pain from his hands. He struggled hard in embarrassment, intending to climb to the exit and save. "Help!" He didn't wait for him to take a step, and his whole body was suddenly pulled up. Bang! The body dragged hard on the concrete floor, and the head grabbed by the other party suddenly hit the strong wall behind it. "She is the baby I have liked for a long time and has been carefully put on the tip of my heart. Even I can't bear to touch her hard, just with you." Chen Day grabbed his head, and his side face was shrouded in the dim light. His eyes burst out with a strong and terrible fierce coldness. Even a waste who is worse than garbage dares to touch her. Bang 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 bang! The whole alley sounded one creepy bump after another, as well as the sound of begging for mercy. "Please." Chen Bin's eyes were covered with blood, and his throat made a hoarse cry, "Letting me go." Chen Day let go of his hand with an expressionless face. He slid down the wall weakly. Through his eyes full of blood, he saw a man dressed in formal clothes and a noble and elegant man walking towards him. His face turned pale with despair. Until his eyes fell on the string of Buddha beads on his wrist, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, he hurriedly shouted, "You! If you believe in Buddha, you can't kill." Hearing the words, Sun Zhou raised his eyebrows and hooked his thin lips slightly. "My Buddha is her." He squatted down slowly and elegantly pressed the cigar at his fingertips to the wound on his hand little by little. The phoenix eyes under the golden glasses are fierce and dangerous, and the aura is strong. "Whoever dares to touch my Buddha, I will let him die." There was another short cry in the alley. Then the sound soon became silent. Chen Day looked at the man who had fainted in pain and threw out the cigarette butt of the cigar in his hand in disgust, and cleaned it up. "Be gentle and don't startle her." He got up, took the handkerchief handed over by his subordinates, and wiped his hands carefully. The subordinate nodded respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Chen." Just as they were preparing to work in a professional and orderly manner, a low magnetic voice suddenly sounded, and so on. Chen Day tidied up the neckline, glared at them, and asked without warning, "Is the neckline messy? Is the corner of the sleeve dirty? Does the expression on my face look like a normal person?" Subordinates. The other party's 3 consecutive questions directly stunned all their elites. "It's not. The first 2 are quite normal. What the hell is the last one?" They looked at the man who was picking on his appearance. For a moment, it was hard to believe that the old man in front of him was still the cruel Tan Sanya who had just been cruel. But adhere to the principle that the boss is heaven and earth. Even if they have a lot of questions and complaints, they dare not say it in person. They just nod immediately, not messy, not dirty, like normal people. Chen Zhou glared at them again. "Are you sure? Just now, I was a little out of control. I have to calm down quickly and not let his little sheep notice a trace of abnormality. Therefore, you must be more rigorous before you can relax." The subordinates nodded again, and one by one stretched out their thumbs to confirm. After checking several times, Sunday turned around and walked towards the exit with peace of mind. They looked at the man's leaving back in a daze, with red exclamation marks on their heads. Suddenly, he cares so much about his appearance. It seems that Sen Sanye's courtship period has really arrived. Outside the bar, Shu Kao is like a golden hairman who is only competent to guard the door of the house, and his waist is straight in front of the car. When he saw Sunday coming, he immediately reported in a low voice, "Mr. Ven, Miss Chow was waiting for you and fell asleep." Sunday gently opened the car door. The sleeping girl leaned quietly and softly in the car. The beautiful and moist eyes closed peacefully, and the chest fluctuated gently with the breath. The rosy lips were slightly open, as if it was a silent invitation, deceiving people to pick and ravate fiercely. Chen Day's hand, holding the handlebar, suddenly tightened. Sven had just recovered his self-restraint for a few minutes, and his previous efforts were wasted in an instant. Shu Kao, behind him, had turned around knowingly and walked aside consciously. Little fairy. Chen Zhou gently rubbed her red lips and slowly bent down. His eyes were burning, and his low voice was dull and lustful. My brother has taught you a lesson for the bad guys. Can I get some rewards? Chapter 23. It hurts. Can you rub it for me? The night is deep. The man's eyes are like ink. The warm fingertips gently pressed against the girl's delicate lips. With her shallow breath, they were ambiguously hooking his fingers, stirring up a hot dark fire. Chan's throat knot rolled slightly during the day. The color of the bottom of the eyes is dark and surging. He lifted her chin gently. The tall body slowly leaned down. The breath was out of control and messy, rubbing against the girl's red and full lips little by little. Just when I was about to stick it on her, reason suddenly returned to the cage. Chen Day slightly closed his dark and surging eyes, squeezed his lips and sighed in a low voice. He held the blue veins on the back of his hand, and finally restrained his jaw slightly, gently printing the hot kiss between her forehead. The premise of liking is respect. No matter how human he is, he can't be so bad without the little girl's consent to steal her first kiss. Chen Zhou lowered his eyes and looked at the girl's seductive red lips close at hand, and his throat rolled again. Baby. He gently rubbed her delicate lips with his fingers, and his deep eyes were full of dangerous and paranoid aggression. I really want to kiss you now. But what's the point of this sneaky? He wants to possess everything about her openly and honestly. I want her to be sober and sink for him all the time. If she wants her eyes to clearly reflect his appearance, she can only be moved for him in his arms. This is the real siege of the city. I can only have a brief taste of her beauty, which is never what he wants. Chen Day reluctantly put away his fingertips. He straightened his waist, pulled the neckline that had just been tidy, and moved the Buddha beads on his wrist to suppress the thirst. After calming down for a while, Chen Zhou rearranged the messy neckline meticulously. He turned back to the calm and noble gentleman in the eyes of the girl. To get in the car. He glared at Shu Kao, who was standing not far away. What? So fast? Chen can't be at this speed. Shu Kao, who turned his back, moved his ears and immediately turned around strangely when he heard the sound. He poked secretly. He glanced at the elegant and upright man and the girl who was sleeping soundly, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hiss. Looking at the situation, it seems that nothing has happened. Shu Kao walked to the driver's seat with a relieved face. He thought that Sun would always be out of control, so he wanted to do something that was not human to do to her while the young lady was asleep. I didn't expect that he wrongly blamed Mr. Chen. It seems that Mr. Chen's humanity is not completely destroyed. I also know how to write the 4 words, Zihuaibo Chao. The car drove smoothly all the way to the direction of Dian Hotel. Well, Chao Zhiyang woke up in a daze. She sobbed softly and slowly half opened her eyes. The consciousness has not been completely returned to the cage. As usual, she stretched out her pink face in the direction of the pillow. What's different about today's pillow? It's a little hard. It's quite comfortable. Because of the lack of security, she likes to hold things when she sleeps, and also likes to roll her face up when she wakes up. Chao Zhiyang bent the corners of his lips and rubbed against the man's strong skin without knowing it. A smile suddenly sounded from above. As the laughter came, her chest trembled slightly, and her soft face couldn't help shaking slightly. Before she could realize that the familiar low-magnetism voice had sounded slowly in her ear and woke up. Chao Zhiyang. It's very strange. Why is Mr. Zhen's voice so close to her? She was so close that she was leaning in his arms at the moment. Chao Zhiyang opened his eyes doubtfully and looked up. In an instant, he bumped into a pair of deep and narrow phoenix eyes. Chao Zhiyang. Chao Zhiyang. A pair of watery eyes widened in an instant. The whole person was completely awake. Foggy grass. Why did she lie in Mr. Ten's arms? So what she just rubbed was not the pillow, but Mr. Ting. Is greater than underline, is less than. Sorry. Chao Zhiyang, who came to his senses, immediately wanted to shrink aside as if he was bouncing, and said in a hurry, I didn't mean it when he was talking. A sharp break sound suddenly sounded in his ear. Under the unexpected inertia, she lost her balance in an instant. All the senses immediately turned into a blank. I could only see Sun Zhou suddenly reach out to her, hold her wrist, and pull her over. Under the influence of the impact, she rushed straight into his arms like a small cannonball. The whole blushing face fell on his abdominal muscles in the middle. Well, Chen Zhou's breathing became heavier and heavier, and he couldn't help humming in his throat. Mr. Chen, a wild dog suddenly appeared in front of you just now. Shu Kao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, parked the car and turned around, and the rest of the words stopped abruptly. Damn it. Is mustard exciting? Mr. Chen, you didn't plot against the wild dog just now behind his back, did you? Shu Kao was stunned. Chen Day gently raised his eyelids and glared at him coldly and indifferently. After receiving someone's silent warning, Shi Cao suddenly hit a shock. He immediately turned around knowingly and pretended to continue driving as if nothing had happened. There is a subtle ambiguity in the air. Sexy and mature male hormones, accompanied by the clear ebony fragrance, floated intimately on the tip of her nose. Qiao Zhiyang put his hands on his flexible and strong chest. Through a thin layer of shirt fabric, the soft palms can clearly feel the heat inside. It seems to trigger some kind of memory organ. She couldn't help but remember the last time she was at the airport, and her hands were also on his chest. But this time, the temperature on his body seems to be hotter. The girl is still on standby. The faint fragrance on her body wrapped up silently like a hook. Chen Day's hand wearing Buddha beads suddenly tightened. The blue veins with strong tension are faintly exposed on the back of the hand. He leaned his head against the back of the chair, suppressed his breathing in embarrassment, and tried his best to keep his self-control. Ah! It's really amazing. What kind of good determination and comfortable restraint, in front of her, can only be defeated. The man's hot breath made the girl on standby wake up. Sorry. Qiao Zhiyang quickly sat back, his waist straight, and his hands were obediently on his knees. His whole face was very red. I didn't mean to smash it. She explained in a hurry, and her mind was in a panic. She blurted out without thinking about it. Do you hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? The words fell. Qiao Zhiyang's face suddenly turned redder. What nonsense is she talking about? Why didn't this function be withdrawn in real life? Help. Let the world perish TVT her. The man's ending is picked up, and the demagoguery is dull. Chen Day looked at the girl's red face with interest and smiled in a low voice, which was a little painful. Well, he leaned slightly closer to her. The sexy tone wrapped around her ears, long and secretly seducing. Can you rub it for your brother? Chapter 24. It looks so soft that I want to bite. Qiao Zhiyang. Her breathing was a little confused, and her whole face seemed to be covered with brightly colored blush, and even her neck was dyed with a nervous blush. Is greater than dish is less than not. How can she take what she said indiscriminately without thinking seriously? No way. She is going to withdraw. Even if the real world does not withdraw this function, as long as her belief is strong enough, it means that something that does not exist can exist. Rounding up means that she successfully withdrew it. Chen Day looked at the little sheep who couldn't wait to hide himself in the gap of the car, and Qingzhen's eyebrows couldn't help bending happily. The little sheep is so shy. In the future, he, the evil wolf, couldn't help but do something more excessive to her. Will she cry? What should I do? Chen Zhou's eyes were full of smiles, and he was full of reserved and ascetic temperament. His brother was almost 30 years old and had not been touched by a woman. You were the first one. So, Qiao Zhiyang said. The girl's thoughts were still floating, and the man's warm breath suddenly fell again. He leaned over, and the distance was pulled closer again. His clear and mellow voice wetly lifted the tips of her ears. Sven's expression was the same as the same. Should he be responsible? Qiao Zhiyang's heart beat faster. His voice has always been low, magnetic, and beautiful. Every time he bows his head and whispers to her, it seems that the top CV is in extreme deception and causing fire. Qiao Zhiyang clenched his fingertips in clenched. The roots of the ears, which were originally red, were successfully induced to be crisp and numb. Woo! This topic can't go on any longer. Otherwise, she will explode. The little sheep with a pounding heart just thought about this topic and quickly turned over. Without thinking about it, he immediately nodded cheerfully. Okay, I'm in charge. Chen Day hooked his lips without a trace. He restrained the dark color in his eyes, and his intonation was still gentle and elegant. He didn't see any bad intentions, really. The little sheep, who has not been deeply involved in the world, didn't notice it at all to promise the black-bellied grey wolf. It was absolutely necessary to do what he said, and must not repent. Qiao Zhiyang looked at the man's elegant and gentle eyes, and nodded again in a dad's, really. Chen Zhou's eyebrows were slightly bent, and the smile in his eyes was a little deeper. He looked at the little sheep who was deeply trapped and didn't know it. Sven's face was full of meaning. Well, my brother remembered. The car was quiet again. Qiao Zhiyang looked at the scene outside the window, and his heartbeat had not fully calmed down. The firm and strong abdominal touch still remains in the palm of the hand. It keeps heating up and burning in her fingertips. The tips of Qiao Zhiyang's ears were almost red. I can't think about this anymore. Hurry up and think of something else to divert your attention. Suddenly, in order to turn the story, she directly agreed to turn Zhou without thinking about it. So Qiao Zhiyang, do you think you should be responsible? Okay, I'll be responsible. Qiao Zhiyang. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she held her breath for a moment. The whole sheep reacted with Hindo. Foggy grass. She was hot-headed just now. What did she promise? Responsible? How can she be responsible? TVT. Qiao Zhiyang's expression was dull, and he only felt that the temperature of his ears had risen a lot. Calm down. Don't think too much. Mr. Turn must be joking with her again. He must have seen that the accident just now was too embarrassing, so he used this way of joking to ease the atmosphere. Well, it must be right. So don't take it seriously. After persuading himself, the little sheep, who was still nervous, slowly relaxed. I didn't forget to raise a few points of favorability to a black-bellied grey wolf. Chen Zhou, who was sitting on the side, sat lazily and relaxed with his legs slightly folded. No matter how you look at it, it is a gentle and elegant nobleman. His eyes have been glued to the girl, but his eyes are hot and deep. The girl sitting quietly looked calm again, but the shyness in her thin and delicate ears had not dissipated. In the dark car, there was a seductive and delicious pink color. Chen Zhou's throat tightened for a while. The dark tide under the eyes almost gushed out. Some inferior dark thoughts kept growing quietly, invisibly clinging the girl beside her. Ah, it looks very soft. Want to bite. He is like an evil wolf lurking in the dark, staring at the prey, and his pupils are quietly wet and drooling. Qiao Zhiyang turned his head unknowingly. The man next to him had restrained the darkness in his eyes as if nothing had happened. The reserved appearance of Sue made people unable to see any difference. Chen Dai looked at the girl's clear and bright eyes, and her thin lips hooked slightly. Suddenly, she said, "Xiao Zhiyang, are you free recently? My brother wants to ask you a favor." Xiao Zhiyang was slightly stunned. Immediately, a delicate and pure little face rippled with a serious look. "Of course, please say it. I was invited to a charity dinner next month, but my costume designer suddenly had something to do and can't come back for the time being." Chen Zhou lowered his black eyelashes, and his slightly curved phoenix eyes stared gently, secretly plotting, "So I don't know if my brother has the honor. Can you ask my little designer to help me tailor a suit suitable for the banquet?" Xi Kao, who silently eavesdropped in front of him. A designer suddenly had something to do. It was obviously an old man with a dark heart who refused him early in the morning. He also asked him to give way to customized invitations from various luxury brands. An old man cheated on a simple little girl in order to achieve his goal. What a shame. Xiao Zhiyang behind him also blinked in surprise. With Mr. Se's prestige in Beijing, even if a fashion designer does not have time, there will be many senior designers waiting in line for him to choose. But how could he choose her, a small role that is not famous at all? Is it because she is Then Jinghua's good friend? Xiao Zhiyang couldn't help feeling a little gloomy. Mr. Tun has helped her so much that she promised to repay him. However, can she do it? Xiao Zhiyang grew up in a strong suppression environment since he was a child. Every time I encounter something that I am not 100% sure that I can do well, I will subconsciously feel that my ability is too poor to be competent at all. Third brother, I really want to help you, but... She lowered her head, clenched her fingertips, and lowered her voice, but my level was not enough, and I have only designed cheongsam and haven't tried men's clothing yet. I'm afraid I can't do it. I feel a little uncomfortable. Xiao Zhiyang squeezed his lips and lowered his head. Mr. Tun has helped her so much, but she can't help her at all. If only she could be more excellent. Just as her face was full of loss, a clear and lower magnetic voice sounded slowly. "Qiyang, don't deny your ability easily." Chen Dai looked at her fixedly, and her beautiful eyebrows were full of seriousness. "In my eyes, your ability is infinite potential and extremely precious. It seems to have the magic that can see through her inner thoughts." He paused slightly and suddenly said, "In fact, I said that the designer suddenly had something to do, and I lied to you." Xiao Zhiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at him. Chen Dai looked at her surprised eyes, and the corners of his lips were slightly hooked, because from the beginning, the best designer in my mind was my Zhiyang child. So I don't want to ask you for help because you are Sen Jinghua's friend, nor because you think you can design. But I have always known that your ability has surprising infinite possibilities like the universe. I never regret being the first astronaut to explore the universe. He taught her patiently in a mature and gentle way. Don't deny yourself easily before the final result. Learn to say I can do it, not I'm afraid I can't do it. Even if others doubt your ability, I will always be proud of you. Xiao Zhiyang's breathing was slightly slow. Every time she is in a bad mood of self-doubt, he can use his mature and patient way to relieve all her nervousness. She looked at him quietly, and her eyes were shining. The throbbing heart seemed to be gently brushed by a wisp of spring breeze. The seeds buried in the depths quietly sprouted. Third brother. Xiao Zhiyang looked at him with bright eyes. "You really look like Tinker Bell." Chen Dai smiled softly. "Tinker Bell?" She explained with a smile that it was actually also called Doraemon. Because of the different translation, we are used to calling it Tinker Bell in our port city. Hearing the words, the corners of Chen Zhou's lips were gently hooked. His phoenix eyes were slightly bent. So, why did he suddenly feel that I looked like Tinker Bell? Because every time the protagonist encounters any difficulties, it will take out props to help him in time, just like every time I encounter a difficult problem, or have a bad mood, you will enlighten me in time like a Tinker Bell. Xiao Zhiyang's upturned eyes have a bright and moving arc, so I think you are very similar to my Tinker Bell. Mine. The ending sound fell. She was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly blushed. She said something strange again. Woo woo woo. Where is the hole? Let her get into TVT quickly. Chen Zhou looked at the little sheep who wanted to hide himself in the gap of the car again, and smiled happily. His deep eyes locked on her, rippling with a soft color. Well, it's yours. Chapter 25. She can't stand the coquettish attack. The man's bright tone is like a breeze, gently wrapped into the eardrums. Xiao Jiyan's heartbeat suddenly stopped. Then he jumped up violently again. She touched her hot cheeks and glanced out of the window in a panic. The tips of her soft white ears were surrounded by a seductive light pink. Abominable. Mr. Chen is joking with her again. Humph, she is going to withdraw what she just said. The little sheep just got up. But soon it was defeated by the violent heartbeat. I don't know why. She suddenly didn't want to withdraw this sentence. Xiao Jiyang, you haven't replied to your brother yet. Chen Zhou looked at her with a smile on his lips and deep eyes. May I ask my brother, Tinkerbell, have the honor to invite this designer lady with infinite possibilities to help me design a set of costumes for the dinner? Miss Designer can make all the requirements. As your first male model, his magnetic voice seems to be deliberately slowed down, with a disturbing temptation, sliding over the eardrum again, stirring up the burning numbness of the heart. You can do whatever you want your brother to do. The man with a noble appearance looks like a sexy evil demon at this time. The eyebrows are slightly curved in an elegant arc, and the body is gently leaning against her ear. A slightly hot breath swept to her face, and her deliberately slowed down voice was quietly stained with seductive wetness. My brother can still be paid. Xiao Jiyang. Her heartbeat, which had not yet recovered, accelerated violently again. The invisible horns of the lamb on his head were suddenly dyed with gorgeous pink. Oh, my God. Did she hear it wrong? Or did she become bad? Otherwise, how could she hear this word as, help? A good word has been distorted by her. Xiao Jiyang patted his forehead in frustration, and his ears were hot. The little red man in his heart grabbed the wooden fish in a hurry and beat it like a drum. Just when she was confused, a low magnetic and seductive voice sounded again in her blushing ears. Okay. Xiao Jiyang looked up when he heard the sound. Then he met the man's deep and narrow phoenix eyes. The light outside the window is faintly refracted through the glass, making his dark pupils seem to be covered with a layer of charming soft light. He smiled, and his clear and clean vocal cords became soft and hoarse like an illusion, grinding her ears like a younger milk dog. Can you help her brother? Miss Designer is the best to Xiao Jiyang. Hugh. Wow, this kind of coquettish attack like a very small milk dog. Who can stand it? Anyway, her defense line is about to be lost. Okay. Xiao Jiyang's red lips were slightly open, and his head was hooked a little dizzy. I can try, but... Speaking of this, she immediately turned her red face and looked serious. But if you think there is anything unsatisfactory about my design drawing in the middle, you must bring it up. Don't hold back from saying it in order to accommodate me. That is a kind of design principle that you love. Even if there is a little sloppiness, it is disrespectful to the design. Chen Dai looked at the girl who insisted on taking her professional seriously even if she was about to be ashamed. She couldn't help but smile. Okay, my brother promises you. The little sheep is really so cute. It's so cute that it's tempting to kiss. The car arrived at the door of the Dio Hotel. Thank you, Brother San, for sending me back. Xiao Jiyang got out of the car and his eyebrows were bent. When I finished designing the drawing, I would send it to you immediately. Sun Zhou smiled softly. Okay. By the way, I also want to thank the third brother for helping me drive away the bad guys in the bar tonight. The blush on the girl's delicate and tender face has not yet subsided, like a small rose blooming brightly in the night. She smiled and her eyes were bright. Third brother, you are really like a Tinkerbell. Last time I encountered difficulties at the airport, you also appeared in front of me in time by such a coincidence. Hearing the words, Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Like the deep sea, there was a whirlpool in the bottom of the eyes. Then I'll go back first. Xiao Jiyang shook his hand at him. Third brother, you should also go back early. Good night to the girl is in a relaxed mood, and the pace is also light as she walks. He looked at her slender and light back with deep eyes, and his slender fingertips slightly raised the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose, like an extremely ascetic Sven scum. Coincidence? It is clear that he is thoughtful and step by step. He has wanted to keep this little rose privately for a long time. Well, Mr. Sen? Xu Kang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't hold back when he saw that the girl had gone far away. He turned his head and looked at the man who was sitting in his spare time. He kept his mouth all the way and began to chat. Why did you only ask the young lady to help you design clothes? There is also a dinner party. You should also invite the young lady to be your female companion. Then we can dance together. What a rare opportunity to cultivate feelings. You are usually so stupid. Why have you become stupid this time? A certain golden-haired man speaks too fast. It was so fast that even he didn't know what was wrong with something in the middle. Chen Zhou glared at him coldly. If I had invited her to be my female companion at the beginning, I'm afraid it would have been too abrupt. His slender legs overlap elegantly and loosely, and his thin lips are slightly hooked. With my wife's little sheep-like nature, it will inevitably arouse her speculation or suspicion, so he can't be in a hurry, he has to take his time step by step. Xu Kao, who was a straight man, scratched his head with an incomprehensible face. It's so complicated. Ah, it's so itchy. I feel like my brain is going to grow out. He couldn't help asking again, but since you want to invite the young lady to be your female companion, does it have anything to do with asking the young lady to help you design the attendance costume? The smile in Sanday's eyes deepened a little. He didn't answer directly, but asked lazily, what should he do next after the design drawing is drafted? Huh. Xu Kao subconsciously replied, of course, he measured the circumference. His voice suddenly stopped. Damn it. Xu Kao suddenly thought of something, and his eyes immediately widened. The latter smiled without a word. To measure the circumference, it is natural to be close to the body. Of course, there is also such an intimate opportunity to dance at the dinner party. But if this link is added, it can not only dispel her concerns, but also get one more opportunity to be close to her. Why not do it? Xu Kao. He looked at the man in front of him in a daze. Obviously, he was wearing a black shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, but he looked like a nobleman of a Sven gentleman. It turned out to be white and black. He suddenly recalled that before he got on the bus, he was still pleased with someone who had not completely extinguished his humanity. He only felt a burning pain in his face. Get together. This cunning old man is a dog-like man. The young lady is really a wolf's mouth this time. Chapter 26. His heart was hot and he drew a picture of his abdominal muscles. Qiao Jiyang returned to his residence. After washing up, she came out of the bathroom in a fresh lotus pink nightgown and a furry lamb hair hoop on her head. By the way, I don't know if Huan Huan has gone home. Although it was said that her childhood sweetheart was taking care of her, Qiao Jiyang still took out his mobile phone and dialed Tan Jinghua's phone number directly. The light bell over there has been ringing for a long time, and it has not been connected for a long time. Qiao Jiyang frowned strangely. Did you fall asleep? Just as she was about to hang up, the other side suddenly connected. Baby? The girl's voice became different from usual and became extremely hoarse. Qiao Jiyang. Is it her illusion? Why do you feel that Huan Hua's voice is a little strange? Huan Huan, are you back home? Qiao Jiyang carefully told you that if you drink wine tonight, remember to drink a glass of honey water before going to bed, otherwise your stomach will be uncomfortable again the next day. Her voice gradually dropped. Suddenly, there was a burst of silence. Huan Huan. Qiao Jiyang called her strangely. A little while has passed. Chen Jinghuan sounded slowly with a lighter voice than just now. Well, I got it. The other party said intermittently. Qiao Jiyang frowned slightly and couldn't help asking her if she was uncomfortable. A low and wild male voice suddenly sounded from the receiver. Miss, concentrate till he bit the back of Chen Jinghua's neck. His eyes were dark and his breath was chaotic. You have been pestering me. Why are you still pestering others now? You are really naughty. Bang. It seems to be the sound of the mobile phone falling to the ground. Qiao Jiyang. Suddenly realizing something, her cheeks turned red with a bang. He threw away the hot mobile phone almost instantly. Foggy grass. I was stunned. So their progress has been so fast. As if he had learned some big secret, Qiao Jiyang's cheeks turned red and his heartbeat was chaotic. With a small face with a high temperature, she hurriedly grabbed her mobile phone. Even if she was so innocent that she was almost ashamed, she did not forget to politely say, you continue, excuse me. Then he didn't hesitate anymore and hung up quickly. Oh, my God. Qiao Jiyang leaned against the wall, rubbed his red cheeks, and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Isn't it said that they are childhood sweethearts? Is that man still Huan Hua's bodyguard? Is it possible that this close-up, and another layer means boyfriend? Oh. The bold speculation suddenly jumped into his mind, and Qiao Jiyang immediately shook his head like a rattling drum. Stop. I can't think about it anymore. That's also someone else's business. Let's see what's quiet. Qiao Jiyang quickly opened Weibo with a red face, clicked on the information area, and wanted to see today's new comments. With the vibration of the sound, a new private message pops up. Charming Crispy Shark, hello, Xiaobato, I'm Crispy Shark, the little assistant of Chesa Studio 2, do you have a slot recently? Our studio has recently released a new series of chansons, called Xiaoji, which is a super cute Chinese girl theme. We think it is very suitable for you, so we want to ask you to try it on and comment too. Chunsa is a very famous clothing studio in the chansons circle. Qiao Jiyang likes their design style very much. They boldly combine Lolita elements with national style, which is elegant and very innovative. The corners of her lips curled slightly and replied, of course, but I'm not in Hong Kong City now. I'll send you the new address now. Charming Crispy Shark, good duck. Qiao Jiyang sent the current new location to the past. Charming Crispy Shark, received. We will send you the new clothes in the next few days to after the little one is finished. You don't need to send us extra, just shoot directly. Charming Crispy Shark, our little assistants have decided, Xiaobar is free to fly. If you have something to do, the boss will carry it to Charming Crispy Shark, it's not early. I won't bother you, we are obediently waiting for your comments, Omega. Little lamb, good, Omega favorite work. The studio took the initiative to send an invitation to the door. Xiao Jiyan's eyes were decorated with broken light, and his expression can't help showing longing. She also wants to have her own clothing studio. I used to feel that this dream was far away from me and almost impossible to realize. But now I feel that as long as she works hard enough, this unattainable dream will definitely come true. The brightness of her eyes is more like the stars, shining brightly. This point has always been the biological clock when she sleeps. But now it's like beating chicken blood, full of spirit. Anyway, I'm not sleepy yet. Why don't you start designing clothes for the third brother? Xiao Jiyang stepped on the lamb-shaped slippers, went to the bedroom to get the draft manuscript and pen, and sat at the table and began to draw. Although she is mainly good at designing cheongsong, she also browses a lot of other relevant books. Theoretical knowledge is available. But it is the first time for formal practice. It must be false to say that you are not nervous. But if the other party is Mr. Chen. The corners of Xiao Jiyang's lips curled in unto help, with a bright and sweet smile. It's amazing. She suddenly felt that she was not so nervous. The first step in designing clothes is to draw the basic human body first. Xiao Jiyang held the pen, and the man's appearance was different from that of Ruya Suwan, and his wild and sexy figure came to mind. The suit is no longer there. His broad shoulders were exposed. Every inch of texture is full of toughness. Go down again. The collarbone is winding and delicate. The thin waist is like a strong pine branch, which hides great power. The distinct abdominal muscles are clearly outlined, and the mermaid line extends down sexily. It's like waking up from an unknowingly slightly drunken dream. Wait. There seems to be something wrong. Xiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. He looked at the manuscript on the table little by little. Instantly an extremely sexy and wild abdominal map suddenly came into view. Xiao Jiyang. Xiao Jiyang. Her pupils shrank suddenly. The hand immediately felt like an electric shock, and the pencil fell out of the hand. What on earth is she doing? She is obviously going to draw a serious human body picture. It's not this kind of vulgar abdominal map. Xiao Jiyang's face turned red and he quickly tore off the drawing paper at an electric speed. The villain in his heart has already grabbed the wooden fish that was almost about to break his mouth and knocked it wildly. Is greater than dish is less than. How could it be like this? Xiao Jiyang rubbed his hot little face, and his ears were full of his accelerated heartbeat. She obviously hasn't seen Mr. Sun's body. How can she draw so well? It's as if I've really seen it with my own eyes. Xiao Jiyang's breath was disturbed. Even the palm of his hand recalled the touch of touching his abdominal muscles tonight. Xiao Jiyang. She was ashamed and panicked and quickly patted her face. Be sober. I can't think about it anymore. Drawing manuscript. After a while, she took the draft manuscript and pen again. Start to design carefully. As time went by, the first draft was completed unconsciously. There are not only long and short styles, but also tang costumes that she selfishly thinks are very suitable for him. Click click. Xiao Jiyang picked up his mobile phone and aimed the camera at the design drawing on the desktop. After shooting, he rushed to the bathroom like a small cannonball to wash his face and calm down. I didn't find that I took the abdominal muscle map together. Chapter 27. Good boy, or I will catch you in the quilt. To the next morning, the sun shines faintly through the curtains. Xiao Jiyang held the lamb doll in his arms and rubbed his thin pink-dyed little face against the pillow. His sleeping face was as soft as a peach. The mobile phone on the bedside table sounded and vibrated at this time. The girl who slept too late last night and was still a little sleepy cried softly. She half opened her eyes, followed the direction of the sound, raised her hand to the counter and found the mobile phone. She didn't even look at it, and slid directly to the connection. Hey, to the girl's voice was sweet and soft before she woken up. The man at the other end was caught off guard and his throat was dry. Chen Zhou stretched out his thin and long fingers to pull down his hair, and smiled helplessly and spoiledly. He stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, with his eyes slightly raised, and his voice was low, magnetic and gentle. He was good and got up. Well. Xiao Jiyang reluctantly rubbed the quilt, and his consciousness was not fully awake. The soft and sweet tone had some unknowingly spoiled. He slept for another 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. The ending is euphemistic and soft, which makes people's bones crisp. Chan's throat knot rolled slightly during the day. The girl's delicate and obedient sleeping face came to mind, like a full peach, which made people want to take a bite. TSK. It's so cute. Who can suffer? Okay. His eyebrows are slightly bent and he is very patient, so he will sleep for another 5 minutes. But if a bedridden child can't get up after 5 minutes, pause for a few seconds. Chen Zhou's thin lips were lightly hooked, and his magnetic voice wrapped around his eardrums like an electric current. My brother could only get into the quilt and grab you too. Xiao Jiyan's eyes suddenly opened. Consciousness instantly woke up and returned to position. The whole person was hit like a carp, and suddenly bounced up from the bed. I got up. Okay. Hearing the words, the smile on Chen Zhou's eyebrows deepened a little. He was worthy of his brother's good lamb and did what he said. The indulgent and gentle praise is really impressive. Xiao Zhiyang couldn't help curling his red lips. She was like a child with a little red flower on her forehead, poking the little lamb doll in her arms, whispering, "He praised me, not you." By the way, Chen Day held his mobile phone and hooked his lips. He was afraid that a child would not have a good breakfast, so his brother ordered a breakfast for you. He has asked the hotel housekeeper to put it at the door for you. Remember to check it. What? Mr. Turn also prepared breakfast for her. So sweet. Xiao Zhiyang's cheeks were slightly red and he couldn't help humming. I didn't have a bad breakfast. Really? Chen Zhou smiled and said, but a bedridden lamb didn't say that just now. He learned from her coquettish tone just now. Well, sleep for another 5 minutes, just 5 minutes to Xiao Zhiyang. Foggy grass. Was she so much just now? Q. Chen Day's eyes were slightly flirtatious and his smile was quite deep, so if my brother hadn't woken you up, I guess a bedridden lamb would definitely not have a good breakfast because he was in a hurry, right? Therefore, wake-up calls are very important. He swayed the invisible furry wolf tail behind him, and his belly was dark. Brother, this service is not only free, but also valid for you for life. Do you want to subscribe and have a try, huh? The man also seems to have just got up. The tone is lazy and low magnetic, and the ending sound is sexy. Perfectly hit the voice-controlled XP. The girl's head was dizzy and she couldn't help but click on this service. Okay. Just as she spoke. The whole sheep was suddenly excited. No, what did she promise just now? Is it 2-2 withdraw, now TVT? Unbeaten for her to react, the other party had already smiled. Well, the subscription is completed, and you can't regret it. He was like an exemplary father's boyfriend, gently and meticulously reminding her with her unbearable magnetic voice that since the child has woken up, the next step is to wash his face and change his clothes, and then have breakfast obediently. Oh, Xiao Zhiyang can't help nodding obediently. If she thinks of anything, she will immediately take a small face on the floor seriously, and you should also remember to eat on time. Otherwise, The girl hummed softly and learned his tone just now, and I came out of my mobile phone to catch you. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows with interest. Hiss, how do you say it? It's strangely tempting. Good. The corners of his lips evoked a pleasant arc, and they all listened to Xiao Zhiyang. After the call, Xiao Zhiyang got up from the bed and opened the door. I saw an exquisite insulated bag quietly placed at the door. She picked it up with a smile and saw a post-it note in the shape of a big grey wolf on it. I wish my children a smooth start to class, dream brightly, and never wander. Xiao Zhiyang looked at the powerful and smooth handwriting on it, and the tip of his heart can't help flowing into a warm current, and his red lips gently bent up. The small buds in the depths seemed to be irrigated, blooming more vigorously without knowing it. She opened the box carefully. The eyes suddenly emitted the light of a foodie. Omega, wow. So cute. Every exquisite Chinese pastry inside is neatly placed in a small antique grid. The shapes are all made into all kinds of lamb shapes. Some sleep on their stomachs, some sit and read a book, some hold up the little farfar, etc. Each piece is so exquisite that people just want to cherish it and are reluctant to put it in their mouths. This store. Xiao Zhiyang looked at the trademark on the box in surprise. Didn't I always want to check in when I had the opportunity? It's amazing. The same is true for the crayfish and succulent grapes fed last time. She obviously didn't say anything. But Mr. Zhen can accurately hit her preferences every time, as if she had collected the delicious food she wanted to check in advance. Xiao Zhiyang's lips bent slightly, and he couldn't help holding his mobile phone and taking photos at the pastry for a while. Then open Weibo, like a child who can't wait to show off his gift. Little Lamb V, share today's surprise breakfast. Isn't it super cute? Omega at the same time. In the villa on the other side, Sunday stood in the changing room and tied the button of his shirt elegantly and lazily. Buzzing, the mobile phone screen on the desktop lights up. Then a special attention reminder on Weibo was sent out. The blogger you pay special attention to at Little Lamb has been updated. Chapter 28. The waist is soft, and he can hold it with one hand. Xiao Zhiyang just finished sending Weibo. The familiar figure immediately appeared in the comment section and sat firmly in the first position again. See, well, super cute. Then other fans also flocked in. Damn, my noble sofa was robbed by C again. I don't know why, every time I see C's reply, I think it's a boyfriend's tone, because it's really too spoiled. Basically, if there is a question, it must be answered, spoiled and attached. Damn it. Don't talk about it. My love brain has made up for a cold and lustful president. In order not to be found out by the girl she has a crush on, she secretly opened a microblog account, silently supported her all the way, and was the most loyal fan behind her. Woo, this is too emotional. Is there a wife who can write? The comment section is bustling. Xiao Zhiyang over there has washed his face and opened the wardrobe to take out the clothes to be changed. Today is the official class of Yunjing University. Although he is already a sophomore, the courses of the School of Design are still arranged as if they don't care about life or death. There was a clothing design and three-dimensional tailoring class in the morning. For convenience, she chose a light blue cheongsam with short knee and thin silk. The light and close-fitting fabric outlines her slender and soft waist. A random plait of ink hair was casually held behind the head by the pearl hairpin, and the whole person was elegant and soft. Qiao Jiyoung looked at himself in the mirror, and his eyes were bright and curved. In the past, the family was authoritarian, and everything about food, clothing, housing, and transportation was strictly controlled. The clothes not only require long-sleeved trousers, but also the color should not be too bright. Even her favorite cheongsam requires only knee length, and must not show her waist or calf. Once there is something that fails, it will be scolded by them. But now, she is free. She has the right to decide what she wants to wear. You don't have to wrong yourself anymore to satisfy their desire for control. I haven't posted on WeChat moments for a long time. The little sheep in a good mood opened WeChat while eating pastries. Strange. Since the airport that day, her family has not been contacted again. Everything is too quiet and harmonious. This is not like the style of her controlling mother. Qiao Jiyoung looked at the chat records that were still there that day, and his eyelashes drooped slightly. Have they really compromised? Forget it, never mind. She shook her head and regained her spirit. Now that she had decided to move forward, she should not look back. Qiao Jiyoung edited the pastries he had just taken and the full body photos taken in front of the mirror and sent them to his moments. It has just been sent out successfully. A small red dot bounced out immediately. It was Tsunde who liked it. The speed is as fast as the sea who replies to her on Weibo. Qiao Jiyoung blinked in surprise. It's so fast. Maybe Mr. Zheng is also looking at his mobile phone. On the other side, the well-dressed man leaned coldly on the wide sofa in the living room. He held his mobile phone, looked through the lens, and looked at the photo of the girl on the screen. The fingertips rubbed the slender waist, pinched by the soft fabric, and the throat tightened for a while. He knows how soft the little girl's waist is. It is not only soft, but also thin. It is so thin that he can hold it firmly with one hand. I just don't know. What would it feel like to hold it hard? Fashion design is one of the most popular majors in Yinjing University. The whole teaching building is tall and towering. After crossing the corridor, the large open space in the center is full of excellent works left by previous students. The bright and spacious classroom neatly arranges model tables that need to be used for three-dimensional tailoring, as well as fabrics of various colors. Are you all there? As soon as the class bell rang, Wen Jishan walked in steadily in a black modified Zhongshan suit. I believe everyone has also seen a new classmate today. He raised his hand slightly to Qiao Jiyoung, who was sitting in the back row, and signaled with a smile, "Come on, introduce yourself to the students." The girl who was named didn't twist at all and got up generously and elegantly. "Hello, everyone. I'm Qiao Jiyoung. It's a pleasure to meet you." She was wearing a simple and elegant cheongsam with light hair, revealing a delicate and sweet face. With a little Hong Kong tone, her voice is clear and sweet, and her standing posture is elegant, with the neatness and calmness of a lady of a noble family. Everyone, wow, to it's a delicate and soft little beauty, Omega. I heard that she is Miss Xiao, the Chibol of Hong Kong City, and was invited by Professor Wen herself. It turned out that she was the beauty in cheongsam that day. God, it's more beautiful up close. Her head is so big that she doesn't look arrogant. On the contrary, she looks like a soft little sheep, which makes people want to do it fiercely. Yanshen said he was very satisfied, and even wanted to dress up as a man and fall in love with a little beauty. Have you noticed that they are also wearing cheongsam? She is much more beautiful than Su Dian. This is the authentic cheongsam beauty. There was a whisper around, and Su Dian, who was sitting in the front row, turned more than half of her face black. She secretly tightened the corner of her skirt, and her eyes flashed with bitterness. A bunch of visionless fools. This kind of small vase is also worthy of comparison with her. Her eyesight is so rubbish. No wonder she took away the first place every time to saw Diane's red lips curled up. Let's wait and see. In addition to beauty, design is also her strength. She will let this small vase show its original shape in front of everyone to see who dares to praise her. Today is the first day of the class. I won't torture everyone. Let's set an open national style theme. Wen Jishan looked at the students below who were ready to cheer, tilted his head and smiled. Although it was played at will, it was also a small class test, so who didn't pass the test? I'm sorry, I'm going to deduct all the credits of this class. Everyone. He is worthy of Professor Wen. As soon as the school starts, he will be annihilated. Voldemort. Saw Diane in the front row has already frowned displeasedly. It's so annoying. Why is it such a boring and old-fashioned national style theme again? But I can slap this vase woman in the face. I have to wrong myself for the time being. While others are still thinking about how to design, Saw Diane has walked to the fabric area with a confident face. After choosing her favorite fabric, she began to cut it to the platform model. Wow, she is too fast. This is Su Jian, the champion of the last college's clothing design, and the most popular Cheongsong wearing blogger on Weibo. Of course, she has the strength. Listening to everyone's praise, Su Dian raised her lips proudly. Chao Jiyoung, who has been sitting quietly in the back row, is not in a hurry at all. She held the pen and carefully revised the draft paper according to her ideas. After finalizing the design draft, I went to choose the fabric slowly. As a transfer student, personally invited by Wen Jishan, Chao Jiya's every move, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. She held a soft white embryo cloth and skillfully held the bead needle to fix it according to the designed position. Wow, her stitching technique is so sharp that it doesn't look like her first time taking a design course. As a sophomore design student, the scumbag who hasn't even learned such a simple knitting has begun to cry. That's awesome. No wonder Professor Wen will take her in. The target of everyone's boasting suddenly changed the protagonist. The corners of Su Dian's lips, which had just been bent, stiffened in an instant. She turned her head in disbelief and saw that Chao Jiyan was about to finish the upper body part, and her face suddenly changed. How is it possible? This vase girl can also cut three-dimensionally. She really knows how to design clothes. Su Dian endured the jealousy on her face and pretended to be gentle. You moved quite fast. I just thought that like a student who was personally invited by Professor Wen, you could directly save the step of drafting up and get started directly like me. Of course, the design draft is very important. Chao Jiyoung only lowered his eyes and operated seriously. For designers, the design draft is a skeleton. Without design, there is no work. Speaking of this, I didn't wait for the other party to react. She suddenly raised her eyes gently, and her red lips suddenly bent. I think you can take the first place every time. You should also understand this truth, right? Su Dian was stunned and her face turned pale. The other party's words seemed to be soft and gentle, but in fact it is difficult to refute. Without waiting for her to say anything, Chao Jiyan had lowered his eyes again and continued to focus on creation. This elegant and sharp counterattack made her look like she was showing off childishly. Su Dian couldn't help clenching her hands in hatred. Damn it. What are you pretending to be? Can you ride on her head with a little knowledge? Dream and go. Su Jian snorted coldly, and Yu Guan inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chao Jiya's manuscript next to him, and his steps suddenly stopped. This design draft. Why is the style so similar to the blogger Xiao Yang, which she has always been disgusted with? Chapter 29 Clavicle Kiss Marks, he is like a madman. As a fan, Xiaoba's increase is fast and steady, and he is also a Cheongsong-based grass seeding blogger. Su Dian has peeked at her Weibo a lot. In addition to the daily Cheongsong sharing, she also published some casual clothing design manuscripts. The more Su Dian reads several manuscripts, the more she likes them. When she saved it by the way, she accidentally found that each mark on her manuscript would be painted with a small star. Then a small sheep will be drawn in simple strokes at the bottom and the creation date will be marked. At present, this way of notation is exactly the same as Chao Jiya's. Su Dian's pupils shook. Looking at Chao Jiya's eyes, he immediately became a little more alert. Could it be that this little lamb blogger is it her? This guess just came to mind. It was soon strangled by her. Oh, how is it possible? Although I don't want to admit it, Chao Jiyan does have a face that men will like. Of course. Compared with her, it is still too far behind. But this little lamb has been in business for so long that he has never shown his face. If she is really Chao Jiyan, why should she hide her face? She must have been like her for a long time, relying on her face to increase her fans. Su Dian raised her eyes disdainfully. He didn't even dare to show his face. He must be an ugly monster. As the two classes gradually passed, many students have also completed today's homework one after another. Su Dian, wearing a burgundy cheongsong, secretly poked the way Chao Jia walked and smiled elegantly and said, "Professor Wen, my work is finished, please take a look." The costumes on the model on the stage are her usual gorgeous style. The skirt is cut into a sexy waist design, and a large amount of fabric is folded into a rose shape. It is dotted all the way from the upper body to the waist, and there are many folds and sequins around it. This idea is too great. It is completely a combination of modern and classical. It is worthy of being the first place all year round, and it can be designed so full in such a short time. Listening to everyone's praise, Su Jian couldn't hide her pride in her eyes. She smiled, pretending to be modest. "You are too popular. In fact, my design is mediocre." Just as she spoke. "It's really so-so." Wen Jishan frowned slightly and his tone was stern. "Your work is gorgeous from a distance, but it can't stand the beating when you look closely. Your elements are so piled up that people can't grasp the theme. Although this practice is easy to get points in the competition, it will never reach the advanced level." "What?" Su Dian's face turned black. Before she could recover, Wen Jishan had turned around and looked at Chao Jiya's work, and his face instantly improved. "Well, this is very good." It was simple and generous. It did not deliberately accumulate elements and named the theme at a glance. This is the correct design aesthetics. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at it, which was stunned in an instant. It is also a waist-tight cheongsam design. But there are fewer cumbersome elements. The whole is elegant and generous, the layout is neat, and the needles are fine and smooth. The most eye-catching thing is that she also sewed several lifelike willow leaves with blue threads in the front lapel by hand. Then add pearls as a decoration to raise the elegance to a higher level. In such a comparison, Qiao Jiyao's works are really more durable. Am I right? Did she sew up the willow leaves in the middle? It's still Suxiu. If this is ready-made clothes, I will buy it on the spot, okay? Just now, I thought Su Dian's work was very good. Now I see that it doesn't look like a cheongsam. It's obviously a hotel welcome dress. Despite the praise of everyone. But Wunji Mountain still has a problem with strict points, but you haven't dealt with it enough. It should be like this. I got it. Qiao Jiyang was not arrogant or impatient, and carefully took his notebook to write it down. Wen Jishan looked at her and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It is indeed a good seedling. It is worth cultivating. Although it was not announced who won the first place in this classwork, the result was obvious. Su Dian stared viciously at Qiao Jiyang, who was being stunned by everyone, and her eyes turned red. What's so great about it? Anyway, she has won the first place so many times. Let's give it to her this time. The morning class is over. As soon as Qiao Jiyang walked into the canteen, he saw Chen Jinghuan, not far ahead, wave to her. Baby, here too I've been in class all morning. How do you feel? Chen Jinghuan is like an extremely worried old father. I heard that Professor Wen is very strict. Isn't he mad at you? It feels good. Qiao Jiyang bent his eyes with a smile, and Professor Wen was not fierce. He also taught me a lot of new knowledge today. As she was talking, Yu Guang glanced inadvertently. Just see the face. In the slightly open neck of the former girl, half a rose-colored ambiguous mark was clearly revealed on the collarbone. Qiao Jiyang. Is this? The legendary kiss mark? Omega. The innocent little sheep immediately blushed. He reflexively stretched out his hand and covered her neckline with a snap. He was so ashamed that his voice softened. Cover it quickly and don't show it. Chen Jinghuan. She followed the line of sight and looked down. The girl, who has always been bold, also blushed in an instant and hurriedly covered her collar tightly. Qiao Jiyang licked his lips and asked tentatively, by the way, you were with your childhood sweetheart last night. She opened her clear eyes and put her thumbs together. Did she sleep? Chen Jinghuan. Help. I usually teach you something strange. The tips of her ears were red, and she coughed lightly. Yes, she slept. Chen Jinghuan held his chin and his face was full of frustration. Originally, he just wanted to have fun, but he couldn't hold it for a moment and threw him down again. Qiao Jiyang. Again? Well, in fact, when I went out to play, I saw him fall dirty in the alley, and I picked him up for a moment. After that, I saw that he was quite good at fighting, so I took him in. In the future, he would follow me and be my little bodyguard. Chen Jinghuan dodged his eyes with a little guilty, but you also saw that I, a little bodyguard, was quite good-looking, and I liked to play hooliganism when I was drunk, so I accidentally ate him. But I don't understand. She patted the table. Why is he the object I play with every hooligan? Qiao Jiyang. She couldn't help asking, will you be responsible for him? What is the responsibility? Chen Jinghuan rolled his lips. Sister, I haven't played enough. It's alright. She waved her little hand, and he didn't care anyway. Do you really don't care? Qiao Jiyang recalled the man's tone last night. Tasteful and paranoid. It doesn't seem to care. Even. He still cares like a madman. Let's not talk about this. Thinking of something, Chen Jinghuan changed the topic. By the way, I was drunk last night. Who sent you back? As soon as Mr. Chen was mentioned, the corners of Qiao Jiyang's lips curled slightly. It was your little uncle who sent me back. Huh. It turned out to be her little uncle who doesn't like to meddle. Chen Jinghuan was a little confused. Judging from her understanding of the little uncle. Even if she promised to help her take care of her little sister at that time, she would send a few people to take care of her at most. I will never do this kind of charity in person. I didn't expect that he was so considerate to send people home in person. Chapter 30. If you send a picture of abdominal muscles by mistake, your brother can satisfy you. Chen Jinghua's brain is running fast. Suddenly, I thought of something again, and my whole body froze in an instant. Wait. So my little uncle was really offshore last night. She blinked in a trance, but how do I remember last night? I also saw a 1.9 meter tall handsome man with double doors, who looked like his uncle. Damn it. Chen Jin took a deep breath of cold air, grabbed the girl's shoulder, and shook her pupils. Don't tell me that this handsome man is my little uncle, right? No way. She won't really encounter this kind of horse-catching thing. It must be her memory disorder. It must be so. You remember correctly. But the next second, Qiao Jiao's helpless voice sounded. This person was Mr. Chen. You also told him that you looked like her little uncle and had no future, and asked him to have plastic surgery. Chen Jinghuan. As expected, getting drunk is not terrible. The terrible thing is that someone will help you recall what happened when you were drunk. Thank you. It seems that the planet can't tolerate her at all. She will pack her bags and order the fastest rocket to leave here. Oh. It's over. Chen Jinghuan covered his head in pain, with a face that he couldn't love. With my little uncle's grudge, he would definitely kill me. No way. Qiao Zhiyang rubbed her head and comforted her. Mr. Then is a gentle and understanding person. He will definitely understand that you were just drunk at that time and will not embarrass you. Chen Jinghuan. Gentle? Are you understanding? When she grew up so big, it was the first time she had heard people use these words to describe the little uncle. Do you remember the last time I told you that I saved my husband at the airport? Qiao Zhiyang's lips curled up. In fact, he was Mr. Chen, your little uncle. Chen Jinghuan. More. The kind-hearted brother from the sky is her cold-blooded and ruthless little uncle. Can he be a hero to save the beauty? Ah. Qiao Zhiyang's eyes were bright, and his heart was throbbing unknowingly. Moreover, Mr. Sun not only saved me, but also gently taught me to be brave, so that I can. As she was talking, the little sister next to her had let out a series of goose-like laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jinghuan held his stomach and almost rolled off the chair with laughter. Ha 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 ha, he laughed and made a fortune. Baby, you really misunderstood him too deeply. How could he be such a person? Will Iron Day be gentle? The sow will go up to the tree. Well, I know you want to ease the relationship between me and my little uncle. She wiped the tears that came out of laughter, so she deliberately made up such an absurd story, right? Qiao Zhiyang. What she said is obviously true. Why did it become a fabrication? And this is not ridiculous. She puffed up her cheeks depressedly and continued to insist that what I said was true, that is, he saved me. Aha, uffa. Chen Jinghuan touched her head with a spoiled face, as if a child coaxed. The baby said whatever he said. Abominable. The fist is hard. Why don't you believe it? Qiao Zhiyang looked at the little sister who was desperately suppressing the laughter and sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let's leave it to time. In the future, she will know that in fact, Mr. Chen is really a gentle and gentlemanly good person. Qiao Zhiyang gave up his struggle. Mr. Chen has helped me so much. I want to give him a thank you gift. What do you think is better? Chen Jinghuan held his cheek and looked at her serious expression helplessly. Alas. Her little lamb is really working hard to make up with her little uncle. Wrong. Wait. First of all, this peach blossom falling from the sky is definitely not the little uncle, that is, there is someone else. That is to say, the little sister wants to ease her relationship with her uncle. The second is to thank this understanding hero. In this case, why doesn't she follow the little sister's will and become a red lady? Anyway, this peach blossom can't be her little uncle. Hey, she's really a clever little ghost. Chen Jinghuan immediately sat up straight, pretended to think about it seriously, and cooperated with her. As a boss, uncle should not like to eat sweets. Why don't you give him a collar clip or cufflinks? You can design and have strong hands-on ability. I think it would be more sincere to make a collar clip for him by yourself than to send it directly. Hey, her little lamb is beautiful and delicate, plus a gift made by herself. She doesn't believe that this peach blossom won't be moved. Qiao Zhiyang, who knew nothing about his little sister's thoughts, eyes lit up. She didn't doubt anything else and nodded. Okay. Evening. After taking a shower, Qiao Zhiyang read books related to men's clothing design, continued to hold the draft book and carefully supplement the details. Mr. Chen has broad shoulders and waist, which is the most suitable for wearing a slim and stylish British suit. The design of the single-breasted flat neckline will make the whole more neat and clean and full of aura. The texture is in the grey prince's grid to add texture, and with a vest of the same color, it is full of gentlemanly feeling. The inspired girl also designed suits in other colors, including retro khaki, elegant dark blue, and so on. Well, the suit is finally done. Qiao Zhiyang picked up another design draft, looked at the tang dress on it, and was lost in thought, but it seemed to be a little monotonous. What should I add? A gentleman who is as reserved as he is, handsome and like a fairy. What representative thing is the most suitable for him? Fairy. I have it. Qiao Zhiyang held the pen and added an ancient and fairy crane pattern to the tang costume, which outlined the extreme ancient charm. Crane represents the meaning of breeze and purity. Mr. Chen often wears Buddha beads, which must be a Buddhist believer. The crane pattern is the most suitable for him. Well, the styles have been designed. Now send them to Mr. Chen for him to choose. After Qiao Zhiyang checked carefully and confirmed that there was no problem, he took his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Tenday's avatar. Because I have been helping him design the costumes for the dinner these days, the album is full of all kinds of design drawings. For fear of omissions, Qiao Zhiyang sent all the latest photos in front of them. Yang Ba Ma, third brother, these are the dinner clothes I designed for you. Please see if there is anything that needs to be modified. At this time. A private house in a villa in Nangshan. The bathroom door opened. The hazy, wet and hot water mist pervaded. Chen Day put on a loose black bathrobe and casually wiped his hair with a towel. He picked up his mobile phone, ignored other people's messages, and directly clicked on the avatar of the lamb that had already been pinned on it. The little girl is very careful about designing clothes for him. It's just a simple shirt, and different types are designed. Chen Day lowered his eyes and brushed down, until a picture suddenly came into view. His fingertips paused slightly, and the corners of his lips suddenly raised. Oh, look at what he found. Xiao Jiyoung, who was waiting for a reply over there, was not idle. She also opened the pictures that had been sent above and looked at them one by one, until a sexy abdominal muscle picture suddenly broke into my eyes. Xiao Jiyoung. Wu Zhao brothers. Why are you here? It hasn't passed for 3 minutes. Hurry up and withdraw. Xiao Jiyoung's cheeks turned red, and when he was about to withdraw the picture a voice had already popped up. It's over. I was seen. Xiao Jiyoung turned on the voice when he couldn't fall in love. The man's low and mellow voice slowly sounded, and Xiao Jiyoung also drew his abdominal muscles. Is it a reference for the design? Before she could recover, the latest voice sounded automatically. Since it needs to be a reference, my brother can take it off and show it to you. Chapter 31 Video call. Is this distance okay? The man's sexy and dull magnetic sound seemed to be close to his ear. It seems to be covered with a layer of hot fog, which makes people's legs weak. The temperature suddenly rose. Xiao Jiyoung's cheeks turned redder. Oh no. This misunderstanding is too big. Explain it clearly quickly. With her bright red face, she opened the option below with her fingertips trembling, and was about to choose a voice call. As a result, I panicked and pressed the video call next to me. Xiao Jiyoung. I didn't wait for her to react. The screen lit up. An elegant and charming handsome face came into view. The man's black hair in front of him was half drooping, and the wet drops of water slowly slid down his cold white forehead and sank into his neck. He was wearing a loose black bathrobe, and the belt was only loosely knotted casually. The front flap is slightly open, revealing the beautiful collarbone, and the strong and sexy chest can be faintly seen below. And as she breathed, it fluctuated and fell in her sight. Xiao Jiyoung. She was stunned for a moment. Then the whole breathing was chaotic. Although when designing, I thought about what kind of sexy scene Mr. Chen would be without a suit. But imagination is one thing, and seeing it with your own eyes is another thing. After never experiencing this extremely strong male impact, the little sheep went straight to death on the spot. Video? Just when she was stunned at a loss, Sunday looked at her crimson little face, raised her eyebrows, and her voice was hoarse and charming. It seemed that Jiyoung was a little anxious. He didn't wear the golden glasses he usually wears. A pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be without some kind of bound shackles, and Benchi's cold and deep eyes rippled out a demon-like seductive whirl. Okay, then while he smiled, the magnetic sound had a hallucinating sense of confusion, and my brother satisfied you. Sound fall. Before the girl recovered, he raised his hand, and his movements were like a carefully edited and rhythmic video. Hold the belt and pull it gently. The loose bathrobes naturally open to both sides. The delicate and profound collarbone is exposed. The shoulders and back are broad and straight, and the pectoral muscles outlined by the extremely tense lines are full and strong, which makes people's blood spurt. Under the warm light of the room, the well-blocked abdominal muscles are dotted with moist mat. Xiao Jiyoung's eyes widened, and the crimson of his cheeks was more vivid. 3 words suddenly popped up in my dizzy mind. Male bodhisattva. Is this distance okay? As if she was afraid that she could not see clearly enough, the person on the screen asked thoughtfully and put the camera forward. Would you like to come closer? The strong and tight chest suddenly enlarged in front of me. Even the angle is cleverly slightly slanted down, and the sexy abdominal muscles below are also well taken into the camera. Xiao Jiyoung's heart beats like a drum. Help, help, help. Too close, too close. Her cheeks were red and she wanted to raise her hand to cover her eyes. But he had no choice but to disobey with his hands, and his eyes could not take his eyes off. She was successfully lured. Chen Day looked at the girl's eyes on the opposite side, and couldn't help laughing happily. Is this angle okay? Like a novice, he reminded her slowly and logically through the adjustment. Jiyoung, don't patronize it, remember to save the screenshot. That's right. Screenshot, screenshot. As if he had been poured into the ecstasy soup all night, Xiao Jiyoung came back to his senses, and his mind was still dizzy. She stretched out her hand obediently and was about to take a screenshot. Misty grass. What on earth is she doing? Realizing his behavior, Xiao Jiyoung suddenly came to his senses. The whole little face blushed even more. Even the toes hidden under the table shrank shyly. Woo. How did things develop like this? At first, she just accidentally made up the loss of Mr. Chen's suit, and then accidentally drew it. I accidentally took a picture and sent it out with other manuscripts. Finally, I accidentally pressed the video call. Xiao Jiyoung's face was full of lovelessness. It's over. Will Mr. Sen misunderstand that she is an unclean-minded little yellow sheep? QQ third, brother, please listen to my explanation. In order to regain his precarious image, Qiao Jiang put on a red face and said in a hurry. Things are really not what you think. I'm not for reference, huh? As soon as she was halfway through her words, the man on the screen suddenly laughed. Sun Zhou looked at her and raised his eyebrows with interest. So you didn't draw your brother's abdominal muscles for reference, but deliberately paused for a few seconds. His eyes were slightly flirtatious. Obviously, it was Sven's gentle tone, but his voice was indescribably lustful and sexy. Do you want to draw it? Qiao Jiang. She was stunned for a moment, and the tips of her ears became hotter. Bad, bad, bad. How can there be a feeling that things are getting darker and darker? Although it seems that she was fascinated for a moment, and then she wrote. But a few minutes ago, she really wanted to draw the human body carefully. It's a sudden thought of a crooked mind. It's all brain's fault. Qiao Jiang blushed in a mess. However, the man on the screen stared at her quietly and charmingly. The light in the room is bright yellow. Under the light, the color of his pupils is as deep and thick as the deep sea, which makes people's hearts move. Qiao Jiang's breathing was disordered. He was so busy that he turned his head, and his heart softened. Woo! It turns out that the man in a suit and leather shoes and buttons during the day is so sexy under his lining. This fatal sense of contrast made my heart hotter. Help! She can't stand it anymore. Chunde looked at the girl whose face was getting redder and redder, and his eyebrows curled happily again, like a Sven scum who specializes in catching people's hearts. He smiled lightly. It seems to see through the girl. At a loss and ashamed, he suddenly opened his mouth gently and let me guess. This should be one of the steps of clothing design, right? Hearing the words, Qiao Jiang raised his head in surprise. As far as I know, before starting the manuscript, you have to draw a simple human body before starting to design. His eyebrows and eyes are slightly bent, as if it were still the image of a harmless gentleman. With my little Jiang's carefulness, he must draw a complete human body, including the collarbone, abdominal muscles, mermaid lines, right? Qiao Jiang blinked in a dork. Huh. She suddenly came to her senses. Immediately follow his words and nod like a drum. Yes, 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 that's what I think, not because I want to draw abdominal muscles. Chunde looked at the red and delicate tips of her ears exposed between her hair, and her eyes were as deep as the dark night. The little sheep is really not good at lying. Every time she deceives someone, her ears will turn red instantly, so red that people want to bite it. Chen Zhou's thin lips gently hooked. He held his mobile phone and leaned forward to the camera without making a sound. The tall and sexy body once again occupied the field of vision, showing Su Yi's tension at a glance. Xiao Zhiyang. Chen Zhou looked at the girl's red and seductive face for a moment and smiled softly. Do you remember what your brother's abdominal muscles look like now? If it's not clear. His eyes were slightly converged, and his dull and magnetic voice was low and demagoguery. My brother can continue to satisfy you. Chapter 32. There is a dream at night, which tempts her to sink. The tall and handsome man is very close to the camera, and with a clever angle, he can see his sexy and tight abdominal muscles at a glance. A low and seductive voice sounded in her ear. Entanglement. Close to. Rope around. Then slowly disperse little by little. It makes people's ears hot and their legs are weak. Xiao Jiang's heart beat. The breath was held almost instantly. It's very strange. Obviously, Mr. Chen doesn't have a real person here. But at this moment, it's like really leaning down to her ear and talking to her. Woo. My ears are about to be burned. Under the temptation of a low magnetic sexy voice. Her eyes were successfully seduced again. Involuntarily, he poked up the screen little by little. From the larynx to the collarbone, from the abdominal muscles to the mermaid line. Under the flow of yellow light and shadow, it looks particularly sexy and evil. Xiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled. So sexy. So beautiful. Want to touch. Bold thoughts suddenly came out of control in my mind. Xiao Jiang. Her cheeks were hot, and her eyes immediately ran away. The whole heartbeat was completely messed up. Help is greater than dish is less than. How could she stare at other people's abdominal muscles like a little pervert? Does this make a word? Sober up. Qiao Jiang squeezed his lips, and his soft white little face was dyed bright crimson. That's right. How did she become like this? Before Mr. Chen appeared, she didn't know that she had voice control, throat control, and abdominal control. But what if it's another man? She assumed for a second and soon denied it completely. She has no interest in other men at all. Xiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Does she only have thoughts about Mr. Chen? Bold thoughts suddenly came to my mind. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her ears were full of the sound of her violent heartbeat. Third brother. Qiao Jiang grabbed the mobile phone and couldn't help tightening his hand. His eyes were too shy to look directly. He said very fast. It's very late now. I won't disturb your rest. Please choose the design drawings you want and send them to me. Good night. The words fell. The girl, who has always been well educated, hung up the video shyly and anxiously without waiting for the other party to reply for the first time. Chen Zhou looked at the screen as usual and raised his eyebrows slightly. TSK. His little sheep was shy and eager to escape. The big grey wolf hidden in the gentleman's skin smiled blackly. I really can't do anything about her. Since that's the case, let her escape for a while. After all, sooner or later, he will trap her between the bed and the arms and freely admire her shy face. This appreciation is just a few days and a few nights. Chen Zhou reopened the abdominal muscle map above and did not hesitate to save it. He looked at the picture, his eyes were deep and surging, and the corners of his lips were slightly bent. Originally, I wanted to borrow the design drawing sent by the little sheep, so I secretly invited her to come over and help him measure the circumference in person. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected major harvest. Recalling the way the girl stared at him just now, he raised his eyebrows wildly and greedily. It seems that sex temptation is very useful. You can continue next time. The video call is over. The heat in the bedroom has not dissipated for a long time. It's also so dry that people can't help but feel a little dry. Xiao Jiyang rubbed his red little face and couldn't help walking over to pick up the cup, poured a whole glass of cold water, and raised his neck to gurgle all in one breath. Calm down, I want to calm down. She stood in front of the air conditioner, trying to cool down the heat on her face quickly. The villain in his heart skillfully crossed his legs, holding the wooden fish that was almost about to break, and another drum-like knocking. Nevertheless. But the man's delicate collarbone, tight and sexy waist, and abdominal muscles still automatically appeared in my mind. Even when he accidentally touched his palm in the car that night, the subtle touch swept over uncontrollably. Xiao Jiyang. Wow, I can't think about it anymore. If you think about it again, it's 2 bounds. She should keep the bottom line and can't cross the line. Xiao Jiyang put down the water cup, ran to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water, and then flew to the bed like a small cannonball. She grabbed the quilt and buried her red face in it, and her heartbeat has not returned to normal until now. Go to bed quickly. As long as you fall asleep, these shameful memories will never come out again. She hugged the quilt and closed her eyes. The night is getting darker, and the sleepiness is slowly coming. Unconsciously, I began to fall asleep. Good boy, hold it. The dark and magnetic voice, dragging the crisp electric current, fell ambiguously into the ear. Who is holding her hand? Xiao Jiyang's eyes and eyelashes opened slightly, and his familiar and elegant handsome face suddenly came into view. Immediately, the delicate waist was hooked by his broad palm. Chen Zhou leaned her against the workbench behind her. The other hand held her soft little hand, which was all the way to the belt of the bathrobe on her body. He bent down and touched the tip of her ear with his lips as if he had nothing. His voice was hoarse and demaginating, and he untied. The wet and hot breath suddenly came. Xiao Jiyang's fingertips were crisp for a moment, and his hand seemed to be out of control, and he obediently tore off the belt of his bathrobe. The purpose is sexy and sharp throat knots, white and delicate collarbones, and bright and firm abdominal muscles. The little lamb answered his brother obediently. She didn't wait for her to recover from her beauty. Tsundai hooked her slender waist. The magnetic tone seems to be soaked in hot mist, dull and seductive. What do you like about your brother? Is it the laryngeal knot, the collarbone, or the abdominal muscles? Or do you like all of them? He held her hand, like a goblin in the form of an adult, flirting with her secretly, and hooked her into falling. Xiao Jiyang's cheeks gradually turned red, and even his fingertips were dyed hot pink. Wrong. It doesn't seem to be like this. Her eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings. She regained some reason and immediately pulled her hand back. What are you doing? Please let me go. What on earth is this place? And why has Mr. Sun in front of you become so strange? In her impression, Mr. Sun is elegant, gentle and calm. It shouldn't be as evil as it is now, and it should be flirtatious and seductive. Sunday pressed her tight waist, stared at her alert and helpless little face, hooked the corners of her lips gently, and smiled in a low voice. What are you doing, brother? His handsome face suddenly approached, and his throat rolled sexy in front of her eyes. My brother is seducing you. With the sound falling, the workbench behind him suddenly turned into a big bed. The two fell into each other. The smelly ebony fragrance wrapped around her more intimately and ambiguously, swallowing her few reasons and cunningly. You will like it. The man hugged her waist and pressed against her blood-red earlobe, and the sexy and dull magnetic sound seduced her. Baby. Chapter 33. A baby wants to make her heart beat out of control. The sunlight shone through the cracks of the curtain and poured down on the bed dazzlingly. Xiao Jiyang suddenly opened his eyes. She sat up suddenly with a carp, her eyes staring, her red lips slightly open, and her whole body was dumbfounded. Help! Help! How could she have such an outrageous dream? I not only untied Mr. Turn's bathrobe with my own hands, but also reached out and touched his abdominal muscles. Ah! Xiao Jiyang grabbed the quilt with a collapse and rolled himself into a caterpillar, showing only a pair of panicked eyes. It is said that if you have thoughts, you will have dreams at night. Maybe she was in her dream because she was thinking about Mr. Chen's abdominal muscles all night last night. A little sheep that had completely turned red again buried its face in the quilt and kicked its legs randomly. It's too sinful. How can she offend Mr. Chang, who is as noble as a Buddha, in her dream? But despite that, those memories seemed to be automatically triggered by a button, circulating passionately infinitely in her mind. Even the tiny details have not been missed. Even there is a faint feeling in the palm of the hand. QAQ. Xiao Jiang's face suddenly felt hot, and his fingertips curled up in a hurry. The villain in his heart had already grabbed the almost cracked wooden fish and knocked it on. No, it really can't go on like this. She wants to abstain. Xiao Jiang blushed, quickly picked up his mobile phone, and downloaded an electronic wooden fish app in the application mall. She poked the electronic wooden fish on the screen. Every time you tap, it will show merit +1 do 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 d d d d d d d d d d d. The regular and neat sound of wooden fish continued to sound in the bedroom. Xiao Jiang crossed his legs, and the corners of his eyes were still blushing. Meditate, color is empty, empty is color, color is. The merits on the screen have accumulated more than 1,000. But the memories in my mind are still lingering, and my heartbeat has not calmed down for a long time. Even the tips of the ears are beginning to get hot. It's over. It doesn't seem to have any effect. Xiao Jiang gave up putting down his mobile phone and buried his red little face in the quilt again in frustration. Even the electronic wooden fish can't save her. It seems that it is necessary to buy a real wooden fish online. This morning's class is still full. The bell finally rang after school. Xiao Jiang was packing up the things on the table and was about to go to the dance studio to find Chen Jinghuan to have dinner with. The mobile phone shook, and a voice message appeared on the screen. It's Mr. Thurn. Xiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a suspicious blush quietly climbed up the back of his neck. Several hours have passed, but she still can't hear his voice now. In his dream last night, he leaned ambiguously, and the whisper in her ear was too seductive. She was so dumb and sexy that her ears were so soft that she was almost pregnant. Baby. As if immersive, the extremely magnetic voice suddenly stirred in my ears. It seems to have the effect of three-dimensional surround, constantly flirting ambiguously and seductively. Flutter. Flutter. It seems that a pink love arrow hit the heart. It set off a crazy beat in an instant. Xiao Jiao's breathing was completely disturbed. The temperature on the cheeks is also uncontrollable and hot as it warms up. Woo. Help. Isn't it said that as long as you wake up, you will almost forget the content of your dream? Why does she still remember so clearly? Xiao Ji took a deep breath again and patted his face. Calm down. Absolutely, 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 you can't think about it again. Thinking about it again, it's really too much. She must not overdo it. Xiao Jiang calmed down his inexplicable throbbing mood and clicked on the voice message. The low mellow voice of Saul Magnetic slowly sounded. Xiao Jiang, is the class overed? Do you have time after school in the afternoon? Is there anything wrong with the costume design at the dinner? Once the major is involved, Xiao Jiang looked serious and immediately replied, just after class, I have time after school. At the same time, the conference room of the headquarters building of Sen's group. In front of the wide and bright floor-to-ceiling window, a tall and straight figure in a suit and leather shoes sat lazily in the frontmost position. Chen Day was wearing a crow-black shirt, plus a matching vest, which could not cover the tight and powerful contour of his chest muscles. The leather cuffs outlined the strong texture of his arms. In that reserved and cold temperament, a little evil thug temperament is added. This is the latest performance sum of the Asia-Pacific division this year. The senior general manager representing the finance department is holding the document. With the promotion of the project, their value stocks and growth stocks have risen in effective values. I'm reporting. A mobile phone vibrated and suddenly sounded. Everyone? Awesome. Who is so bold that he dared to forget to mute his mobile phone during Mr. Ten's meeting? I thought I would see the next picture of Mr. Chen being unhappy and being scolded with some unlucky ghost. But the man sitting above raised his hand and made a muffled gesture. Then he picked up the mobile phone on the table. Everyone? Before they could react, they saw the man's indifferent and cold eyebrows stretched in an instant, the corners of his lips bent slightly, and a smile overflowed from his throat. Everyone? Under the surprised eyes of the crowd, Chen Day held his mobile phone, pressed the voice bar, and his clear and magnetic voice was full of tenderness. Well, is it convenient for you to come to my company? I want to talk to you about dinner clothes. Everyone? Zhengdou fake do. Is it their eyes and ears that are faulty, or is Mr. Chen possessed by demons today? Not to mention that Mr. Chen rarely looks at his mobile phone during meetings. Is this spoiled look, and this gentle clipping sound, really on Mr. Chen's face and mouth? It's like a person has changed in a second. Xu Kao, who was sitting, admired the shocked expressions of the others in the seat and swayed proudly. It's good to know the inside story in advance. To Xiao Jiyang from the university received a reply. Yao Beima, It's convenient. I'll take a bus to see you after school in the afternoon. Just as she was about to open the navigation software and search for the address, the other party replied again. Long-legged uncle, don't be so troublesome. Just wait at the door at that time. Chao Ji-young blinked lightly. Did you ask Xu Tsuka to pick her up? She bowed her head and said, okay, I'll come to see you with the design drawing multiplied by an emoticon of a furry lamb jumping, was sent below. Chen Zhou's eyebrows curled slightly. Under many surprised eyes, he suddenly got up and walked out with his slender legs. Remember to bring the abdominal chart as well. Chen Day walked to the open space not far away and pressed the voice bar. Sven's clear voice was a little teasing. My brother wanted to check whether there was any improvement after reference. If not. He deliberately paused for a second, and the mellow and long subwoofer hooked people's legs weak. At that time, in the office, my brother didn't mind face-to-face and took it off for you again. Chapter 34 Admit to the love brain. I have thought about it for a long time. The man's magnetic voice slowly penetrated into his ears. Chao Ji-young. Her cheeks turned red again. A certain picture in my mind emerged out of control again. Help. Appeared again. Push it back quickly. With a small face like a ripe apple, she quickly picked a sheep from the emoticon pack and sent it out, and then quickly ordered a meditation spell online. Chen Day looked at the hairy lamb on it, and the corners of his lips raised happily. It's so cute. How can someone even have so cute emojis? Mr. Chen. Xu Kao came out of it. Does the meeting need to continue? Continue. Chen Day put away his mobile phone, and Jinrong regained his indifference. I sent you a document, and now you can buy back all the things above. There is work. Xu Kao took out his mobile phone, clicked on the document, and was dumbfounded. The whole list is full of snacks that little girls love to eat. Even so delicate that if you don't have this flavor, you can replace it with other flavors. At a glance, I knew that this was not copied and pasted on the internet casually. But I really have a serious understanding of it. These are all my children's favorite food. Chen Day opened his lips slowly and logically. If the mall here doesn't have it, you can contact the supplier directly and ask them to consign it as soon as possible. The price is up to them. Xu Kao. He looked at the man in front of him dumbfounded, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. In the past, every time Mr. Chen had a business negotiation, he was bound to squeeze the other party cleanly, and he would not stop until he obtained his own maximum benefits. He is the most ruthless capitalist in history. But now I just buy the snacks that the young lady likes, and I don't blink my eyes, and I'm directly lost and squandered. Xu Kao took a deep breath of cold air silently. This person hasn't officially married and returned home. Is Mr. Sen already in love like this? Seeing that the other party was slow to respond, Chen Zhou glared coldly. Did you understand? Xu Kao immediately looked up and understood. Mr. Chen. He coughed lightly and just heard that the young lady was coming over, so I'll go in the afternoon. Before he finished speaking, Sen Zhou interrupted. No, I'll pick her up. Xu Kao. He quickly took out the small notebook he was carrying with him, and his face was full of urgency. Mr. Chen, have you forgotten? You also have an extremely important transnational meeting to hold in the afternoon. If you miss this meeting, this cooperation project may be taken advantage of by your uncles. It's all pushed. Chen Zhou put his hands in his trouser pockets, stood tall, and his thin lips were lightly hooked. Now, nothing is more important than I want to see her as soon as possible. Xu Kao. Is this still Mr. Chen, the career batch he is familiar with? In the past, Mr. Chen was like an emotionless work robot. Even if the Sang group, under his leadership, has reached an out-of-reach position. But as if he didn't know how tired, he continued to expand his business map and raised his power to the top. Now, just to pick up the young lady, even such an important meeting has been pushed. How many zeros will be lost? Xu Kao calculated in his heart with heartache, and couldn't help blurting out, Mr. Chen, you are like a licking dog now. I suddenly realized what madman I had said. Xu Kao covered his mouth in a panic. Damn it. Why did he express his inner thoughts? This is not out of the mouth, but out of the mouth. Woo woo woo, he has seen in advance that this year's bonuses have all been blown away with small wings. Just when someone shrank into a ball of golden hair who only did something wrong, the clear low magnetic voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Yes, I am. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly and frankly admitted that I had been thinking about this for a long time. Chapter 35 The lip color is very beautiful. I want to have a taste. The man in front of him suddenly said amazingly. Xu Kao. Just when he was still in a state of confusion and before he came back to his senses, the clear and low magnetic voice had sounded coldly. And the person who told the whole company. Chen Ju turned around, and the aura suddenly burst out with a deterrent pressure. In the afternoon, an extremely important VIP will come over and tell them to take care of their mouths and eyes. Who dares to make her feel a little uncomfortable? Even if it is the general manager of the department, what if she is her licking dog? Very early, his thoughtful wolf has long been her skirt. The afternoon class is a little easier. The last class was self-study, and Qiao Jiyan went to the handicraft classroom. Because the clothing design major includes men's clothing design, there are a lot of ready-made materials for making collar clips. In a whole row of polished metal pieces, Qiao Jiyan chose a smoky grey and a rose gold, respectively. Then, according to the ideas that have been designed in my mind, according to the knowledge learned from the book, I held the carving knife, and the movements were a little clumsy, and gradually became proficient. As time goes by, every minute passes. Soon, the 2 tie clips with carefully carved initials were basically completed. Just punch holes at the end and install the red bright stone for decoration. Looking at the 2 tie clips on the table, Qiao Jiyan was a little entangled. I don't know which color Mr. Chen likes. Ask him directly. But there will be no surprise in this way. It's better to ask the little sister. Qiao Jiyan took out his mobile phone and clicked on Chen Jinghuan's avatar. Huan, do you know what color tie clip Mr. Chen usually likes to use? Below is a picture of 2 tie clips of different colors on the table. At this time, Chen Jinghuan, who was hiding from someone in a cafe, was wearing sunglasses, looking around like a vigilant little fox. The mobile phone suddenly shook. She was so scared that she quickly picked it up and took a look. I was immediately relieved when I saw that it was my little baby. Fortunately, it's not him. This Xie Ling is really a dog. She just took a closer look at the new junior. He suddenly went crazy and pressed her in front of the mirror in the dance studio in broad daylight, making her beg for mercy. She not only wears a high collar in the summer, but also takes concealer with her. Chen Jinghuan touched the faintly numb back of his neck and rolled his lower lip speechlessly. She opened WeChat and saw the news on it, and her eyes suddenly became interested. Oh, this little lamb took her little uncle as a shield to prepare a surprise gift for the little peach blossom. Which color do you like? Chen Jinghuan touched his chin and frowned. If it's Xie Ling, she knows it. But little uncle, she really doesn't know at all. Forget it, just go and ask him. Chen Jinghuan opened the address book. Anyway, it was not really given to him, but just asked him for a reference. WeChat has been blocked. She made a phone call directly. After ringing for a while, it was finally connected. The magnetic voice sounded emotionlessly. Chen Jinghuan snorted in his heart. Oh, with this cold attitude, it doesn't look like a person who can save the beauty as a hero. If her little uncle is really the little peach blossom. She immediately broadcasted a live broadcast of an aerial spiral jump and wrote her name, and then married Xiego. Cough. Chen Jinghuan came back to his senses. It's nothing. It's just that my little sister made 2 tie clips, one is smoky grey and the other is rose gold. I want to ask you which of these 2 colors do you prefer? Afraid that he would be impatient to hang up, she quickly added that you also know my little sister. Last time I wanted to ask you to take care of her sister. The words have just fallen. The other party's clear and mellow voice suddenly sounded, smoky grey. What? Chen Jinghuan blinked in surprise, strangely. Is it her illusion? Why do you feel that the little uncle's voice becomes much softer in an instant? Could it be that he thought that the tie clip was really given to him, so his attitude eased? Ha 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 ha. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jinghuan covered his stomach and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. I didn't expect that one day I could see the affectionate side of the little uncle. You, a bad-tempered iceberg old man, still want a little girl to give you a gift. Make your spring and autumn dream come true. Chen Jinghuan held his cheek in a very good mood and grinned at the corners of his mouth. Humph, when the time comes, she must walk to the little uncle and tell him the truth about the tie clip. Then hold the popcorn and enjoy the colorful expression of the little uncle.it. Must be super wonderful. She can't wait to slap her face. It turns out that Mr. Chen likes smoky grey. After receiving Chen Jinghua's reply, Qiao Jiyan picked up the smoky grey tie clip on the table and punched a small hole on it with a buttoning machine. Finally, it is decorated with the crystal clear red stone that has been selected for decoration. Ling ling ling, just in a cassette, the school bell rang. She carefully put the finished tie clip on the small box, then packed up the things on the table and walked briskly towards the school gate without knowing it. After going down the last floor of the stairs, there is a grooming mirror at the corner. Qiao Jiyan couldn't help stopping and looking into the mirror. The face without makeup is clean, white and soft, and the facial features are soft and exquisite. But will it be a little too simple? The girl who had not deliberately dressed up stared at herself in the mirror and suddenly became strict. Let's put on lipstick. Qiao Jiyan took out a lip glaze from her bag, and the color was the rose red she wanted to try for the first time. The lips coated with a layer of rose tone lip glaze look more red and full. The originally fair face is as white as a peeled egg. Strange. As soon as Qiao Jiyan put on the lip glaze, he suddenly realized, why did I suddenly want to dress up? Her cheeks turned slightly red. It is said that women are the one who pleases themselves. Could it be that she said to Mr. Chen, no, it's not. She didn't. The tips of Qiao Jiyan's ears were dyed red without knowing it. She just thought that she would go to Te's group to see Mr. Chen later. In case she dresses so casually, doesn't she seem disrespectful enough? That's the right reason. She didn't fall in love with the little sister's uncle. A little bit. Neither. Chao Jiyoung just came to the school gate with the design drawing. A low-key and luxurious Tuolian has stopped in front of you. The car door opened, and as soon as the slender and straight legs wrapped in suit trousers stretched out, the familiar tall figure came into view. Chen Day was wearing a raven black shirt, and the neckline was slightly open, revealing half of the delicate and sexy collarbone. As if noticing her gaze, his eyes raised slightly, and his deep and charming eyebrows bent slightly. As if deceived by success, Xiao Jiyoung came back to his senses and walked towards him. "Third brother, why are you here?" Hearing the words, Zhen Zhou smiled softly. He naturally took the things in her hand, and his low magnetic voice was like a slow-flowing cello. Breaking into the atrium from the eardrum, gentle and indulgent, of course, because I want to see my dear designer soon. The man's fingers are warm. Like feathers, it brushed gently on the back of her hand. Xiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled slightly. He quickly retracted his hand as if he was electrocuted, and his fingertips curled up. "You." Just as her cheeks were slightly bulging and she was about to open her mouth, she saw him staring straight at her. Suddenly stared at by such drowning eyes. Xiao Jiyoung only felt that his heart skipped a beat. Why did Mr. Zhen suddenly stare at her? Could it be that her lip glaze color is too bright? She pursed her lips, and a lack of confidence suddenly gushed out of the bottom of her heart. My mother's unhappy voice also suddenly sounded in my mind. "Xiao Jiyoung, you are the Tianjin miss of our Tiao family. Do you still look like a lady with such bright lipstick? Can't you erase it for me quickly?" Panic surged like a tide. Xiao Jiyoung clenched his fingertips. Does Mr. Sun also think that she shouldn't wear such bright lipstick? Just as she couldn't help but want to find a tissue and quickly wiped it off, a gentle and spoiled voice suddenly sounded above her head. "This color suits you very well." Chen Zhou looked at her with slightly bent eyebrows and praised her without hesitation. She was very beautiful. It's so beautiful that my brother can't help but want to have a taste. Chapter 36 Throat Not Temptation, Air Heat Rises. The man stood in place handsomely, with gentle eyes and a spoiled tone. Even if it contains a little ridicule, it only adds a little elegant and charming contrast to his outstanding reserve. Xiao Jiyao's lips, which had been tightening, suddenly loosened. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at him. The sun is gradually set, and the sunset glow is dyed romantic pink and orange. The man was bathed in this romantic and dreamy scene, as if the god who redeemed her. Flutter. 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 The heartbeat in the chest began to beat inexplicably out of control again. The small shoots that have been planted in the depths of the heart have quietly bloomed more green and lively. Xiao Jiyan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he returned to his senses from his gentle and focused eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red, her cheeks bulged slightly, and her sweet tone unknowingly showed some coquettishness that was spoiled by him. "Third brother, you are joking with me again. It's very strange. If this kind of dirty words were said by other men, she would only feel greasy and uncomfortable. But if it's Mr. Chen, she didn't feel disgusted at all, and even quite like it. Why are you stunned?" Sunday opened the car door and thoughtfully covered the top of her head, with an extremely gentle smile on the corners of her lips. "Get in the car." "What?" Xiao Jiyang looked at the co-driver's seat where the door was opened and couldn't help being a little stunned. "Do you want her to sit in the co-driver's seat? Will it be a little too close?" When she was hiding in the quilt and sneaking into the net before, she saw a saying on the internet that the co-driver's seat is the exclusive seat of her girlfriend. Xiao Jiyao's heart suddenly jumped lightly. She couldn't help raising her eyes and met the man's reserved gaze. He stood patiently, like an elegant and ascetic gentleman, with no selfishness. Xiao Jiyang immediately withdrew his gaze in annoyance. What on earth is she thinking about? Mr. Tern obviously doesn't have such thoughts. He must just think it's more convenient to sit like this and chat. Xiao Jiyang blamed himself and knocked on the wooden fish in his heart, and then bent down and sat in the co-pilot's seat. The girl is bowing her head and fastening her seat belt. Naturally, she missed the man who was helping her close the car door, like a big-tailed wolf who had successfully trapped and hooked the corners of his lips happily. The car was filled with the cool fragrance of cedar on the man. Melodious and comfortable light music is playing in the stereo. Xiao Jiyang put his hands on his knees obediently, and the dignified demeanor of a famous lady was poured out around him. She looked at the scene outside the window that was constantly passing by in front of her, and glanced at the afterglow inadvertently. The man sitting on the side of the main driver is elegant and noble, and his hand holding the steering wheel is slender and cold white, with distinct joints. It's like a work of art carefully carved by God, a beautiful and advanced hand mold. As he turned the steering wheel with one hand, the faint blue veins on the back of his hand bulged sexily. Especially with the Buddha beads on the wrist, the abstinent and seductive sexual tension is undoubtedly revealed in an instant. Well, it's so sexy. Xiao Jiyang was seduced into the mind and didn't notice that he had lit up another attribute, hand control. Mr. Kern's hand is really long. The palms are wide and big, and it feels like you can pick her up with one hand. The surrounding air seems to be stained with some sultry heat. Xiao Zhiyang can't help licking his slightly dry lips, and his fingertips, which had been obediently placed on his knees, curled up in a throbbing way. Suddenly, very curious. What would it feel like to put your fingers together with such a sexy hand? You must feel very safe. Xiao Zhiyang licked his lips again, only feeling that his curled fingertips became a little hot in an instant. At this time, the man who had just held the steering wheel in his right hand suddenly changed to the other hand. He seemed to not notice the girl's sight. He lazily leaned against the back of the chair, held the steering wheel with his left hand, and looked at the front seriously and focusedly. Less cover of the right arm. The horizons have become wider. Today, as usual, Chen Day is wearing a cold black lining, but the neckline is slightly open. Without the bondage of the button at the top, under the slender neck, the half-delicate and sexy collarbone looks particularly clear. With the broken light reflected outside the window, it seems to be covered with a layer of lust, which is more beautiful. Such a charming scene. Xiao Zhiyang was a little shy, and his breathing was a little confused. Wow, help me? His collarbone looks very beautiful, and it seems to be easy to kiss. She really wants to. Do. The villain in his heart seemed to sense the yellow warning, and grabbed the wooden fish and knocked it wildly, trying to wake up a gradually sinking lamb. Xiao Zhiyang tried to wake up. Dam is greater than dish is less than. What on earth is she doing? It's not the collarbone of a man who has never seen it. Why are you staring at Mr. Chen like a little pervert again? She took a deep breath silently, got rid of distractions, blushed, and wanted to look away. But the next second the man beside him suddenly raised his hand, stretched to the neckline as if he wanted to tidy it up, and raised his jaw slightly. Under her gaze, before she could take it back, the sexy and seductive throat knot gently slid up and down, and let out a gasp-like, hoarse and sexy sigh. Chapter 37. Successfully seduced, the ears are like fire. Low magnetism, flirtatious, gasp, sexy deception. Xiao Zhiyang only felt that the tip of his heart suddenly trembled slightly. He was seduced to dry his mouth and tongue, and the defense line was about to collapse. Help! How can anyone even breathe so well? It's just a precise and perfect step on her voice-controlled heart. If it is changed to another scene, another action, will his breathing become more sexy and enchanting, and even the ends of his eyes will be lightly red. The eardrum seemed to be burned and on fire. The temperature of the cheeks rose faster and faster. Xiao Zhiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his breathing was suddenly disordered. Woo! It's over. When on earth did she become such a little sly? Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen, who is as noble and elegant as a Buddha, has such a reverie. This must be the fault of laryngeal node control, collarbone control, and voice control. Wait a minute. Xiao Zhiyang suddenly reacted. When did she become one of them? What are you thinking about? Just as a little sheep blushed and fell into self-doubt, a mellow voice came to his ear. There is a traffic light ahead. Chen Day stopped the car, and his arms were lazily half-supporting by the window. With thin lenses, the phoenix eyes as deep as the deep sea looked at her with a smile, containing invisible seduction. Why is her face so red? Xiao Zhiyang. Her eyes suddenly looked away, and her ears were very red. No, it was nothing, it was just a little hot. Chen Day looked at the suspicious redness rising on the tips of her ears, and the corners of her lips suddenly raised. You lied again. But he didn't pierce it, but just smiled. Then my brother helped you turn up the air conditioner a little more. Thank you, third brother. While the man reached out to adjust the air conditioner in the car, Xiao Zhiyang was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough. Those thoughts were not found. But I didn't know that the man who was adjusting the air conditioner's eyes were slightly raised, and the smile in his eyes deepened. The furry wolf's tail, which has been hidden behind him, is shaking happily. It seems that this sex seduction is very successful. Then reward yourself and continue to work hard. The headquarters of Tan's group is located in the center of the most prosperous CBD business circle in Beijing. There are many tall buildings and majestic, which undoubtedly shows the strength and oppression of those in power inside. Hello, Mr. Sun and Miss Qiao. As the main door was opened respectfully, the staff standing neatly in the left and right rows greeted them with a neat smile. Hello. The girl in a light blue short knee changsong has no pretentiousness at all. When I looked at them, the beautiful and soft eyebrows bent gently, the pupils were bright and clear, and the smile was sweet and soft. Everyone. Oh no, it's a heartwarming feeling. Xiao Zhiyang followed the man beside him from the lobby on the first floor all the way to the president's special elevator. Many company employees came and went around, but neither the gaze nor the whispering happened. It seems to have been warned in advance. Ding, the elevator door opened, and Mr. Chen Day thoughtfully pressed the door, gently reminded me to be careful. After the two people entered, the elevator door slowly closed. The people in the hall no longer pretended to be busy, and gathered in a circle excitedly in an instant. Wow. Miss Zhou is so beautiful. I, a woman, can't control it. This is the VIP mentioned by Mr. Chen. Oh, my god, where on earth did she come from? She can not only drive to pick her up in person, but also take the initiative to press the elevator for her. I secretly found out that she was the designer who designed dinner clothes for Mr. Chen. It turned out to be a costume designer. Looking at Mr. Chen's unique treatment, I thought this Changsong beauty was our future president's wife. No way, this little beauty doesn't look big, and Mr. Chen is famous for his abstinence for white rust steel, not like a person who can eat young grass at all. The top floor of the headquarters of Sen's group is Earnday's office. There are panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, which can see the whole prosperous scene of Beijing at a glance. The space is spacious and bright, and the three decoration tones of black, white and grey run through the whole, which makes the layout simple and high-end, with a strong sense of desertion. But next to the bar, in a conspicuous corner, there is a pink storage box with two small corners on the left and right sides of the top. Such a cute box forms a great contrast with the surrounding cold style. This is... Xiao Jiyang couldn't help walking over and looked surprised to see a refrigerator sticker on the box, which said the exclusive feeding box for cute lambs. Her little face blushed slightly. Cute lamb? It means... Is it her? Just as she saw the god, there was a familiar sound of footsteps behind her. Then, there was a slight click. The door was closed. Then I heard the man's low magnetic voice. It seemed that Xiao Jiyang had found that his brother had prepared a surprise for you in advance. Sun Day stepped forward and opened the box. The gentle and reserved handsome face is spreaded with fascinating tenderness. It won't make people realize that he has been planning for a long time. I don't know what snacks you like to eat, so I have prepared some at will, hoping to like them. It was neatly filled with all kinds of candy, chocolate, and potato chips. Almost everything is her bad taste. Even a few are still on her wish list. Wow. Xiao Jiyang was stunned for a moment, and then a smile spread and looked at him with bright eyes. I like these snacks very much. But... She couldn't help asking, why can you guess what my favorite food is every time? Hearing the words, Zhang Zhou's thin lips gently hooked. His eyebrows are slightly bent, and his voice is warm, probably because he has a good heart. In the 10 years of secretly falling in love with her, not only her name, but also her preferences and habits, he firmly remembers and never forgets them. The man in front of her stared at her with extremely bright eyes. Xiao Jiyang was seduced, and his heart was pounding. The little sprouts in the depths of my heart shook the leaves without knowing it, and they grew a little taller. Just when her little face was slightly hot and her red lips were slightly open, she was about to say something. I saw that Chen Zhou picked up her bag of design manuscripts and took out one of them. The end of his eyes suddenly aroused the curve of interest. Is this the picture of his brother's abdominal muscles? Xiao Jiyang. Foggy grass. She actually forgot about it. It's a good drawing. Chen Zhou looked at the abdominal muscle map on his hand. The corners of his lips were slightly curved, and his tone was elegant. It seemed that his brother had no white due. This praise made the girl, who was ashamed of red, wanted to dig a hole to hide herself on the spot. She raised her eyes with her heart beating faster. He walked to the safe next to his desk, opened it, and solemnly put in the abdominal chart. Xiao Jiyang, why did you put it in the safe? This kind of astringent thing is really not to be collected. Third brother, you. Just when she blushed and wanted to stop her, Chen Day has closed the safe and turned around. As the way, I have already chosen the style of the dinner clothes. Chapter 38, measure his three-way, ambiguous and crazy out of control. Xiao Jiyang looked up when he heard the sound. I saw that he picked up another design draft and hooked his thin lips slightly. I chose this one. The clothing style on the manuscript is retro and elegant. The black and red color system is added with a crane pattern with ancient elements, and the outstanding fairy spirit comes to the face. Xiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. It's Tang costume. Originally, she selfishly thought that Mr. Chen's elegant temperament, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, must look good in Tang clothes, so she designed a set for him. Unexpectedly, he seemed to really have the same heart with her. Among a group of suits, he was the only one who chose this Tang costume. Are you so surprised? Sunday looked at her face with a surprised look and smiled. I have never tried this style. I happen to like Xiao Jiyang's design very much, so I want to try it. The reserved man said with a sincere face. It is full of convincing, harmless aura. It's hard to notice at all a long-standing plot flashed through the bottom of his eyes hidden in the lens. Why did you choose Tang costume? Except for liking her design. In addition, the dinner dress he prepared for her very early has her favorite Cheongsong element. Tang costumes and Cheongsong. Isn't it a couple's outfit together? Now that the dinner dress has been decided. Xiao Jiyang took out the measuring tool from his bag and looked at his sexy and tight body wrapped in black lining. His cheeks, which had just calmed down, burned out of control. She drooped her eyelashes with some embarrassment, and her tone was soft. Third brother, I'll help you measure your circumference now. Okay. The man standing in front of her was still elegant and calm, and the corners of his slightly curved lips were decorated with a patient and convergent smile. The more serious he is, the faster Qiao Jiao's heart beats inexplicably. Let's measure the circumference first. She took the leather ruler and walked to the back of his left side, holding back her heartbeat, tiptoed slightly, and walked around the back of his neck. The man's neck is still slightly open. Half of the delicate and white collarbone looms. With her movements, the sexy and prominent throat knot seemed to roll slightly inadvertently. At close range, it exudes the deception of people's minds. At this moment, Qiao Jiang only felt that his heartbeat stopped. It even suddenly sounded in his ear, his sexy breathing in the car. It's just to the extreme. Her breathing was confused again. Almost in a hurry, I picked up a small notebook to record the data I had just measured. Next, I'm going to start measuring bust circumference. Speaking of the last 3 words, Qiao Jiang's fingertips curled up shyly, and even his soft white face turned pale red. Okay. Chen Day's eyes stared deeply at her seductive red face, and her long eyelashes covered the dark surge under her eyes, as calm and reserved as ever. And obediently opened his arms. Qiao Jiang looked at his chest, which could not hide the tension despite the blessing of his clothes, and his heart beat like a drum. She took a deep breath. Take the ruler and lift your legs to walk. Well, as soon as she approached, the other party's lustful male hormone instantly bounced sexy and seductively on her face. The temperature around her suddenly rose rapidly. It's so hot. Qiao Jiang's ears were also red. Obviously, the central air conditioner is turned on indoors. Why is it still so stuffy? What's the matter? However, the man in front of her also bent slightly towards her, and the sexy larynx and collarbone suddenly enlarged in front of her eyes. Qiao Jiang. She subconsciously took a step back, and the crimson of her cheeks became brighter. If she doesn't know that Mr. Chen is a polite gentleman. She almost thought he was on purpose. Looking at the man's deep eyes, Qiao Jiang shook his head and pretended to be calm. It was nothing. In fact, the villain in his heart has already knocked on his old friend Mo Yu and tried to return to reason. Be sober. Isn't it just measuring the waist circumference? What a simple and ordinary thing. Brave sheep, not afraid of difficulties. After doing a simple mental work, Qiao Jiang felt that he could do it again. With a red face, she aimed the ruler in her hand at 10 Day's chest and went around. With the movement, her delicate body naturally pressed forward. Suddenly, the warm body temperature on the man's body passed through the thin shirt, little by little strongly into her skin. Silently, her body temperature was also contaminated with a deadly heat. Qiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled slightly. The villain in my heart fell to the ground with a snap. Woo woo woo. She can't do it. Throughout the whole process, Day has been looking straight at the girl in front of him. He stood tall and stood in place, handsome, calm and reserved. In fact, he is not much better. The excellent self-control has been gradually collapsing. Because of the measurement, the girl came very close, and the warm and sweet breath kept gently spraying on his chest. The soft hair that drooped down was even more grinding, touching his slightly open neckline. That little itch is like a small flame that can be detonated. Undoubtedly shining his reason, he shouted that he tied her hands with the ruler in front of him, and then bullied her wantonly. Chen Day restrained his eyes slightly closed, secretly exhaling depression. It's really too. I'm dying. Bust size 101 centimeters. At this time, Qiao Jiang, who was trying to concentrate, looked at the number fixed on the ruler, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was so high. The man's breath made a sexy muffled hum. He smiled softly, and his voice was hoarse and charming. What about his waistline? Qiao Jiang was stunned for a moment. Is it her illusion? Why do you suddenly feel that, Mr. Tan's voice has become a little hoarse. She looked at the number on the ruler and answered in cooperation, 77 centimeters. Hearing the words, the corners of Ten Zhou's lips hooked. So these sizes. He suddenly lowered his waist slightly towards her, and his low and sexy voice penetrated straight into her ears, which was extremely seductive. Do you like it? Chapter 39, Mr. Chen is online, and it's a little tight. Qiao Jiang only felt that his ears seemed to be electrocuted. A fine and numb sense of electric current spread all over her body along her sensitive earlobe. The adrenaline soared so that her heart beat so fast that she almost couldn't even hold the ruler in her hand. Hi, I like it. Qiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, and his head was dizzy without thinking about it. Your figure is very good, and I like it very much. It seems that something is wrong. A stupid lamb blinked blankly and finally realized that he had said something crazy again. The blush on the girl's face suddenly spread to the root of her ears, and her breathing became faintly rapid. She quickly added in a panic, I mean, it's pure appreciation. It's not the kind of like that women like men. Chen Day lowered his eyes and looked at her increasingly red ears, and his eyebrows bent black. He was dressed in Sven's elegant gentleman's skin, and his dark and deep phoenix eyes locked her in an instant. His thin lips suddenly hooked gently, which was meaningful. Well, you like it? The distance between each other is very close. The temperature difference between the breath of men and women is ambiguous. The four eyes are facing each other. His deep and charming eyes, like a cup of mellow red wine swaying in front of him, drowning in an intoxicating slight drunkenness. Xiao Jiang's cheeks were red, and he was seduced to hold his breath for a few seconds. It has been measured. She took a leather ruler and a small notebook to record numbers and turned around in a panic. By the way, third brother, I have a gift to give you. You have taken care of me so many times, and I have been thinking about what to give you as a thank you gift. Xiao Jiang took out a small box from his bag and handed it to him with both hands. His curved smiling eyes were agile and sincere, so I made a tie clip for you by myself, hoping that the third brother would like it. The little girl's eyes are bright and cutely floating with irresistible expectation and tension. The pink face is slightly raised, like a full peach. Chen Dai's eyes were slightly dark, and he pressed his tight fingertips silently. Ah, I really want to pinch. His throat rolled slightly, and he lowered his eyes to open the box. I saw a small and delicate smoky grey tie clip lying inside. The girl's hands-on ability is extremely strong. On the polished piece of metal, she carved the abbreviation of his name, Thunzhou. The crystal-clear red bright stone at the punching point adds a little dazzling color to the overall simple style. Although it is handmade, it is not inferior to any collar clip placed on the cabinets of luxury shopping malls. Chen Dai rubbed the gift in his hand, and his cold and deep eyebrows slowly melted into a smile. If anyone else at the scene saw his expression, they would be shocked. Who would have thought that a person in power of the Zhen family who controls the 300 billion business empire would be so happy because of the small tie clip given by a little girl? Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Chen Zhou slowly clamped the tie in his hand into the palm of his hand, with a shallow smile on the corners of his eyebrows and eyes, and his eyes were focused and serious. His brother liked it very much. Flutter. 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 Xiao Jiang looked at his eyes, and the tip of his heart suddenly pounded. Every time Mr. Zhen looks at her with such gentle eyes, she can't help but feel that he doesn't seem to be looking at a junior, but a lover. The tips of Xiao Jiang's ears suddenly turned red. Damn it. What is she thinking about again? Mr. Zhen is so elegant and upright. How can he have such reverie thoughts about his niece and friends? This kind of thing can never happen, okay? When Xiao Jiang was out of his mind, a man's low magnetic voice sounded in his ear. Xiao Jiang, can you do me a favor? Chen Dai was holding a plain-colored tie, his eyes drooped slightly, and his handsome face was frivolous. It was embarrassing to say that I was actually not good at tying ties. Usually, Shi Tsuka came to help, but today the company was a little busy, and he should not have time to come over. Ah, sneezed Shikang, who was only a competent golden-haired and obediently guarding his post. Suddenly his nose itched and sneezed. Strange, is the air conditioner too big? While holding a tissue, he looked at the closed office doubtfully. Why didn't Mr. Zhen and the young lady come out yet? Alas, there was nothing to do. It was so boring. The simple little sheep over there blinked and believed it. I have learned it before. Xiao Jiang took the tie in his hand, and I'll help you. She skillfully put the tie between his neck, raised her eyelashes slightly, and the movement of her hand stopped. The distance is getting closer again. The sexy and prominent throat knot of the man in front of him instantly magnified in front of him. And with her gaze, it rolled slightly and slowly. Xiao Jiang's fingertips suddenly burned. The heartbeat, which had just returned to calm, showed signs of violent beating again. For a moment, he was fascinated, and the action of his tie under him became stronger without knowing it. A muffled hum with extreme desire suddenly broke into my ears. The slightly drunk girl subconsciously raised her eyes. It's a little tight. Chen Dai looked at her confused eyes, and his thin lips bent slightly, as if he was just patiently reminding her. His waist tilted slightly and attached to her ear. The subwoofer was black and hooked. Good, relax a little. The shallow heat is ambiguous and gently sprinkled. The sensitive ears suddenly became red. Xiao Jiang's breathing was disturbed for a moment. Looking at him, there was a little more pure shame. If it weren't for the elegant and harmless temperament around the man in front of him. She has to think that he is not a Buddha at all, but a charming demon. All right. Almost at the speed of fast forward, Xiao Jiang tied the last knot against the cheeks that had not completely dissipated the heat. Thank you. Chen Zhou gently raised the corners of his lips. He picked up the smoky grey tie clip and carefully clamped it on the tie like a treasure. The furry wolf tail hidden behind him has long been shaking happily and crazily. What? When packing up, Xiao Jiang glanced at the afterglow inadvertently. He saw a can of blackcurrant-flavored crystal candy on his desk, which was the brand she had always liked. I remember the first time I saw him, he also took out this candy from his pocket. And on so many flavors. He chose her favorite, blackcurrant flavor. Xiao Jiang couldn't help looking at him and asked curiously, "Third brother, do you also like this brand of candy?" "Well, I like it very much." Sun Dai came over and picked up the can of crystal candy on the table, as if he was trapped in the memory of a beautiful redemption, and his eyes were warm and fascinated. Because this candy is the turning point of my life. Koiznini. Heart pounding. At that time, he was 16 years old. He was not the head of the Tin family now, but just a dejected and despicable illegitimate son who was disgusted with shouting and beating. A luxurious and grand birthday party. He was covered with dirt and scarred, lying in the back garden, his eyes were empty, and he was swallowed up by the hopeless darkness. Suddenly, a clear and soft voice sounded gently. It's like a soft-hearted God who heard his cry for help and responded to him. "Brother, don't be sad. Shall I treat you to candy?" He looked up. The exquisite girl was wearing a beautiful princess dress, wearing a small birthday crown on her head, holding a pile of candies in her hands, and smiled sweetly at him. At this moment, the light spilled into his eyes. He not only knew what an angel looked like. I also heard my own pounding voice. Chapter 40. My brother believes in Buddhism, but he doesn't avoid meat and fish. The night in Beijing is dazzling neon, and the prosperity is continuous. The low-key and luxurious black Cullinan is driving steadily in the lane. Qiao Jiyang looked at the scene outside the window that kept passing in front of him. I couldn't help but think of the tenderness in the office just now, the noble and handsome man holding the crystal candy jar in his hand, and the tenderness flowing out of his deep eyes. "Third brother, do you also like this brand of candy? Because this candy is the turning point of my life." Qiao Jiyang remembered that day when he came out of the airport. He took out the same candy from his pocket and handed it to her. "These candies have been enchanted to make you happy. If you eat them, the monsters that make you unhappy will disappear. This was told to me by a little girl before." His low, magnetic and warm voice still sounded in my ear. At that time, the warmth and pampering in his eyes was exactly the same as the candy jar in his hand just now. I don't know why, at this moment, Qiao Jiyang suddenly felt sour inexplicably in his heart. This little girl must not be as confident as her. She must be a beautiful, bright, confident and generous, excellent and vigorous lady who is deeply loved by everyone. That's why it's just a candy that Mr. Chen can remember it for so long. That's great. Qiao Jiyang lowered his eyes with some loss, and his heart was inexplicably blocked and so on. What is she doing? Why are you sad? Qiao Jiyang was stunned for a moment, and then patted his forehead in annoyance. Her parents are business marriages, have no affection at all, and the love given to her is also suffocating and authoritarian. Suddenly, someone gave her an extremely precious warm preference. Of course, it was normal for her to touch her. But this touch is just gratitude and dependence. I definitely don't like it. Qiao Jiyang gently squeezed his lips and exhaled secretly. That's right, that's it. She can't mix this gratitude with love. Be sure to distinguish them. She also firmly believes that Mr. Chen, who is noble and upright, only regards her as a junior in need of care. There must be no male and female desire for her. What's the matter? The little girl beside him had been quiet. Chen Zhou couldn't help turning his head and found a faint gloom on her face at a glance. His brows immediately wrinkled nervously. Is there something wrong? Qiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked up and looked into the man's eyes full of care and gentleness. In an instant, the listless green seedlings in my heart seemed to be moistened, and I couldn't help shaking the lush and green leaves. It's nothing. Qiao Jiyang came back to his senses, looked at the roof of the carriage with a little panic, and changed the topic. Third brother, do you know how many cars are now? The whole carriage can turn into a starry sky, as if you are in the universe, which is so beautiful. Hearing the words, Chen Zhou's eyebrows bent slightly. I know. There was a smile in his eyes, and he silently wrote in his heart, do you like it? When it comes to what she likes, the girl's slightly gloomy eyes suddenly shine brightly, and she can see the whole starry sky as soon as she looks up, which is too romantic. The little girl was happy, and her teal pupils seemed to be full of stars. Bright and crystal. The curved eyes of the crescent moon are delicate, revealing fresh and pure flexibility. The smile in Zenday's eyes couldn't help but deepen. It's so cute. It's his. Okay. His thin lips were slightly hooked, and his brother knew. Dinner was chosen in a private Cantonese restaurant. The surrounding table wall is Hong Kong-style red with green that she is familiar with. The leather stool is retro, and the crystal lamp hanging on the ceiling is hung with crystal-clear thin chains. On the central round table, there is a blue-green gramophone, which is playing the classic Hong Kong music in the past, which makes people feel like they have returned to the 1980s and 1990s in a second. After being away from home for too long, you should miss the delicious food at home. Chen Zhou took her to the reserved private room and handed her a menu. Her deep and clear eyebrows were full of concentration. The chef here also came from Hong Kong City. The taste was very authentic. You should like it. Wow. Qiao Jiyang looked at the familiar honey sauce barbecue, pineapple pork, shrimp dumplings, western toast and other authentic Hong Kong-style food on the dish, and his pupils suddenly showed the surprised foodie light. Hey, all kinds of delicious goblins. She's coming to the girl was holding a pen, shaking the invisible horns of the lamb, and was about to hook the shrimp ball on it. Suddenly thinking of something, the tip of the pen paused slightly. Well, the third brother believes in Buddhism, so he probably can't eat meat. Then let's order vegetarian food. Otherwise, it's not good for her to eat meat alone. I have made a good choice. Soon, Qiao Jiang handed him the order menu that had been ticked several times, and his eyebrows were slightly bent. It's your turn. Chen Zhou looked at the dishes ticked on it and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did he order all the vegetables? Why didn't you order shrimp dumplings and seafood noodles? Don't you love them? Qiao Jiang blinked in surprise. It's amazing. The third brother seems to have the ability to really have a heart and soul, and guessed what she likes to eat again. Third brother, don't you believe in Buddhism? She looked at the polished string wrapped between his wrist bones. The bright Buddha beads tilted their heads slightly in ignorance. I heard that people who believe in Buddhism are vegetarian every day, clear-minded and unable to eat meat. Hearing the words, Chen Day raised his eyebrows slightly. As if he couldn't help it, he raised his hand to cover his chin slightly, and a burst of interesting laughter overflowed from his throat. Men's tone is inherently extremely textured. Suddenly, a smile, like a sudden electric current, broke into her ear crisply and seductively. Ding! The voice control attribute is triggered. Qiao Jiang's ear bones softened, and his cheeks, which were dyed with light powder, invitantly bulging. What are you laughing at? Is there anything wrong with what she said? Just when a little sheep was humming in his heart. Xiao Jiang. The man sitting opposite half supported his chin, and suddenly his voice slowly evoked her exclusive nickname. Chen Zhou looked at her leisurely and raised his eyes lightly. Who said that Buddhists can't eat meat? My brother believes in Buddhism, but he doesn't like meat and fish. Speaking of this, he looked at the little girl with some cute eyes, and her eyebrows, which were set off by golden glasses, suddenly bent. Especially the most fond of eating. He stared at her, with meaningful mutton in his eyes. Qiao Jiang. Abominable. Is greater than dish is less than. The little lamb is so cute, how can it be eaten? But it's strange. Is his voice too deceiving? Or is his eyes too brushed? For some reason, Qiao Jiang's cheeks suddenly felt a little hot. And my brother is not a real monk in the temple. As soon as she picked up the chilled mandarin duck milk tea on the table, she wanted to take a sip to relieve herself. The man sitting opposite looked straight at her, as if he didn't deliberately add, so not only did he not have to avoid meat, but he could also fall in love and get married. My brother is a normal man. His phoenix eyes are deep, and his clear and magnetic voice is a little hoarse, and he will also have desire. Chapter 41. The tip of his tongue is slightly exposed, and he is about to explode. The man had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes. It should have been cold and fierce, but at this moment, she was full of seductiveness and stared at her. Even vaguely, there is an imperceptible sense of aggression. Qiao Jiang's back was crisp for a moment. Immediately, the heat on the cheeks rose inexplicably. Oh! She held the iced mandarin duck milk tea in her palm and couldn't help sticking her red little face into the cold cup. It is said that people who believe in Buddhism are kind-hearted, self-restituous and virtuous. Later, she realized that the person in front of her believed in Buddhism, but she was just restraining her sickly surging love. When the time comes, it will be strong and crazy, and the devil will swallow her up. The speed of cooking here is very fast. The dishes with a gluttonous aroma were served on the table in an orderly manner. Each arrangement is unique and has a strong Hong Kong flavor. Well, the crystal shrimp dumplings here are delicious, fresh and sweet. Qiao Jiang took a small bowl and took a bite of the shrimp dumplings with thin skin and large filling, and bent his eyes directly because of the deliciousness. There are so many delicious food in front of you. And all of them are her favorite. The little girl, who was completely triggered by the foodie attribute, held a small bowl, like a little sheep who was just cooking seriously. When she devoted herself to eating the last shrimp dumpling, she stretched out the tip of her soft and pink tongue and licked the corners of her lips unknowingly. Chen Day sat opposite. He has always had a bad appetite for these, and it is enough to be full. After pouring a cup of hot tea, he lazily leaned back on the back of the chair behind him and raised his eyes slightly. The little tip of the girl's tongue was caught at once. The lower abdomen suddenly tightened. The fingertips of the hand wearing the Buddha beads couldn't help jumping. The bottom of the eyes hidden under the abstinence lens is dark and hot. The girl's lips are as delicate and red as roses. As she opened her mouth slightly, the faint pink tongue seemed to be a fatal temptation, which made people want to kiss deeply. Chen Day put down the teacup in his hand. He moved the Buddha beads between his wrists, and his throat knot rolled slightly. I really want to get involved. Then hold her in your arms. Crying. The man sat elegantly and reservedly. The phoenix eyes hidden under the golden glasses representing abstinence flashed. There is a shocking sick heat quietly surging. Like a large wolf lurking in the dark, staring straight at the little sheep who did not notice the crisis. Prepare to take the opportunity to knock down her soft and delicate body, and then have a full meal. This is the appetite he really wants. The hot gaze did not seem to be completely hidden. The girl who was solving the last dessert West toast noticed something and raised her head doubtfully. The man on the opposite side had changed his sitting posture without moving, and his eyes returned to the usual harmless elegance and gentleness. Qiao Jiang blinked and didn't find anything wrong. Seeing that he stopped his hands, he can't help asking, "Third brother, are you full?" There was a small piece of milk stain on the corner of her lips, which was particularly eye-catching as she spoke. "Good boy, don't move." Sun Zhou smiled softly, took a tissue, and suddenly got up to raise his hand to help her wipe it. The girl, who had just stuffed a piece of cut Western toast into her mouth, looked up when she heard the sound. When she wanted to lick away the stains left on her lips while eating, she didn't notice the man's hand. It didn't stop for a moment. The soft pink tongue passed by his fingertips. Qiao Zhiyang. Her eyes widened, and her delicate and soft little face suddenly showed a ripe color like a peach that had been ripened overnight. Help! Help! What kind of oolong incident did she do? Excuse me, who has time to reverse the props? Lend it to her quickly and use it. Hug. Sorry. Qiao Zhiyang clenched his chopsticks nervously, and his watery eyes looked at him with annoyance and panic. I didn't know if you wanted to wipe my mouth for me. It doesn't matter. Sun Zhou smiled, gently interrupted the girl, and comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't worry too much, continue to eat. Oh. Qiao Zhiyang looked at his fingertips that had just been accidentally attacked by her, and his little face turned redder. Then remember to wipe it. Okay. Tun Day hooked his lips. When the girl lowered her head again with a red face, Mr. Tun, who was a gentleman and upright in her eyes, held the tissue in her hand, but did not wipe it clean as she said. Instead, her eyes obsessively licked her fingertips and slowly stroked her lips. Finally, he also stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked it gently. After eating and drinking enough, Qiao Zhiyang sat in Tun Day's car again and went back to the direction of the hotel apartment. Third brother. I'd better treat you to this meal. She is holding her mobile phone, and her light brown pupils look extremely bright in the dim car. I have a small vault, so you don't have to worry about my wallet. No need. The corners of Tun Day's lips are slightly bent. Just think of it as a deposit for you to help me design the costumes for the dinner. But you have helped me so many times before, and I will help you design clothes. The girl was talking when the traffic light in front of her turned on the red light. The car stopped slowly. Chen Zhou looked back, and Jinro looked more gentle under the broken light pouring down from the window. Can you make a small request? Hearing the words, Qiao Zhiyang nodded immediately. Okay, you say it. I just got the news from the dinner party that they will also hold an auction ball. Chen Day drooped his eyelashes slightly. It was too sudden. I didn't prepare a female companion, so may I have the honor to invite Miss Designer to be my female companion? Female companion? Qiao Zhiyang blinked lightly. She hesitated a little, but with your current status and appearance, even if you don't bring a female companion, there will definitely be many girls at the scene to invite you. Even if the banquet hasn't started yet. She could see in advance what kind of amazing expression the girls around her would show when Mr. Chen entered. I thought that many girls would be looking at me at that time. For some reason, Qiao Zhiyang suddenly felt stuffy again. Just as she wondered what was wrong with her, the man's low magnetic and clear voice had already sounded in her ear, but what should she do? My brother is not close to women. Chen Day smiled clearly at the corners of his lips, and his body gently leaned towards her. A pair of deep and charming phoenix eyes looked at her softly, but only close to you. The clear and fragrant woody cold fragrance suddenly hit the breath. The heartbeat in the chest also beats like a drum. Qiao Zhiyang's eyelashes trembled. She raised her eyes and looked into his eyes, clearly seeing herself. Maybe it's because I want a clear number. Or the smell on his body is too good. Maybe his eyes are too gentle and gentle. Or it's urged by your own heartbeat. Qiao Zhiyang stared at him with a little distractedness. Under all kinds of temptations, his red lips opened slightly. Okay. The car arrived smoothly all the way to the door of the hotel apartment. Then I'll go back first. Qiao Zhiyang got out of the car, and the pale blush on his cheeks had not completely dissipated. Goodbye, third brother. Okay, good night. The corners of Chen Day's lips are slightly curved. When the dress arrives, I will pick you up. It's to pick her up at his house. Not the company. Okay. Qiao Zhiyang nodded. After saying goodbye, she walked quickly towards the door ahead. The sky is grey tonight, and there is not a single star. It seems that it is going to rain heavily. She just walked into the hotel lobby faster. A familiar and stern female voice suddenly sounded behind her. Unfilial girl, get out of here. Qiao Zhiyang's whole body stiffened. He turned his head, and his face instantly turned pale with panic. Chapter 42 Baby, go with your brother, okay? Rumble the rainstorm is like a note, pouring down overwhelmingly. A piercing white lightning cut through the window, and the deafening thunder exploded dully in my ears. Qiao Zhiyang looked at the woman sitting on the sofa. Her face was pale, and her nails were pinched into the palm of her hand instinctively in fear. Why are you still standing still? Xiu Shuang was dressed in formal clothes, with a delicate makeup on her face and a trace of fatigue in her eyebrows. Obviously, she came from her busy schedule. As if she was afraid of the public scene, she suppressed her anger and said coldly, "She had to pull you over in person, right? The strong and surging oppression is really breathless." Qiao Zhiyang clenched his palm, bit his lower lip, raised his heavy legs and walked slowly. Kneel down. As soon as she stepped forward, Qiu Shuang picked up the ring ruler next to her, stared at her very coldly, and stretched out her hand in a stern tone. The color of that ring ruler is a little old. The withered yellow ruler also had several cracks. As if he saw what he was most afraid of, Qiao Jiao's pupils shrank, and his breathing became a little rapid like stress. She was so scared that she stepped back. The force of biting the lower lip like self-abuse suddenly increased. The whole person was shaking uncontrollably. Nightmarish memories are like a raging rainstorm outside, sweeping wildly in her brain. I just can't help stealing a bite of snacks that are not allowed to be eaten. It's just that you are not allowed to talk more with classmates who are not allowed to date. It's just that the score is 1 point less than the goal set. Kneel down and stretch out your hands. Little, she knelt on the cold tile helplessly and fearfully. Under the sympathetic gaze of the maids in the room, she was rudely grabbed by her little hand and forced to spread her palms. The withered yellow ring ruler hit heavily and fiercely under her, tears in her eyes. Bang. Do you know it's wrong? Bang. Do you dare next time? Bang. Stay in the room for me tonight. Don't come out without my permission. No matter how much she cried and begged, the long ring ruler always hit her delicate palm mercilessly. It was not until her tears seemed to dry up, and her palms were already red and swollen, that there was a sign of pause. Finally, the woman shook off her hand and only said coldly that her mother hit you like this. It's all for your good, otherwise you won't have a long memory. Fear is like a vine growing up out of control. It wrapped around her heart hard, piercing her in pain and fear. His legs trembled, and he was forced to give in, almost conditioned reflexively. However, the familiar low magnetic voice suddenly sounded in the chaotic mind, as if God had redeemed her. Don't get used to being wronged. Because I'm here. It seems that a wisp of gentle spring breeze will blow away all the vines that keep wrapping around her. Then gently stroked her scarred heart and kissed her wound. Those fears don't seem to be so terrible. Qiao Jiang slowly loosened his lips that had been biting tightly. Why should I kneel down? She suddenly raised her red eyes, and the voice of aggrieved complaining seemed to overlap with her previous aggrieved and suppressed self. I had never done anything wrong. Why did she kneel down? Qiu Shuang was stunned and then laughed angrily. Do you still have the face to refute me? She knocked hard on the desk with a ruler and ran away from home without telling me. She came to Beijing to read some broken clothing design. She didn't reply to the message or answer the phone. She also secretly rented a room and opened a microblog. What kind of cheongsam and grass girl did, and posted such unconventional photos on the internet? And what kind of lipstick do you put on your face? The color is still so bright. Didn't I tell you? Look at the short cheongsam you are wearing, even your knees are about to be exposed. Qiao Jiang, who are you showing? Your family has given you such a noble status, and I taught you so seriously to be a qualified rich lady, and you repay me like this? Qiu Shuang was so angry that her chest was ups and downs. She looked at each other angrily. Qiao Jiang, I'm so disappointed in you. Tears almost burst out of my eyes. In the past, patience and obedience again and again were because of age, and I couldn't resist. Also because they are her parents, no matter how excessive it is, she wants to try her best to be a good daughter. Even if the spirit was about to collapse at that time. She also tried to learn to digest and laugh. But in the end, it was found that the result of such grievance was that they would not pity her pain, but would only manipulate her more and let her continue to sacrifice her whole life. I'm really fed up. I won't go with you. Qiao Jiang clenched his hands, and his red eyes were hurt and looked at her firmly. Since I chose to come to Beijing, I didn't plan to go back. Just as she spoke, several hotel staff came over. What they are holding in their hands is her luggage. Do you think you have the option to refuse? Qiu Shuao looked at her coldly. If something hadn't happened to the company, do you think I would have let you go crazy outside for so long? I refunded the room here for you, and I also had your Weibo logged out. She stood up and said in a strong tone. I will take you to go through the withdrawal procedures early tomorrow morning, and then go back to Hong Kong City. What? Qiao Jiang looked at the luggage that was casually put on the ground, and his ears buzzed. Rumble, there was thunder and lightning outside, and the rainstorm was more violent. Why do you make decisions for me? The girl's shoulders trembled, and her hoarse voice had a tolerant cry. Why did she take away what I liked without permission? Why did I have to listen to you in everything? On what earth? Brush in response to her, a stack of photos was thrown on her face fiercely. Just because I'm your mother, it's natural for me to care about you. Qiu Shuang was so angry that her eyes were bleeding. She no longer cared about public places. She raised her finger and pointed at her in a sharp voice. You were with the Chen family behind my back. I didn't even settle accounts with you. You dare to talk back to me again and again. What kind of words? And you know that your family has arranged for you to marry the young master of the Shen family, but you are so shameless to fool around with other men. Qiu Shuang pushed her greatly. Qiao Jiang, are you a bitch? Fool around. Be cheap. Qiao Jiang's eyes turned red, and he suddenly felt quite funny. Turns out that there are still mothers in the world who abuse their daughters like this. Yes, you are my mother. Of course, it will be good for me. She looked straight, hooked her lips and smiled mockingly, but is it really for my good, or just to satisfy your desire to control? You. Qiu Shuao's face was very gloomy. She suddenly got up and waved her palm to fan over. At this moment, Qiao Jiyang suddenly turned around and ran to the door. Regardless of how angry the people behind her shouted, she pushed open the door and ran out. Clap. The rainstorm hit me drop by drop. Qiao Jiyang seemed to be unable to feel anything. He stepped his legs and ran forward with a numb and flustered expression. Her messy brain has only one idea. Run. Run faster. Never be caught. Well, the lights on the roadside are dim, coupled with heavy rain. She didn't notice the garbage at her feet for a moment. She lost her balance in an instant and fell on the cold ground. The delicate knee was broken, and even the palm was scratched. It hurt so much. Her whole body was soaked, like an injured little sheep, and her gloomy eyes were covered with tears little by little. It really hurt. The limbs are like being buckled with heavy chains. Anxiety and tiredness hit the fragile nerves crazily at this time. It makes her look like a drowning person again, which is difficult to breathe. No, the disease seems to have started. Qiao Jiyang looked around the dark in a daze. But what about her medicine? Where is it? Ah, yes. She thought that a brand new life had begun, so she had thrown away the medicine. Qiao Jiyang curled up in the corner and bit his lower lip very tightly. It turns out, can't you throw it away yet? But there is no medicine. How did she resist this threatening mental breakdown? Who can help her? Just when her eyebrows were tired and numb, she was about to bite her lips harder like self-abuse. A familiar black car penetrated the rainstorm and quickly stopped in front of her. Ripple. It seems that the soft-hearted god heard her cry for help and responded to her. The back door of the car opened, and the man held an umbrella, as if the god bathed in the light that day came to redeem her, walking quickly towards her. The girl's mental state is obviously very bad. Like a poor little sheep who was only injured, he curled up in the corner, looking at him helplessly and vigilantly. Tunde looked at her pale little face, and the corners of his eyes turned red with pain. He patiently bent his waist slightly, half-squatted on the ground, and covered the umbrella over her head. Then he took out the blackcurrant-flavored candy from his pocket and handed it to her. He was gentle and coaxed. "Baby, okay?" Chapter 43. Sit on his lap and be gently spoiled by him. Xiao Jia's eyelashes trembled slightly. The man in front of her covered all the umbrellas, and the exquisitely cut and high-end black lining was wet by the rain. His clear eyebrows were full of softness, and the corners of his lips were in a light arc. His eyes fell on her patiently and spoiled. So warm. The turbid and messy brain seemed to wake up, and she looked at his eyes gradually softened. Qiao Jiyang looked into his deep pupils. The heartstrings turned violently. Obviously, it's just a simple eye to face. But she suddenly saw a sense of fate in his eyes. The wings of the nose are sore. The tears that had been rolling in my eyes seemed to be open, and they kept rolling down their cheeks. Third brother. She opened her mouth and choked in tears. Here you are. Well, I'm coming. As if she didn't feel dirty at all, Tunde gently raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, so Yang Yang didn't have to be afraid anymore. His eyes drooped slightly, and his eyes fell on her injured knee, and the bottom of his eyes sank with distress and anger. Is this medicine? Qiao Jiyang looked at the candy in his hand. His eyes were red, and the volume was extremely low. Only she could hear it herself. Wouldn't it hurt any more if she ate it? She picked up one, peeled off the package on it, and slowly put it in her mouth. His eyes widened in surprise. It's not bitter. It's still very sweet. The girl's red eyes were covered with water mist, her carefully curled hair was a little messy, her long eyelashes were half drooping, and her pale and gloomy cheeks showed a pitiful sense of fragmentation. Yang Yang is good. Tunde endured the anger of killing in the past. He raised his hand and gently held her shoulder, as if he was holding a fragile treasure, and gently brought her into his arms. She is obviously in a bad state. We have to take her back quickly. There are many sweet candies like this at home. He hugged her, and his deep and narrow phoenix eyes swayed with tenderness that made people want to fall. As long as Yang Yang obediently goes with her brother, my brother will give you everything, okay? It's more than sugar. Even his whole person is fine. The clear and smelly smelled around her. Qiao Jiyang raised his red eyes and looked into the extreme love and pity in his eyes. There is a small self clearly in the pupil inside. At this moment, the small green seedling in the depths slowly grew a pink and tender flower bud. Maybe I have suffered too many injustice. Maybe the wound hurts too much. Maybe she wants to find a safe place to hide. Maybe the person in front of him is him. Qiao Jiyang gently closed his eyes, like a child who had been bullied a lot outside, was wronged and exhausted. He opened his hands and gently hooked his neck. Okay. Her voice just fell. The delicate body was suddenly picked up. Tunde held her in one hand, held an umbrella in one hand, and walked steadily towards the car. Mr. Tun. Shu Kao stood aside, waiting for instructions. His eyes were gloomy and he went back to Nanshan. Fortunately, he arranged for people to patrol around the hotel early in the morning and inform him of any situation. Otherwise, he really can't imagine how painful and desperate the little girl would be if she didn't come in time. Sunday held her arm and secretly tightened it a little, and a pair of deep phoenix eyes surged with dangerous bloodthirsty undercurrents. What a commendable courage. How dare you make his little girl like this while he is away? Then wait for a good time. He will definitely settle this account with the Chow family. Some heating was turned on in the car. The girl, whose mental state has not fully recovered, is like an extremely insecure child. She had tears in her eyes, her hands were holding the corners of the man's clothes, and her small face pressed against his broad and warm chest. Young baby. Chen Day carefully avoided the wound on her knee and gently put her on her thigh. He stroked her head. With me, it's okay, so can you tell your brother what happened just now? Hearing the words, the little girl in her arms shrank. The woman's sharp swearing, knocking on the painful yellow ring ruler in the palm of her hand, and throwing it on her face. The memories of suffocating pain made her little face white, and her emotions fluctuated a little again. Woo. Xiao Jiyoung tightened her body, subconsciously found a place where she felt safe, and then buried her cheeks in his broad chest in fear. Baby, don't be afraid. Chen Zhou gently stroked her slightly trembling back, and his calm and gentle voice patiently coaxed her. I'm here. Listening to his gentle tone, leaning against his generous arms, Xiao Jiyao's tight body slowly relaxed. She sniffed, and my mother found me. She took the ruler and asked me to kneel down and tell me what I had done wrong. I was almost afraid to compromise, but I suddenly remembered the voice of the third brother. You said that I didn't have to be wronged anymore, because you were there. The girl who obediently nestled in her arms raised her little face, and her light-colored pupils floated with thin light, so I was not afraid at once. Not only did I not kneel down, but I bravely refuted back. Third brother. She put her hands on his chest, and the corners of her eyes were stained with wet red, whispering, did I do well? The little girl's eyes still had some tears in her eyes. In the posture of being held on his lap, she looked at him obediently and dependently, unknowingly charming. Chan's throat knot rolled slightly during the day. Finally, I couldn't help bowing my head. I touched the end of her eyes with my fingertips, and my voice was hoarse. Well, baby, well done. I was praised. As if a small red flower was pasted on her forehead, the girl rubbed against his chest with some embarrassment. But Mom, he also said that I came here to read some bad clothing design, and he also said that I opened a microblog to make Cheongsom and Grass Girls. I study clothing design and Cheongsom planting Grass Girl, because I like it, and I want to share with you the beautiful Cheongsom. Xiao Jiyoung hummed softly, and it was not out of touch. Mom also said that my lipstick was very bright, and the Cheongsom I was wearing was so short that even my knees were exposed. She said she was disappointed in me. Speaking of this, she lowered her head and her eyes were a little red. Good boy, if it's not good, we will automatically block it, and you don't have to keep it in your heart at all. Chen Zhou put his arms around her waist and gently rubbed her red lips with his fingers. The bottom of his eyes was a little deep. What clothes to wear is your right and your freedom. Besides, this lip glaze contrasts with your lip color very well, which is so beautiful that my brother can't help but want to kiss. The lips that were gently stroked by him were a little itchy. As he spoke, the clear line's nasal breath touched the sensitive tip of the ear, causing a numb restlessness. The mental state is still a little like that of a drunken girl's face is hot. I still held his fingertips a little calmly. Daba. It is forbidden to be bad. She snuggled into his arms, half of her small face was buried in his chest, her watery eyes were moist. And she complained in a muffled voice. In addition, she also logged out of my Weibo, wanted me to drop out of school, and threw photos on my face. The little girl is obviously wronged. Counting what had just happened, he hummed at him like an extremely aggrieved little lover. She also raised her face delicately and handed him the painful part. Chen Day's eyes darkened. He touched her red cheeks pitifully and whispered in his ear, spoiling him very much. Well, my brother remembered it and will definitely help you take revenge. Xiao Jiyan's eyes bent. Thinking of something, the invisible horns of the lamb on his head drooped down again. Wow, my nest has been returned. She drooped her eyelashes listlessly, and I had no place to sleep in the future. Hearing the words, Chen Zhou hooked his lips and smiled. He rubbed her soft back of her neck. It was so bad that he also returned my rippling nest. The girl gave a soft cry. The whole sheep was even more sad. Since there is no lamb's nest, after that on Zhou lowered his eyes, and his excellent phoenix eyes were like an endless deep sea, drowning in the whirlpool of falling people. It's better to live in his brother's house at ease. My brother's home is very safe, and no one will ever bully you. He hooked her soft waist and held her in his arms. The corners of his lips rippled with a warm and harmless arc, and his belly was dark and seductive. Come in, okay? Let your brother protect you in person, huh? Chapter 44 continued to seduce and kidnap the little sheep home. The well-behaved girl in her arms tilted her head. She looking up with a small face with some tears, he looked at him ignorantly and cutely like a beautiful and fragile porcelain doll, as if he was thinking about whether what he said was true or not. The corners of Day's lips are slightly bent. He was not in a hurry and didn't urge him. He still hooked the soft waist under her cheongsong intimately without losing strength, and took it deep into his arms. The broad palm did not forget to gently rub the back of her neck, waiting quietly and patiently. Well, Chao Jiang blinked his eyes, like a little sheep who was only ready to be adopted into a new home, and looked around anxiously and nervously. Will it really be safe? Won't anyone bully me again? After crying, the girl's eyes were wet and bright. It is as clear as a mirror without impurities, which can shine into people's deep desires. Day's eyes suddenly darkened. I subconsciously rubbed the Buddha beads between my lower wrists, and the lens covered the faint and hot thirst that passed by. Of course. He restrained the dark color of the bottom of his eyes, the corners of his lips were curved and elegant and dark, and his magnetic voice was crisp and numb to the bone. My brother promised that you would be very safe with me, and there would never be anyone. The man's eyes drooped slightly, pressed against the girl's pink and soft ears, and his smile was seductive, bullying, negative, you. The warm and itchy breath suddenly soaked my ears. Ambiguity burned the surrounding sensitive skin like a fire, setting off a burst of heat. Chao Jiang's delicate body couldn't help shaking slightly. The seductive and moist crimson at the end of the eyes became a little brighter. But she drooped her head embarrassedly, and her hands against his chest were tangled together. She whispered, but my luggage was still there and I didn't get it back. I have a lot of clothes. The girl's eyes drooped, but I don't want to go back to that place. Day looked at her red little face, and his fingertips couldn't help itching again. Ah. How can you behave like this? It's really. The sage is also unbearable. It doesn't matter if the clothes are gone. He hugged her and let her slender white long legs stick to his trousers, and the corners of his lips were slightly curled up, because my brother had prepared a lot of beautiful clothes for you in advance. Chao Jiang looked up in surprise. Day suppressed the dark surge in the bottom of his eyes, and his slow and logical tone was extremely spoiled. My brother not only prepared a lot of beautiful clothes for you, but also a room that only belonged to the baby. There are not only soft beds, but also snack feeding boxes that will be automatically filled anytime and anywhere, and a workbench that Yang will like. Hearing this, Chao Jiang blinked. The workbench. Well, doesn't my family like to design clothes? He touched her hairy head, so his brother specially prepared a table suitable for design in your room, and there was also a sewing machine on it that could sew clothes at any time. The color is the purple you like, and the element that can represent your lamb. The man's clear and low magnetic voice rose gently, and the pampering in his eyes was a unique little gift in the world that his brother quietly prepared for you. The faintly projected light outside the car window softened his deep three-dimensional outline a lot. Together with the eyes that have been falling on her, there is also a seductive tenderness. Chao Jiang couldn't help but slow his breath slightly. The small flower bud in the depths of my heart suddenly shook. Her cheeks turned red, as if she had successfully stepped into the threshold, but she was still a little hesitant. So, do those new clothes have my favorite cheongsong? Of course there is. Sun Zhou couldn't help raising his hand and gently rubbed her soft cheeks with his fingers. There were not only cheongsongs, but also various accessories used to match, as well as cosmetics such as Yongya's favorite lip glaze. If these are not enough, just tell your brother that I will buy it for you. Unexpectedly, even the cosmetics are ready. Chao Jiang was a little surprised and couldn't help raising his eyes and asking, when did you start preparing these things? Sun Zhou smiled without a word. Of course, very early. He has already begun to carefully prepare her room, waiting for the day when he can lure her over like this. And then, I will never let her go again. The eyes of the girl in her arms are bright. Obviously, I have gradually been moved. But suddenly, she remembered something. She pursed her lips, her little face was lost, and the volume was lowered. My Weibo had been cancelled by my mother. It's worthy of a serious and responsible lamb. Even if his mental state is still in a fragile period, he still remembers that his side job has not been completed. A few days ago, I also promised a studio to help them try on new grass, but now Weibo is gone. How can I explain to them? Hearing the words, Sun Zhou smiled softly. He is like a very patient father's boyfriend. With a mature and steady posture, infinitely reliable and considerate, he gently takes care of the little baby in his arms, and he will respond to her request and spoil her. Don't worry, my brother can find your Weibo and return it to you intact. The man's phoenix eyes drooped and he was extremely patient, so don't worry, everything will be solved by his brother, huh? Chao Jiao's heart suddenly jumped. A wonderful throbbing sensation gradually spread all over the limbs and skeletons. She looked at him with bright watery eyes. With the warmth flowing in her heart, she blurted out and asked, "Third brother, are you a magician transformed from a fairy tale book? You have everything I want here." Hearing the words, Day's eyebrows suddenly curled up. He took out her familiar candy from his pocket and stared at her eyes full of indulging soft colors. "As long as you believe, I will be your wishing pool in the future." He gently put the candy, printed with Kowazini, in her palm. This candy was a wish coin, as long as you wanted. Day looked at her for a moment, and his low and gentle voice was serious and pious. My brother can achieve it for you. Qiao Jiyan's breathing slowed again. Flutter. Flutter. My ears were full of the sudden and violent heartbeat of myself. The small flower buds in the depths of my heart seem to be moisturized, and the color is more and more pink. By the way, the man swayed the invisible wolf tail behind him and hooked her soft waist. Doesn't Yang Yang still like all kinds of delicious food? When you come to your brother's house, you can cook all kinds of delicious food for you every day. The corners of his lips raised a curve. Whether it was fried or Western style, my brother would do it. Wow. There is also this kind of good thing, Omega. The eyes of the foodie lamb suddenly brightened. In the future, whatever you want to eat, my brother will cook for you. Chen Zhou hooked her fingertips, and the invisible wolf tail behind her also quietly wrapped up. So is Yang Yang willing to move here and live with her brother? The heartbeat is beating like a drum again. Qiao Jiyang looked at him in a dad, slowly gripping the candy stained with his temperature in his palm. Although she still had a little reason, she told her that it seemed a little inappropriate to agree so quickly. But she was so painful and wronged tonight. I just want to find a safe and warm place where I can relax and rely on. Her lips were slightly bent, and her tail finger gently hooked his fingertips. Okay. Chapter 45. Dad is a boyfriend, and he gradually falls into his palm. Nanshan is the most expensive estate in Beijing. The large villa occupies the most central position. As the exquisite and luxurious door opened, the low-key and luxurious black car slowly galloped in. Uncle Xu, the housekeeper who had been waiting for a long time, held an umbrella and immediately led the uniformly dressed servants behind him. I opened the car door respectfully and held the umbrella over. Third master, you are back. Chen Day came out of the car with the girl in his arms. He just got wet in the rain, although he was a little dried by the heating in the car. But at this time, the black lining stained with some water mist was half attached to the chest, with messy wrinkles. The slightly wet forehead hair was lightly put between the eyebrows, although the reserved and cold temperament on the body was not affected at all. However, it is the first time that it has lost its exquisiteness and a little messy appearance. Bring the medicine box here. As if he didn't notice the eyes around him, Tendai gently and carefully hugged the girl in his arms, warped straight into the villa with his long legs, and made a bowl of ginger tea. I don't want to drink ginger tea. Hearing what he didn't like to drink the most, Xiao Jiyan couldn't help looking up from his arms. Her eyes and nose were slightly red, and her voice was soft and asked softly. The ginger flavor of ginger tea is spicy and bitter. Can you not drink it? The girl's ending sound unknowingly hooked out some soft and cute coquettishness. With the blinking and bright eyes, it is undoubtedly so cute that it makes people's hearts. Chen Zhou looked down at her, and her eyebrows, which had just been full of cold and indifferentness, were gentle and stretched in an instant. Good boy, you just got wet in the rain. Drink some ginger tea to warm your body, so that you won't catch a cold the next day. Afraid that the little girl would be unhappy, he gently hooked the corners of his lips, and his gentle tone swayed with a seductive indulgent pampering. If they are afraid of bitterness, shall I ask them to put more sugar? Under the night of the rain curtain, the man's clear and delicate eyebrows reflected a faint light, and he was extremely gentle. Qiao Jiyang looked into his slow eyes, and his heart suddenly beat violently. As if scared, she trembled her eyelashes in surprise. What's the matter? Is your heart sick tonight? Why do you always jump so fast for no reason? Qiao Jiyang came back to his senses and knew that he cared about him and was not coquettish. He nodded obediently. Okay. Thinking of something, she immediately turned her little face seriously and reminded him, Third brother, you also got wet in the rain just now, and remember to drink a bowl of ginger tea. Chen Day smiled softly and responded spoiledly, Okay, listen to you. Everyone. They are all old people who have worked in the mansion for many years. It was the first time I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chen Sanye, who had never been close to women, not only hugged a little girl herself, and he showed such a warm and spoiled expression in his lifetime. Everyone looked at each other. They all saw the excited gossip in the eyes of the other party. Oh, wow. The melons they ate in private turned out to be real. Chen Sanye has been preparing a room full of girls' hearts without saying a word, not because he has an unknown fetish. It's for today's golden house to hide. Chen Day held the girl and gently put her on the sofa like a treasure. Third master, the medicine box is here. Uncle Xu was carrying a box full of medicine and was about to roll up his sleeves as he said, I'm here to help the young husband. When the last person was about to spit out the word, Yu Guang suddenly received someone's silent cold warning. Uncle Xu. He was stunned and looked at the girl with the same blank expression, and his head turned quickly. Got it. It turned out that Chen Sanye only kidnapped people back. But the little girl hasn't officially given him a name. Cough. He is worthy of being a top gold medal butler. Uncle Xu reacted very quickly and quickly changed his words. I will help this lady treat the wound. The last word is just about to be said. No need. The tall and upright man in front of him was already holding a soft cloth wet with warm water in his hand. Without hesitation, he knelt down directly on one knee to the girl. Ripple. His broad hand gently held her little feet and directly let her step on her strong thighs. The magnetic voice sounded crisp and dull in his ear. Good boy, step on it. Qiao Jiao's breath suddenly disturbed. The fingertips on the sofa curled up shyly inexplicably. She wore a short cheongsam today. As her toes were raised, her snow-white and slender calves were more exposed. The white and tender skin tone and the pure black of the suit pants instantly form an extreme contrast, stimulating the visual impact. The heartbeat accelerated out of control again. Qiao Jiang couldn't help whispering, "Brother San, I'll come by myself." She walked all day and stepped on the rain-soaked ground. The soles must be very dirty. It's okay. I'll just come. But the man in front of her was not dirty at all. He held her bare feet and gently held a soft cloth to help her wipe the fine dirt on the wound on her knee. Although his movements were very light, as soon as he touched the wound, Qiao Jiang squeezed his lips, still couldn't help frowning and sobbing softly, "Woo, it hurts." The girl's voice is soft and pitiful, which makes people reverie. Chen Zhou's movement stopped, and while his eyes were distressed, he couldn't help but have some obscure thirst. His throat knot rolled slightly. He restrainedly suppressed the rising fire in his stomach. Chen Zhou, although you are not an individual, but you have to be a person now. Good boy, bear with it. He curled his long eyelashes to cover the dark surge under his eyes. His voice was hoarse, and soon it stopped hurting. The wound on her knee is not big, only some epidermis has been scratched. He held a cotton swab stained with iodoform, carefully smeared it, and lowered his head to blow gently into her wound. The tall man half knelt in front of the girl, and his drooping eyebrows were extremely serious. It seems to be gently taking care of the most precious treasure in the world. Qiao Jiang looked at him in a dad, and his ears were full of his own fierce heartbeat. I can hardly even feel the pain of the wound. All right. Finally, Chen Zhou helped her put on a band-aid, raised her eyes, and the corners of her lips were soft and slightly bent. Does the wound still hurt? The low magnetic and pleasant voice mixed with its own heartbeat came all at once. Qiao Jiang suddenly returned to his senses, and his cheeks turned red. Well, it didn't hurt. At this time, the servant brought 2 bowls of ginger tea with just the right temperature. The third master, the lady and the ginger tea came. Thank you. As if to hide his red face, Qiao Jiang picked up ginger tea and quickly brought it to his mouth. I just took a sip. Her expression paused slightly. It's very strange. Obviously, ginger tea is spicy and bitter. Why is this bowl so sweet tonight? Well, it's not early. It's time to have a rest. After drinking ginger tea, Sendai bent down and picked her up from the sofa. Come on, my brother will take you to the room. The body gently soared into the air. Qiao Jiang naturally and skillfully hooked his neck, and his soft white little face turned red again. Third brother, you don't have to hold me. I can walk by myself. Chen Zhou smiled lightly, and his expression was harmless. Your leg was still injured. Let me hold you. While the little girl is still in a vulnerable dependency period, he wants to stick to her more. If not, the only remaining morality and reason do not allow it. He had long wanted to directly kidnap her to his bed. In order not to make the girl feel uncomfortable, Hyundai built a small villa in the open space next to him. There is not only a courtyard, but also a configuration management team. After passing through the romantically decorated rose gallery and sending the girl back to the room, Chen Zhou walked back to his bedroom slowly. He tore off his tie in a wicked way. He took out a cigar from the box and lit it. He leaned lazily against the windowsill and slowly spit out a mouthful of smoke. The whole process, like the seal was lifted, and the scum temperament of the elegant scum of the scum was flowing around the body. The ringing of the call suddenly rang in the quiet room. Seeing the telephone number of the port area displayed above, he lowered his eyes carelessly. The leisure on his face seemed to have expected that someone would be unable to hold back and come to the door in person. One connection. Immediately, a woman's angry voice sounded. Mr. Teng, what on earth do you mean? If you just want to steal the Qiao family's project, then I advise you to give up. Our Qiao family is not an easy role to handle. It's like hearing something interesting. Chen Dai put a cigar in his fingertips and smiled sullenly. Project? He leaned against the window, and the faint light hit half of his handsome face, which was quite a sense of division between good and evil. Do you think I was deliberately planning all this just to rob you of a small project? Wrong. The man's thin lips were slightly hooked, and the bottom of his eyes was like an unfathomable black hole, and the paranoid dark light gushed out wantonly. What I want to rob is his word by word, surrounded by evil aura and a strong sense of aggression, your daughter. Chapter 46. Sleep in the same bed and lure her to continue. The man's strong and paranoid words are like the shocking thunder of the rain outside. At this moment, the blood on Qiao Shuao's face faded clean in an instant. Her tightened back suddenly softened. The hands trembled violently and clenched. At present, I'm just talking to him on my mobile phone. But the invisible surging sense of oppression came surgingly. It seemed that her neck was suddenly strangled by a pair of invisible hands, which made her unable to exhale smoothly. At this time, the assistant came over in a panic. Madam, it's not good. There are all the bodyguards of the Ten family outside, and we can't go out. What? Qiu Shuao looked up in disbelievably. I saw all the bodyguards in black standing straight around. She was completely surrounded. Madam, what should I do? The assistant beside her looked at her pale face and became more frightened. They said that as long as Mr. Chen was willing to give the order, he could let us go. If you don't cooperate, madam, then... The terrible consequences came out of his mouth. Qiu Shuao's body swayed, and the last tough attitude in his eyebrows suddenly collapsed. She gritted her teeth, and the blue veins in her forehead jumped wildly. How can it be like this? It turned out that his warning that day was not an irrelevant gesture, but a casual frightening gesture. But he really wanted to take her daughter for himself. Qiu Shuao's face was extremely ugly. It is undeniable that today's Chen family has completely occupied the leading position in the whole Beijing. As the person in power of the Chen family, Chen Day is not only in charge of all the industries under his name. Even not only Beijing, but also Hong Kong City, and even the economic lifeline of the world are difficult to get out of his control. Being able to establish a relationship with such a powerful family can undoubtedly increase the interests of the Qiao family, but it is precisely because the Chen family is too powerful. As a person in power, Chen Day can't be seen through. This is all a minefield for Qiu Shuang, who is very controlling. In case the Chen family bullies others, even if they get into a relationship in the future, as long as he says a word, the Qiao family will be suppressed by him. Then it's better to choose an obedient and easy to control family. At least it is within her control at any time. Mr. Chen. After a quick measurement, Qiu Shuang stabilized his mood. Finally found her voice. My daughter has arranged a business marriage with the young master of the Shen family. Please respect yourself. The bedroom is full of smoke. Chen Day held a cigar at his fingertips, and the corners of his lips were still elegant and gentle. Oh, so what? He leaned lazily against the window, his slender legs curled and opened lazily, and his expression was always calm. Even if she wanted to marry someone else, I would do anything to take love and take her away from the wedding. If she gets married once, I will take it once. The man hooked his lips and smiled. In the dark environment, his deep eyes flashed wildly possessiveness. So it's a verbal marriage. What's the matter? Such undisguised wild words, Qiu Shuao's body was shocked. Her mood, which she had managed to stabilize, fluctuated again. Crazy. He is really crazy. Such a dangerous and terrible person. No wonder he was able to get out of a bloody way from a humble illegitimate son who could not see the light in the Colosseum of the Longtan Tiger Cave of the Tang family. But when did he get involved with Qiao Jiang? Listening to his tone, it's not like we just met at the airport. Qiu Shuang frowned. From childhood to adult, Qiao Jiang has been strictly controlled by her. Whether it's clothes travel, even people who have been in contact with her every day, she knows everything like the back of her hand. So she can't know that she has an affair with the illegitimate son of the Chen family. This feeling of being out of control made Qiu Shuao's face more and more ugly. She couldn't figure it out, no matter how much she thought about it. When on earth did Tang Zhuo have such crazy and pathological thoughts about her daughter? But I haven't waited for her to figure it out. The deep and low magnetic voice on the other end of the mobile phone has sounded slowly. It's like low, mellow and gentle, but with a chilling sense of oppression. Listen to my Yang, you have made her suffer a lot of injustice tonight. The corners of Chen Day's lips hooked, and there was no temperature or smile in his eyes. It was gloomy like a storm brewing, a total of 9 times. The first time she asked her to kneel down, the second time she wanted to slap her palm, the third time she scolded her for lipstick, the fourth time she scolded her for wearing a chancon, and the fifth time she returned her residence without permission. The 6th time I cancelled her Weibo without permission, the 7th time I forced her to go through the withdrawal procedures, the 8th time I threw the photo on her face, and finally the 9th time I made her fall in the rain. The man counted the crimes slowly. Obviously, the sound of the sound is gentle, but inexplicably it makes people feel a strong sense of bloodthirsty. You also insulted her with such words as nonsense. Chen Chu's fingertip, holding a cigar, suddenly became heavy, and his voice suddenly became extremely cold. Qiu Shuang, you should be glad that you are her biological mother, not an outsider without blood relationship. Otherwise, do you think you can still contact me safely? He stood at the junction of light and shadow, like the wolf king in the jungle, finally revealed his originally gloomy and violent true face. A pair of extremely dark eyes are frighteningly dark. You have already reported to the Prince of Hell. Qiu Shuao's whole body and limbs are hardened. Although she has been sitting as the president of Zhou's group for many years and has seen many storms and waves, her back was in cold sweat at this time. She clenched her hands and tried to regain the confidence in the negotiation. I have warned you. Chen Zhou interrupted her coldly and dared to make me unhappy. I don't mind letting the whole Qiao family shuffle and replace the obedient people. What if it's her family? That doesn't mean that you can climb on her head and make her suffer for nothing. Qiu Shuao's eyebrows were cold. She couldn't sit still at all and got up in a panic. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Chen Day smiled slightly. He wore delicate gold glasses on his face and a smoky cigar at his fingertips, restoring his graceful, noble and elegant side. Take it easy. The man's eyebrows curled. I didn't let the Qiao family make a fortune on the sit is now. I didn't wait for the other party to breathe a sigh of relief. He suddenly changed his words, but I heard that Qiao's group has won several foreign projects and the capital turnover is not enough, so it has found many investors to carry out angel financing, right? You say, if I let them all reject the investment request of Zhou's group. Chen Day's gentle tone is slow. I wonder if Qiao's group can get through this financial crisis safely. Mr. Zheng? Qiu Shuao's face changed in shock. No matter what I do, she is still Qiao Jian's mother. If you do this to me, aren't you afraid that she will be afraid of you after she finds out? She sneered. Don't think I don't know. Yosha has been playing a gentle and kind elder in front of her. If she knew that you were pretending from beginning to end, would she still trust you as she does now? Chen Day was expressionless. The eyebrows were dark. Of course he is afraid. That's why he suppressed all those paranoid and hot desires and tried to play the role of a gentle and harmless good gentleman. Until she fell in heart with him completely. Only then did he have the courage to show her his true side. Otherwise, she ran away in fright. What should he do? The silence of the other party undoubtedly fueled Qiu Shuao's pride. She sat down again, and her momentum gradually recovered. And now you took her back. Do you want to imprison her for the rest of your life? So what's the difference between you and me? Qiu Shuao sneered mockingly. Not all of them were locked up in a different way. You are wrong again. As soon as she spoke, the man on the other end suddenly smiled. I never intended to try up. The corners of Chen Day's lips are slightly curved. I have always felt that moisturizing and protecting a rose is to let her bloom freely and beautifully outside, not to be locked in a dark room and let me control it. What? Qiu Shuao was stunned. His eyes are dark and his voice is still warm. I will give her the safest and most gentle love in the world. I will let her do what she likes to her heart's content. I will be the sharpest sword in her hand and the strongest back in her back. I will hold her in my hand and gently take care of her, send her to the highest point, and receive the applause of flowers from all over the world. So that all her body and mind can only firmly choose me. Since she is a delicate rose from Hong Kong City, then he will be her most solid and wide soil, give her enough nutrients, and nourish her tender petals. From then on, under his surging love, she will only have him in her eyes, only rely on him, trust him, and regard him as the safest harbor. She will not pay attention to the appearance of any third party, and will only choose him wholeheartedly. Chen Day held the cigar and walked to the desk with his long legs. He elegantly pressed the half-smoked cigar into the cigarette box. Then he raised his hand and pressed an inconspicuous button on the table. I saw the bookshelf standing on the ground next to it slowly opening to the left and right sides. The glass wall inside is covered with many relevant photos. All kinds of girls' bright demeanors were densely pasted all over the wall at this time. At a glance, it's so sick that it's creepy. Chen Day stared at the photo wall, and his mysterious phoenix eyes flashed with a paranoid and hot obsession. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the smile of the girl in each photo. Her fingertips outlined her facial features little by little, and her hot eyes were shocking. Imprisonment? What a low-level and cheap practice. Chen Zhou took off the gold glasses on his face and threw them aside casually. He stroked the girl in the photo, closed his eyes slightly, and pressed his thin lips on it devoutly and paranoidly. The delicate little rose blooming in Hong Kong City is destined to be snatched by him and held in Beijing. She will be under his careful irrigation. The roots are getting deeper and deeper in his arms. From then on, he can no longer be separated from him. The lights of the small villa next to the main building have been turned off. The girl lying quietly on the soft quilt has fallen asleep. The heavy rain outside has stopped. The night is quiet again, until a slight sound of footsteps slowly sounded outside the door. Chen Day walked to the door, reached for the doorknob and gently twisted it. The door opened. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and the bottom of his deep eyes was dark. You didn't lock the door? That's really... Lure the wolf into the room. He walked in slowly. Click. The door was gently locked. The girl should have just taken a shower, and the air is still filled with the sweet fragrance of roses. With the man, he slowly walked to the bedside. The tall and slender shadow was ambiguous and secretive, covering the sleeping girl little by little. Woo. Qiao Jiyang slept restlessly. She curled herself up in security, her delicate and soft white little face floated with light pink, and her thick long eyelashes were covered with a few undried tears. Chen Zhou frowned slightly, and a heartache surged from the bottom of his eyes. He sat gently on the edge of her bed, and gently wiped off the crystal on her eyelashes with his warm fingers. Don't scold me, I didn't do anything wrong. The girl who was having a nightmare turned around in pain, and her whole soft body got into his arms. Qiao Jiyang has lacked a sense of security since he was a child, and he likes to hold things when he sleeps. It seems to smell the familiar and peace of mind. She wrapped her arms around the man's strong waist, and her pink little face rubbed dependently. She muttered in a dreamy voice, "Is it the third brother?" Her fingertips hooked the corners of his clothes and snuggled softly on him, with a little crying voice that made people feel pity. Don't go. The girl wore a light pink suspender nightgown tonight. As she slipped sideways into his arms, the quilt slipped down, revealing a large area of snow-white skin between her shoulders and neck. In the dark environment, it silently exudes the seductive lust of spring. The fragrance suddenly attacked into the arms. The vision is shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of us again. Chen Zhoufeng's eyes suddenly darkened, and his throat couldn't help rolling up and down. He lowered his eyes, relying on her invisibility, gently touched her soft cheeks. His eyes were as hot as fire, and he seduced him in a low voice. He didn't want his brother to leave. Did he want to sleep with him? The girl who fell asleep gently rubbed against his palm like a soft sheep. It seems to find a place where you can feel at ease. Her eyebrows, which had just been wrinkled, slowly stretched out, her red lips gently bent out a sweet smile, and her nasal voice murmured, Chen Zhou hooked his thin lips lightly and smiled softly. He looked at the entangled waist, rubbed his fingers against her soft cheeks, and raised his eyebrows elegantly. It was Yang who said that he would sleep with his brother. When you wake up tomorrow, don't rely on pie. Yingluo, he held the girl in one hand, lifted the quilt with the other hand, and lay down. The man came in after taking a shower. As he got into the bed together, the clear and fragrant bergamot fragrance, accompanied by hormones, swept over strongly and hotly. Well. Xiao Jiyang hugged the man's strong waist like a doll, rubbing his chest, and muttering happily in his sleep. I don't know what I'm doing, sweet dream. Her soft and tender little hand gently probed into the gap of the nightgown. The clean and rounded fingertips were like painting, grinding the itch on his chest. Well. Tan's throat knot rolled during the day. The narrow corners of the eyes overflowed with scarlet. Even though she knew that she was unintended, she exhaled hot air out of control. It seemed to be suddenly scalded by the man's heat. Xiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his fingertips stopped. Chen Zhou's throat rolled. I think it's even more difficult. Yang is good. He was like a big grey wolf with a black belly, and his eyes were full of thirst. He held her hand and coaxed him. Continue. Chapter 47 Love Network Capture. Welcome to my side. Xiao Jiyang had a dream. In the dream, the woman in exquisite formal clothes waved a ring ruler, and her sharp and stern voice was like a dense and non-breathable net, wrapping her so that she couldn't breathe. Xiao Jiyang, I gave birth to you so hard, and this is how you repay me. I do all this for your own good. How can you be disobedient? You used to be very good. Why have you become such a bad boy now? I really raised you for nothing. The sharp accusations kept roaring in my ears. She covered her ears in pain, squatted helplessly in place, and her whole body collapsed and trembled. Don't scold me, I didn't do anything wrong. Just when she burst into tears and was suffocated little by little by the bone-piercing darkness. While a wolf howl suddenly sounded strongly. Xiao Jiao's eyelashes trembled slightly and raised his tearful eyes. A huge wolf king, with strong and slender claws, guarded her behind her aggressively. In an instant, she drove away all the sounds that made her uncomfortable. As if to ask for credit, the wolf king, who had just returned the cruel aura, turned around. Like a puppy that has only been successfully tamed, it rubs sticky against her neck, and the big hairy tail behind it throws out the shape of a tornado. Xiao Jiyang was stunned. Obviously, it was a strange beast, but she smelled some familiar and clear breath from him. As if afraid of scaring her, the wolf king rolled his throat restrainedly and slowly took a step back. She was shocked and subconsciously raised her hand to hug him. Don't go. The fragrant body dependently penetrated into the warm soft hair of the wolf's belly. Wow. The wolf king mediously on the ground and snuggled her warmly into his arms. The hairy tail quietly wrapped around her legs while she was not paying attention. Tangled little by little. A pair of dark red pupils rolled with hot and sticky affection, staring straight at her. Do you like me touching you like this? The girl's movements are gentle, like a numb electric current. He gradually fell, and it was difficult to control himself. In a separate suite. The bathroom is foggy. It lasted for a long time. The bathroom door finally opened. The morning sun has been gently sprinkled through the curtains on the sky blue bed full of girls' hearts. Xiao Jiyang slept with a quiet face. Her delicate body no longer curled up in a sense of security and stretched her legs softly. The long eyelashes drooped slightly, and a long dark and soft hair was scattered on the snow-white pillow. The light pink suspender nightgown followed her sleeping posture, and the thin belt half slid down her smooth shoulders. In the morning light, like dustless porcelain, the skin color is extremely seductive and soft white. It's mine. The man with some water vapor sat by the bed and looked at her with phoenix eyes. Like rubbing the photo wall last night, he slowly and logically described the girl's facial features with his long fingers, and the dark tide in his eyes was full of possessiveness. Mine. The man's black hair was slightly messy, and the belt on his nightgown was loosely loosened. The neckline is open, and the sexy and sharp collarbone can be seen at a glance. Under the strong pectoral muscles, the distinct abdominal muscles have looming pink scratch marks. The color is very light, but it is especially obvious on the cold and white complexion. It's like a little sheep triggered by a certain attribute, which was accidentally put up. Chende looked at the pink scratch and smiled in a low voice. The little girl seems to really like his abdominal muscles. Last night, he held her little hand and seduced her to touch herself while she was in a dream. Unexpectedly, she only hesitated for a second and immediately began to act. Touch it. I touched it all night. He also put a small pink mark on his body. Now I'm holding the quilt and sleeping sweetly. And he himself. Chen Zhou looked down at the indescribable embarrassment that had not completely receded and couldn't help laughing again. TSK. Obviously, he didn't do anything first, but he seduced the little girl to touch him in a dark and despicable way. Why did you lose control? Baby. Chen Zhou gently hooked the girl's soft hair and kissed her on the lips. The eyes that fell on her were full of fanatical lust. I have fallen completely. Can you fall for me quickly? 10 years ago, I met her in the backyard. The love net in his hand has begun to be carefully woven. The first step, where she appears, wait patiently, pretend to be prey, and be caught by her. Step 2, hide your desire, disguise yourself as an elegant gentleman, and be trusted by her. Step 3, find the opportunity, gently seduce her, win her trust, and lure her home. Chen Zhou looked at her clingy and paranoidly. The heat in the bottom of the eyes is no longer suppressed. The Buddha beads on her wrist were ambiguous and taboo, gently passing over her skin. Xiao Jiyang, who was sleeping soundly, didn't know it. She has always trusted Mr. Chen, who is elegant and gentle. At this time, his eyes are like an aggressive wolf, staring at her wetly. The girl's soft white cheeks were dyed with a little light crimson, like a delicate pink rose. Now, this rose has been successfully captured by his love net. Chen Day's eyes darkened. He slowly bent down and kissed her forehead warmly. Welcome to me. The low and dull voice is full of hot and devout love, my little rose. My wife. The sun outside became more and more bright with noon. Xiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then slowly opened. What caught my eye was her strange crystal lamp. What? Where is this place? She woke up in an instant and sat up from the bed in a hurry. Xiao Jiyang looked around blankly. The strange bedroom is spacious and bright. The overall tone is pink and blue, and the arrangement is warm and beautiful. Next to the floor-to-ceiling window, there is also a wide and long workbench, on which there is a light purple table with a tailoring machine printed with a lamb pattern. A lot of cloth in storage boxes is neatly placed next to it. A furry lamb doll sat there quietly, tilting its head, raising its little hands slightly, and looking at her cutely, as if it was greeting her. Xiao Jiyang couldn't help getting out of bed and picked up the doll. His eyes were bright and stunning. This bedroom is beautifully decorated. It's just her dream room. Who brought me here? Xiao Jiyang frowned slightly in doubt. Every time she has an anxiety attack, if she doesn't have time to take medicine, her mental state will become messy and bad. Sometimes I forget what I have done. She covered it. Covering my head, I tried to recall what happened last night. I remember that after quarreling with my mother, in order not to let her catch me back, I ran out and accidentally fell to the ground, and then someone came. A tall and familiar figure slowly appeared in front of me. It's Mr. Then. Xiao Jiyang's eyes lit up, and his eyebrows were unknowingly stained with the joy of a girl. Do 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 do. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. The invisible horns on her head trembled immediately. He immediately hugged the doll, bare his snow-white little feet, and walked quickly to open the door. Third brother. Why didn't you wear shoes? Chen Day was wearing a cold black shirt with meticulous buttons, and turned back to the gentle and noble gentleman in her eyes. He looked at the little girl's bare feet and sighed helplessly and spoiledly. Xiao Jiyang hasn't reacted yet. The delicate waist was suddenly hugged powerfully by his strong arms. His feet suddenly stepped into the air and left the floor. Before she came back to her senses, the man's warm chest pressed against her back. The ambiguous heat called out to the sensitive neck, causing an itch. Xiao Jiyang held the doll in his arms and looked up blankly. I just found out that she was sitting on his lap. Chapter 48. Being hugged intimately by him, my heart trembled. Xiao Jiyang's breathing suddenly slowed down. The fabric of the suspender nightgown she was wearing was extremely thin, and she was held by him so intimately. I can clearly feel the hot body temperature on the man's body, kissing her delicate skin like fire. At that moment, Xiao Jiyang only felt his brain roaring. I suddenly remembered that she was sitting on his lap in the same position in the car last night. Compared with last night's mental ignorance, I can't taste anything. This time, she was completely awake, and the feeling of the two bodies close to her suddenly attacked her strongly and clearly. Xiao Jiyang. Her little face suddenly blushed with shame. I was ashamed to almost bury my head in the doll in my arms. Help, help. What did she do last night? Not only sitting on his lap. Like a delicate bag, he buried his chest stickily, muttered delicately, counting all kinds of grievances, and made him happy until he coaxed. It's not like his junior. And like being spoiled by him gently. The lover of. Xiao Jiyang closed his eyes in annoyance. It is said that it is easy to do confused things when drunk. She didn't touch a drop of wine. How could she become like this? I realized that I was still sitting on his lap. Xiao Jiyoung was shocked and quickly wanted to come out of his arms. Third brother, I'll do it myself. It doesn't matter. Relying on this angle, she couldn't see it. After appreciating the little girl's blushing expression with interest, Len Zhou smiled. His long eyelashes drooped slightly, covered by the lens, and his handsome expression was gentle and harmless. Your knee was still injured, so don't bend it for the time being. Otherwise, it will hurt. While talking, he took a slipper, gently held her little foot, and helped her put it in. As he moved, the warm breath sprayed on the skin of the back of her neck. As if there was an ambiguous electric current passing by, it suddenly raised a numb itch. Xiao Jiyoung's delicate body couldn't help shaking sensitively. The action of trying to get out of his arms suddenly stopped. Without waiting for her to recover, the man holding her behind her looked like a perfect father's boyfriend. He leaned down and half pressed against her ear, and the low magnetic and mellow subwoofer sounded again and again. Good boy, lift your feet. Ding. The voice control attribute is triggered. Xiao Jiyoung blinked, obediently lifted his other small foot and put it in his broad palm. Oh. The girl's little feet are soft and white. Because of nervousness and shame, the round and beautiful toes curled up slightly. The nails are pink, like a flower bone with buds about to bloom, which is tempting to ravage and play with it. Day's throat suddenly tightened. Then it rolled around a little out of control. It's so soft. His little wife is so soft all over her body that he wants to commit a crime. How to commit a crime? Of course. Bully her and cry. All right. Chen Zhou suppressed the darkness of his eyes and raised his eyes. It perfectly hides the scum well and shows the elegant side of Sven. He gently put the girl back on the ground. Although it's summer now, the floor is cool. The man looked at it with a smile. Her voice is gentle, and she exudes gentle and mature charm when she raises her hands and feet. If she walks around barefoot without shoes, it will be easy for her health. And although the wound on the knee has been scarred, he continued to say seriously, but when washing, remember not to touch the water, otherwise it is easy to get inflammation, okay? The tall man's face was shining out of the window, and the solid three-dimensional outline became extremely soft. Xiao Jiyoung looked at his focused eyes in a dazzle. The tip of my heart suddenly beat violently inexplicably. Her cheeks were hot. I couldn't help but bury my chin on the furry doll in my arms. The voice was sweet and soft, good. The girl who accidentally sank into that gentleness didn't expect it for a moment. If you want to help her put on her slippers, you can actually put her directly on the sofa. There is no need to hold it on your lap at all. Then you go to wash up first. The corners of Chen Zhou's lips were slightly bent, and breakfast was ready. After closing the door gently, Xiao Jiyoung's eyes slowly retracted. She turned around again and looked up at the bedroom. Looking at it here, it is obvious that it took a lot of thought to arrange it. Whether it's color or furniture. Even a small bedside lamp is privately customized, and the luminosity adjustment is comfortable and not dazzling. Such care is not at all like a room that is only available for guests to stay. It's like an exclusive room for someone. Xiao Jiyoung was a little distracted. This person. It will be. Is it her? An inexplicable guess just came out of my mind. As if she woke up, she immediately shook her head and denied it completely. What are you thinking about? How could it be her? Although the little girl is naive and simple, she also has a certain clear understanding. This room is decorated so carefully and beautifully. At first glance, it took a lot of time. She doesn't believe that after just a few weeks of getting along, she deserves so much for her by Mr. Chen. Xiao Jiyoung's eyelashes drooped. The voice suddenly lost inexplicably. Is this room the girl who is going to give him candy? She must be of great significance to Mr. Chen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a piece of candy that he could remember for so long. Xiao Jiyoung looked at the lamb doll in his arms with gloomy eyes. It seems that you are also going to give that girl a gift. She reluctantly put the doll back to its original position. It's so strange. Why would she suddenly be so sad? The girl who can be remembered by Mr. Chen for so long must be an excellent and beautiful person. She should be happy for him. But why can't she laugh? Xiao Jiyoung covered his slightly blocked chest, and his mood became more and more sad inexplicably. She exhaled deeply. I forcibly suppressed the sourness in my heart. She patted her cheek to wake herself up. Don't think about it. It's better to wash up quickly. Originally, Mr. Sun only saw that she was a friend of Sen Qinghuan, so he took care of her more. She can't have the idea of dominating because of this rare and precious warmth. Since the original owner of this bedroom is going to give it to that girl, then she shouldn't stay any longer. Let's leave after washing. Chapter 49. I promise to serve you personally. Xiao Jiyoung suppressed all the inexplicable sour mood. After a simple wash, she went to the cloakroom. The cheongsam that was wet by the rain last night has been cleaned and hung neatly on it. As the man said seriously last night, the whole large and bright cloakroom is carefully covered with all kinds of cheongsams she likes. Even other dresses are the fresh and elegant style she likes. And all of them are arranged and standardized in an orderly manner according to the coloring system. The glass cabinet in the center is jewelry. As the probe light turns on, countless high-end and exquisite jewelry pours out crystal clear and gorgeous. Qiao Jiyang looked around in a dad note and muttered to himself, so she has the same preferences as me. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. The sourness that had been suppressed with difficulty gushed out inexplicably. It's even a little stronger than just now. She seems to have vaguely understood the truth. It turns out that she is not only a friend of Sen Jinghuang, also because she also likes Cheongsong and lamb dolls. It is exactly the same as this girl's preferences. That's why Mr. Tin takes such special care of her. Qiao Jiyang stood in place in a dadmin.it. Like a homeless child who suddenly lost his way. At a loss, sadness, and loss of all kinds of negative emotions, like crazy vines, sharp thorns embedded in the heart, leaving dull pain. It turns out that this gentle pampering, it has never belonged to her alone. She is just exposed to the girl's light. However, she unknowingly sprouted the mood of dependence and gradually fell into it. Qiao Jiyang raised his eyes in a dad. When I looked in the mirror, my eyes were lightly red and my face was full of gloomy and bitterness. It seems to be shocked. He quickly raised his hand and patted his cheek. What on earth is she doing? Why do you have this kind of emotion? Don't you know that Mr. Tun has a very important girl in his heart? How can he look like he has lost his love? Mr. Tun is not the person she likes. She is just an elder she respects. It doesn't match the word love. Why does she feel sad inexplicably? He was also jealous like a bad child. Qiao Jiyang patted his cheek again. Receive. I can't think about it anymore. She picked up the Cheongsong last night and brainwashed herself in a low voice while changing it. I don't mean that to Mr. Tun. It has nothing to do with me who he likes. Well, yes, it doesn't matter at all. The 19-year-old little girl in the mother's womb has not yet realized that this inexplicable jealousy is not a messy and red-eyed emotion. It actually has another meaning, that is, I like it. Qiao Jiyang dragged the suitcase and came out of the room. It happened to meet Uncle Xu, who was about to knock on the door. He looked at the suitcase in her hand in surprise, and the bright smile that had just appeared collapsed in an instant. Miss Tiao, you are. Qiao Jiyang looked at the uncle in front of him and saw that he was wearing a meticulous tuxedo, and his kind and gentle eyebrows were somewhat similar to Sikao's.it. Must be the general manager here. Excuse me, I'm leaving later. The corners of her lips are slightly curved, her tone is soft, and there is no shelf at all. This room is very comfortable, but it doesn't belong to me. Please ask someone to change the new sheets later. Uncle Xu. He kept the housekeeper's basic calmness on his face. But Nay is already howling crazily. Young lady, did you misunderstand something? This room is specially prepared for you, young lady. Woo, young lady, you haven't given us the name of the third master yet. You can't leave. If you leave, our third master will become a miserable bachelor again. Uncle Xu looked at the girl's silent back and keenly sensed the seriousness of the matter. No way. As a top gold medal housekeeper, how can he not even protect the happiness of the owner? He quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the group of Lovete's logistics department, and issued a red warning. The third master finally has a wife. Attention, everyone. The young lady has taken her luggage and is ready to leave Te's house. Please cheer up. Be sure to protect the love of the third master, and never let the young lady leave. All, roger that? Qiao Jiyang, who knew nothing about it, just came out of the small villa. When she was looking around blankly and looking for direction, several figures had come to her quickly. The servant standing in the front gestured with a smile on his face. Miss Qiao, breakfast is ready. It's in the living room of the main building in front. Let me take you there. Qiao Jiyang didn't react yet, and his hands were suddenly empty. The other servant was also smiling. Miss Qiao, let's take your luggage for you first. Hide. Hide it immediately. Resolutely don't let the young lady find it. What? Qiao Jiyang looked at the hand that suddenly became empty, and his eyes just blinked in a daze. Miss Zhou, let's go. I was surrounded by the remaining servants in the direction of the main building. Just arrived at the main building. A fragrant seafood risotto instantly seduced the taste buds. It smells so good. Qiao Jiyang couldn't help being attracted by the aroma, and saw the familiar tall figure standing in the open kitchen at a glance. The man standing in front of the kitchen table was tall, and his other hand was lazily in his trouser pocket. Holding a kitchen musket in one hand, he skillfully and handsomely grilled the cheese on the risotto. He was wearing a cold black shirt with sleeves rolled up on his forearm, revealing a strong and smooth muscle line. The light in the morning and afternoon fell on him from the floor-to-ceiling window. There is a feeling that the years are quiet. Qiao Jiyang stopped, and his eyes can't help but be distracted. Are you coming? As if hearing her footsteps, Sun Zhou turned around and looked at the Cheongsong on her body, stopped for a second or two. He didn't ask the reason directly. As usual, his eyebrows and eyes rippled gently. Let's wash his hands first. The meal will be fine soon. Wow. Qiao Jiyang looked at the dishes on the table, which were all made by him, and couldn't help marveling. There is millet porridge to nourish the stomach, and there are also tender yellow egg rolls, each of which looks very appetizing. Her eyes lit up. Third brother, it turns out that you can also cook. That's awesome. The girl's undisguised praise made Sun Joe's lips rise. He put down the plate of seafood risotto, his eyes drooped slightly, and his eyebrows gently raised elegantly. In fact, the third brother had a more powerful one. Do you want to see it? Oh. Qiao Jiyang tilted his head doubtfully. What is it? Chen Day looked at her clear and bright eyes and suddenly smiled. He gently rubbed her head, and his eyes were a little deeper and meaningful. He would tell you slowly later. In the future? The light in Qiao Jiyang's eyes lit up and became gloomy. Third brother, I'm sorry. Her eyelashes are drooping and her voice is muffled. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Why do you have to say sorry? Chen Day looked at her with low eyes, and his tone was calm and gentle. You were the one who was wronged last night. You didn't do anything wrong, so you have to apologize. How can there be such a reason? Apologizing is to solve things, not to make yourself more wronged. He raised his hand again and rubbed her head. What's more, you have never been a trouble. I've always been willing to help you and take care of you. The man stood in front of her, with broad shoulders and back, and his eyebrows falling on her were particularly soft and tender. Qiao Jian's breathing was slightly slow. But she looked away in a panic, pursed her lips gently, and still couldn't help opening her mouth. You used that room to prepare for the girl who sent you candy, right? So I can't live in it and occupy it. I will leave after breakfast. Qiao Jiyang endured the sourness in his heart. I would look for a house outside again and not live here. Hearing this, Chen Day was slightly stunned. Then the corners of his lips curled slightly and he smiled silently. It turned out that the child was suddenly unhappy and would rather wear last night's clothes than the new cheongsam he specially bought. It's because I'm jealous. Does that explain? His little wife finally began to throb unknowingly to him. Ripple. Just as Qiao Jiyang lowered his head, the man's voice was low, and suddenly her nickname was evoked. I have never brought other girls home. Chen Day looked at her deeply. Every word, you are the first and will also be the last. Hear the words. Qiao Jiyang raised his head in surprise. She looked at his deep eyes in a daze, and her heart beat like a drum. What do you mean? She muttered. The smile in Chen Day's eyes was a little deeper. He took out the blackcurrant-flavored candy he carried with him from his pocket, held the girl's hand, and gently put it in her palm. You may have forgotten, but I have never forgotten. The girl who gave me this candy that year and became the turning point of my life. Chen Zhou slowly leaned towards her, and her eyes were extremely serious. It was you. So this little benefactor. He held her little hand with the candy. His deep eyebrows were slightly curved, and his voice was low magnetic. If you refuse to accept my brother's reward, my brother can only compensate you. I promise to serve you in person. Chapter 50. Lure her to stay and be entangled by Sven's scum. The man's singy tone was conveyed word by word into her ears. Qiao Jiyang was slightly stunned for a moment. I only feel that not only the heartbeat in my chest is more violent than in the past. Even the palm that was held began to spread with a hot temperature. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Looking at his serious and pious eyes, his heartstrings moved, and suddenly an illusion sprouted. It seems that all the time. She is his heroine. It took a long time for Qiao Jiyang to slowly find his voice. Are you sure? The girl who gave you candy? Is it me? She pursed her lips with some regret, but why didn't I remember? Because 10 years have passed since this matter. Chen Zhou still maintained a posture of looking at her, as if he didn't feel tired. 10 years ago, I was not the powerful person in charge of the Tan family, but an illegitimate son who could kick and despise everyone. It's not. Qiao Jiyang didn't think about it and clenched his hand. Hu Short snorted delicately. Don't say that about yourself. If you want to blame your father for not being good at control of his lower body. As if it was the first time to hear someone refute like this, Chen Zhou was stunned, and then a pleasant smile overflowed from his throat. That day was your 9th birthday party. Your parents invited many famous families, including the Chen family in Beijing. Originally, an illegitimate child like me who could not see the light should not have appeared on such an occasion, but... He suddenly paused. It's like skipping some plots, and the corners of my lips are slightly bent. Fortunately, I still came. Otherwise, I would have missed the little angel who fell into the mortal world. The man's mouth is a little angel, coupled with his low and magnetic voice, which made the girl blush. She couldn't help shaking his hand. Don't praise me anymore. Please go on. Chen Zhou smiled softly. Continue obediently. He said, I came to the banquet. Those rich children took advantage of my humble status and had no one to support me. They dragged me to the backyard, punched me, kicked me, and insulted me. It was not until I couldn't return my hand and lay here covered with wounds that they left here uninterestingly. When I was lying on the cold ground and about to despair. Speaking of this, Chen Zhou's eyes intertwined with her, and a dark tenderness suddenly flowed from the bottom of her eyes. You are like a little angel who came to redeem me. You appeared in front of me, holding a pile of colorful candies, and said to me with a smile, Brother, these candies have been put on happy magic. If you eat it, the monsters that make you unhappy will disappear. Of course, it's more than that. She also said that although the world is very painful, don't give up easily. As long as you keep moving forward, you will always meet a new spring light. Tunde looked at the grown-up, delicate and mature girl in front of him with deep eyes. New spring light. He has already met. Therefore, in order to repay this little angel, I tried my best to sit in this position and do my best to protect her, take care of her, and protect her from the wind and rain. Chen Zhou lowered his eyes, but I still didn't do well enough. He touched her head and whispered to himself. I regret that I picked you up from the airport that day and didn't bring you back directly, otherwise you would not have experienced such painful things as last night and would no longer be wronged. Qiao Zhiyang looked at him in a daze. It turned out that the little brother was Mr. Chen that night. So the object she was silently sour just now was herself from beginning to end. Qiao Zhiyang was a little helpless and breathless. In fact, she had forgotten what she wanted to do when she suddenly came to the backyard that night. I only remember that day was her 9th birthday. But she is not happy at all. The huge sense of anxiety gnawed at reason, and the whole person was confused. Even the memory of the whole night became a little blurred. Qiao Zhiyang looked at the man in front of him and blinked his eyelashes. There is a feeling that is not very real. But the strange thing is, all the negative emotions that had been surrounding me just now miraculously dissipated. Even, there is a faint joy. As if shocked, Qiao Zhiyang's heart was pounding. What's wrong with her? Didn't we agree that we can only regard Mr. Chen as an elder to respect? Why are you still so happy as if you are in love? So this little angel, you haven't answered me yet. Tunde held her little hand, and her eyes were full of a seductive smile. Would you like to give my brother a chance to compensate again and let him continue to help you and take care of you? The man's tall waist bent slightly, and his handsome eyebrows turned into an irresistible tenderness. Staring at her so straight. It's like looking at the person you like. Qiao Zhiyang's cheeks suddenly turned red. This posture. This gaze. Why do you make it look like a marriage proposal? She couldn't help but look away nervously. Although living in his house temporarily is the safest choice, she doesn't have to worry about Zhou Shuang coming to arrest her again. But is this to advantage? Even if Mr. Sun is to repay her, he has helped her so much that he has already finished it. Just when the girl hesitated. Well, the man in front of him suddenly covered his stomach, his body shook, and his handsome face brushed away the pain. Third brother. What's the matter with you? Qiao Zhiyang was shocked and quickly took his arm and looked at him worriedly. Is there something wrong? Oh, is the third master's stomach disease attack again? Uncle Xu, who was squatting behind silently, immediately flashed out. Alas, Miss Qiao, you don't know something? The third master always puts work first and goes back to the company without even having a bite of breakfast. He stood aside, took out a handkerchief, wiped the non-existent tears, and deliberately did not help. Therefore, in the long run, the third master's stomach disease always had repeated attacks. It was hard to wait for Miss Qiao to come, and the third master was willing to stay obediently. Uncle Xi sniffed. It's more emotional to say that if Miss Qiao can live here all the time, the third master will definitely be able to eat well and no longer have a stomachache. Yes, Miss Qiao, please stay. The servants who flashed over at some point also took out their little handkerchiefs. It seems that it has been drilled in advance. He wiped his eyes one by one and said the most classic lines of the boss's novel. We haven't seen the third master smile so happily for a long time. Qiao Zhiyang. Shehe turned his head and stared at the delicate man who fell into his arms with slightly bulging cheeks, like a fierce little sheep. Third brother, didn't you promise me that you would have a good breakfast? Sorry. Chen Zhou frowned slightly, leaned his head weakly on the girl's soft shoulder, and did not forget to rub it gently. It was my brother's fault, so is the little angel willing to stay and supervise his brother? Is it okay? Would you like to stay? Help your brother? At this time, the tall and straight man looks like the Wolf King who only lost in battle. At this time, the deep and sharp eyebrows turned into a pitiful softness. Buried in her shoulders and neck, her arms were wrapped tightly, and her voice was low and coquettish. Such a deserted and decisive man outside. Suddenly, she showed a broken and pitiful expression on her. Under the attack like this, Qiao Zhiyang's heart suddenly softened. Reason is in danger. She pursed her lips. Make the last bit of persistence, but you have helped me many times and let me live in. Don't you think I will take advantage of you? Hearing the words, the corners of Tunde's lips bent slightly without a trace. The child obviously forgot. He is a black businessman. Of course, it will be cheap, slowly occupy it little by little, come back, come on. Chapter 51. Lips rubbed against her, and her fingertips curled up shyly. Because of the difference in body size. Even at this time, the tall and strong man put his head lightly on her neck. The broad shoulders are also like a burly mountain peak, surrounding the petite girl in his arms. Sunday smelled the sweet rose fragrance on her body at close range, and there was thick darkness in her eyes, and her voice was dull. How could it be? I can serve the little angel. His chin gently rubbed against the soft flesh between her neck, and the corners of his lips bent out a warm and harmless arc. His brother did not give up. The man bent his waist slightly, and he looked completely tamed. Unexpectedly, what is hidden behind Sven is the trap signal of extreme danger and paranoia. Climbing the girl's delicate body invisibly. Circle and circle around her tightly. Her eyes were in a place where she couldn't see, sickly and infatuated. Look at me. Promise me. Mark me. Possess me. The hot male body temperature penetrated the thin clothes and spread rapidly in the skin like fire. Xiao Jian's soft and white little face suddenly blushed with shame. I couldn't help but think of the big grey wolf I dreamed of last night. The huge wolf king in the dream was also like this, wrapping her tightly with his strong body. When she realized, the hairy tail had wrapped around her waist. Let her not go anywhere. And this feel doesn't look like a beast in Rua when you touch it. Instead, it's like something else. Xiao Jiyang. Good, good. Her face was hot, and her fingers curled up in panic also showed suspicious pink. I stayed down. At present, Mr. Chen invited her with a modest and sincere face, and carefully prepared a room for her. She refused again, but she seemed a little pretentious. And although it has returned to calm now, but there is no guarantee that my mother will find her where she lives and want to take her back like last night. At that time, Mr. Sun will have to come and save her. Then it's better to live here first and move out when the steam is completely over. But I can't live for nothing. Xiao Jiyang raised his eyes and looked at the man's gentle and tender eyes. He looked particularly serious. If you need any housework, you must call me. Don't be polite. Hearing the words, Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Little maid? That's really. I'm so looking forward to it. Okay. He rubbed her head, and the dark tide surged in his eyes, listening to the little angel. Men's tone has always been low and mellow. Suddenly, her new name was evoked, like a wet and light wave with electric current hitting the eardrum. It made her ears linger and soft. Xiao Jiyang's heart trembled. The crimson on the cheeks is more like a rose after the rain, and the sweet voice is unknowingly delicate. Don't call me a little angel anymore. It's strange that people are not used to it. Chen Day rolled out of his throat and laughed in a hoarse voice. He didn't seem to be tired at all, and kept bending down to look at her. A pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes with affection swayed the hook of fatal secret desire, quietly pulling her heart. How about continuing to call Xiao Jiyang? Or is it Ripple? Or... An elegant and handsome face came a little closer and stayed in her ear, and her low magnetic sexy voice was moist and wanted to rap in. Baby? Xiao Jian's eyelashes trembled. Her heart instantly jumped faster than just now. Last night, the man she sat on her lap and hugged her waist was also like now, close to her ear, and the hot air sprayed, which made her heart hot. Baby. Young baby. The sound of the sexy subwoofer is so loud. Xiao Jiang's cheeks were red, and his limbs and skeletons were covered with a crisp and numb itch. Even the invisible horns of the lamb on the head were dyed with a faint blush. In the past, she would have covered her ears in shame and blew up the little wool. But now, she actually thinks that the baby's voice is very beautiful. I still want to listen to it all the time. Xiao Jiyang. 9 lives and 9 lives. How could she have such a rebellious idea? Is greater than plate is less than. The villain in his heart didn't even knock on the wooden fish. He directly took the long-knocked wooden fish and threw it on her shyly and angry. Xiao Jiang's eyes fell on the Buddha beads on the man's wrist in a panic and couldn't help thinking. Shouldn't she also buy a Buddha bead to wear to drive away those strange desires in her heart? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhou looked at her red little face with interest. Did she blush so much? Third brother, don't make fun of me anymore. Xiao Jiyang suddenly returned to his senses. With a red face, he quickly took his hand and walked towards the dining table. Isn't your stomach uncomfortable? Hurry up and have breakfast. The little sheep is busy and shy. He didn't notice at all that the man behind him turned his head and looked at Uncle Shi behind him, and his thin lips hooked slightly. Well done. Uncle Shi gave a thumbs up with a relieved face. It should be. The servants around straightened their waists, and the sense of faith on their faces was shining. It is our mission to protect the happiness of the third master and the young lady. The dishes on the table are rich and the aroma is mouth-watering. Third brother, you have a stomachache. You can't eat these fried foods. Xiao Jiyang carefully helped him pack a bowl of porridge. Today, let's drink some millet porridge to nourish his stomach. Okay. Chen Zhou's eyebrows bent slightly. He took the porridge obediently with both hands and began to eat it elegantly. If there are other people at the scene, you must be shocked to find that this powerful, deserted, and cruel Fan Saye actually obeys a little girl. By the way, my brother has found your Weibo for you. Chen Day looked at the girl opposite, whose cheeks were bulging, and smiled to see if there was anything missing. Did you really find it? Xiao Jiyang put down the dishes and chopsticks in surprise, quickly took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. As soon as it is opened, fans left messages excitedly in the comment section like a group of little tadpoles who finally found their mothers. you're finally back. Last night, I was scared to death when I saw that the user didn't exist. I thought you were going to give up on us. Stop talking, I'm so sad that I beat my boyfriend up. Looking at the account that was found intact, Xiao Jiyan couldn't help but bend his red lips. Thank you, third brother. Her smiling eyes are bright, and her pupils are bright. You are so kind. Hey, wait a minute. It seems that she didn't tell him the name of her Weibo account last night. How did the third brother know that this Weibo was hers? Just as she was thinking doubtfully, the gentle voice of the man had sounded on the other side, and her brother asked for leave for you today. The corners of Te's lips are light. Anyway, today is Friday, so you can rest assured to recuperate at home. Xiao Jiyoung looked at him brightly. Mr. Ten is really considerate. Whoever can marry him will be very happy. The servants knew that she was sweet, so they specially made rose shortbread for her. Well, it melts in the mouth. It's delicious. Xiao Jiyoung ate with a satisfied face, and his slender legs shook a few times in a very good mood. Chan Day, who was sitting opposite, looked at her lovely eating, and the corners of her lips couldn't help bending. Is it so delicious? He put down the porridge in his hand and asked politely like a good baby, can I let my brother have a bite? I only eat porridge, and my mouth is so light. The usually mature and reserved man showed his aggrieved side, which made people's hearts soft. All right. Xiao Jiyan's heart softened, just one bite. She raised her hand to pick up a piece of shortbread from the plate and handed it to him. But the man in front of the meeting suddenly got up and aimed at the piece of shortbread she was holding in the other hand. He lowered his head and took a gentle bite where she had bitten. When she withdrew, her thin lips rubbed against her fingertips as if nothing had it. The warm touch suddenly stirred up. Xiao Jiyoung was shocked, and the place where he was rubbed suddenly showed enthusiasm. You? Chen Day raised his eyes and looked at her innocently. What's the matter? Xiao Jiyoung was stunned. She shook her head with slightly red cheeks. No, it's nothing. Maybe I accidentally bumped into it. A decent gentleman like the third brother. It's definitely not intentional. Maybe I don't even know what indirect kissing means. The mobile phone next to it suddenly vibrated. Huang Bao, I received the news that your mother has found your residence. Woo-woo baby, are you alright? Huang Bao, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Xiao Jiyoung curled the corners of his lips and replied, don't worry, I'm fine, thanks to Mr. Chen, who saved me last night. Chen Jinghuan. According to her previous logic, Mr. Chen must not be her little uncle. Could it be that the little peach blossom saved the beauty again? Oh, to it's worthy of a marriage given by God. Sure enough, it's very fate. Huang Bao, that's good. I don't have class today. Where are you? I want to see you. Xiao Jiyoung sent her a location. As soon as Tin Jinghuan over there received the news, he immediately looked at it excitedly. In an instant, his eyes stared like two copper bells. Damn it! Nangshen, isn't this her little uncle's house? Chapter 52 Sick Paranoia, I can only call the baby. Chen Jinghuan stared at the address above and only felt a bolt from the blue, and his soul was out of control. If Nangshan is just a villa area, she can still comfort herself, but she just happens to live in the same place. But Nangshan is a manor land. A long time ago, I was bought by my little uncle in full and built my own portal. No way. Chen Jinghuan took a deep breath in disbelief. The little peach blossom given by God is my little uncle. Uncle. Is it? No. She doesn't believe it. How can this ruthless little uncle save the beauty as a hero? Chen Jinghuan, whose mind was full of question marks, grabbed the car key and immediately rushed out. The sweet ice-free pink sports car stopped at the door of the villa very quickly. When he got off the bus, Chen Jinghuan immediately rushed in like a string arrow. As soon as she saw the little sheep, under someone's unpleasant eyes, she immediately rushed over and rubbed, little baby, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Xiao Jiyoung touched her head with a smile and helped her tidy up her messy bangs. Didn't I say it on WeChat that Mr. Chen saved me last night? Before she could finish speaking, her shoulders had been shaken excitedly. Why are you at your little uncle's house? Did the little uncle really save you? How can he have such a good bodies at the heart? Chen Jinghuan stared vigilantly and sat opposite. The man, like a docking code, covered his lips and lowered his voice. Baby, don't be afraid. Did my little uncle threaten you and force you to establish a good image for him? Xiao Jiyoung. No, she shook her hand and retorted seriously. The third brother didn't threaten to force me. Didn't I tell you clearly that day that the person who has been helping me and taking care of me was Mr. Chen? The little sheep's cheeks bulged slightly with some depression, humming, it was you who didn't believe it and thought it was another man. Chen Jinghuan. Although the truth is very cruel. But what's the matter with this intimate name? Just when she was about to crack, the man opposite put away his mobile phone and suddenly got up. Slowly and orderly, he took out the smoky grey tie clip from his trouser pocket. Under someone's shocked eyes, he elegantly wore it on the tie. Chen Jinghuan, isn't this tie clip what I sent you the other day? A stupid fox finally realized that it was so high. Oh, It turns out that you knew it early in the morning. That's not right. Chen Jinghua's eyes widened. I asked you to help me take care of my precious little sister on the first day. Why didn't you tell me that you had known each other for a long time? Chen Zhou glared at her in a dull tone, and you didn't ask me. Chen Jinghuan. All right. She has cracked. Wait. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Jinghuan stared at him with a suspicious face. How did you know my little sister? Chen Dai glared at her again, with no comment. Xiao Jiyang, my brother has returned to the company. Just now, the impatient man turned around and instantly showed a gentle look. He gently touched the girl's head, and his tone was very spoiled. He waited for his brother to come back at home, okay? Xiao Jiyang nodded. She learned from his tone and didn't forget to remind you that you should also eat on time in the company, okay? I will ask Shu Tasuka to keep an eye on you. The little sheep hummed softly. Chen Zhou smiled in a low voice, okay. Chen Jinghuan. She looked at them blankly, and the question marks on her head had smoothly piled up into a small mountain peak. Ah, this? Excuse me, what else happened when she was away? Why does her little uncle, who looks like the extreme Voldemort, smile so much at her little sister? It's over. Her little uncle won't become a beast, will he? Just as a little fox was about to grab the little sheep and ask clearly, the man's cold and warm voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Jinghuan, come here. Like an instinctive reaction of the body. The girl whose name was called immediately cowardly and obediently drooped the fox's tail and walked over. Don't call her baby anymore. Chen Zhuo stared at her, and his eyebrows showed a strong pathological paranoia. I can only call this word. Chen Jinghuan. All right? You really want to be a beast? The little fox was about to jump up and fight with this righteous grey wolf. Suddenly, a familiar and slender figure came in from outside the door. She raised her eyes. I saw Xie Ling, who she had been hiding recently. What kind of binding spirit are you? Like a conditioned reflex, Chen Jinghuan immediately covered his neckline very quickly. Staring at him like a wary little fox, why did I come here? You can find it. Xie Ling looked at Chen Dai beside her without a trace. Don't hide from me anymore. He took a step on his long legs and hugged her tightly. The handsome eyebrows of the stully were well behaved and milky. I will behave. Chen Jinghuan can't stand him like this the most. It's okay, it's okay. She couldn't help but soften her heart again, so she forgave you once. Don't bite me next time, okay? Xie Ling's left ear in and right ear out, As if smelling something, she sniffed the tip of her nose and frowned immediately. It was so annoying. Are you hurt again? I said that you are already my bodyguard, so you don't have to play any more black fists. The arrogant little fox is obviously heartbroken, but he still has a hard mouth. If you think you don't have enough money, I can. Because you have been hiding from me. Xie Ling gently interrupted her, so she wanted to buy a gift to coax you, not to use your money. Chen Jinghuan stared at him helplessly. This stupid dog. Does the wound hurt? Chen Jinghuan smelled the bloody smell on his body and couldn't let go. Forget it, I'll take you to see a doctor now. Baby, cough, Xiaobao, I'm sorry. She helping Xie Ling, he hurried out and turned around. I'll take him to see a doctor first, and I'll call you on WeChat tonight. Xiao Jiyang nodded with a smile and went outside. Xie Ling's eyes have been falling on the hand held by the girl, and the goodness on her eyebrows has long disappeared. His pupils were obsessed, and the corners of his lips were raised little by little. His eldest lady is always so soft-hearted. That's why he was successfully taken advantage of the void again and again to chapter 53. The milk spilled and got him wet. The afternoon sun is warm and melting. Xiao Jiyang went back to the bedroom. The luggage has been carefully packed, and the set of cheongsam sent by the spring studio is neatly placed on the table. She looked around the large and bright room again, and her eyebrows bent unknowingly. It's different from the sour mood of the first time. This time, the whole heart seemed to be filled with warm honey, and the sweet smell of sugar kept coming out. Koazini. Xiao Jiyang looked at the blackcurrant-flavored candy in his hand and gently rubbed the string of English on the wrapping paper with his fingertips. The tips of the ears hidden between the hair were quietly red. The small flower buds in the depths of my heart seemed to hear the throbbing sound, and moistened with brighter colors. All afternoon, Xiao Jiyang was shooting the cheongsam sent by the spring studio. Because of the combination of Lolita's design, she deliberately tied her hair into 2 small balls and put on an emerald green hairband of the same color as the cheongsam. The whole person is elegant and cute, with the girl's flexibility and charm. It feels a little monotonous to cover my face with a fan all the time. Xiao Jiyang turned his eyes slightly and fell on the furry lamb doll on the table. As if knowing that girls like dress-up games, there are many small skirts to replace dolls in the glass cabinet next to them. There are also various small decorations, such as small straw hats, small bouquets, small baskets, and so on. It's so cute. Xiao Jiyang held the doll in his arms with his eyebrows bent, and the warmth flowed in his heart. It turns out that someone is willing to pay attention to you. It's really good. She changed the little lamb doll into a small green skirt and put a small round hat on its head. then stand in the open space with moderate light and begin to shoot skillfully. After the shooting, it's almost 5:30. When Qiao Jiyang was about to sit down to fix the photo, a WeChat prompt suddenly sounded. Uncle Longlegs, what is Xiao Jiyang doing? It's Mr. Then. The corners of her lips curled slightly and replied, I just finished shooting the cheongsam in the studio and was ready to retouch it. Below was followed by an emoticon pack of a lamb working hard. In fact, she used to be afraid to tell others that she was a blogger who planted grass cheongsam. Because there are always some people who like to wear colored glasses and judge a job that is obviously serious as a careless and scratching profession. But I don't know why. If the other party is Mr. Tan, she suddenly stopped worrying. Instead, he felt that he would encourage her to continue to move forward with a mature and gentle posture as usual. Qiao Jiyang was surprised to find out. It turned out that compared with the timid self in the past, I was always hesitant and entangled in doing things. Now, she seems to have become a little brave and calm. It seems that someone is guiding ahead. Let her become her ideal self step by step as she wished. The man who had just finished the 2 transnational meetings took off his glasses tiredly and rubbed his eyebrows. The little sheep's reply is here. Chen Day held his mobile phone, and his eyebrows stretched out in an instant. Long-legged uncle, can you send me a photo so that my brother can enjoy it in advance? Qiao Jiyang's cheeks turned slightly red. She opened the album, picked out a photo of her smiling face with a lamb doll attached to the camera, and sent it. Yaoba mama, I supervise with Xiao Yang. My brother will come back early for dinner at night, otherwise his stomach will be uncomfortable again. Chen Day looked at the bright and beautiful smile of the girl on the screen, and his eyes suddenly showed a strong and deep look. Ah, so cute. It's so cute that I want to eat her in one bite. After saving the photo, he got up immediately. It happened that Xu Kao knocked on the door with a stack of documents. Mr. Chen, you need to take a look at these documents. Where are you going? Get off work. Chen Zhou tidied up his neck, and his tone was calm. Xu Kao. He quickly looked at his watch, but it was not yet 6 o'clock. Mr. Chen, are you leaving? Chen Day picked up the car key and said the cruelest fact in the coldest tone, because you don't have a wife. Xu Kao. There are so many ways to insult. You actually chose the most painful one. What's wrong with the bachelor? I'm single, I'm proud. Xu Kao looked at a president who used to put work first and now rushed home to find his wife before it was time to get off work, and silently gave a thumbs up. Ha ha. No wonder it is said that the love brain is the best dowry for a man. The sun is gradually setting. The sunset glow fades into a beautiful and dreamy orange-yellow in the sky. Uncle Xu, is the third brother back? The girl who changed back to her usual clothes walked over quickly and saw that they were all busy with dinner in the kitchen. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes, the third master listened to you and came back early. Uncle Xu held the milk on the plate and turned around with a smile. But he was in the gym on the 3rd floor. Can Miss Qiao help deliver it to the third master? Hearing the words, Qiao Jiyang blinked in surprise. Oh, I'll start exercising as soon as I come back. With such self-discipline, no wonder you have such a good figure. Qiao Jiyang took the plate in Uncle Xi's hand, and his red lips were slightly bent. No problem, leave it to me. By the way, there is a password at the door. Uncle Xu, the password is 0316. Okay. Qiao Jiyang nodded. This password. How does it sound like a birthday number? Everyone looked at the girl's petite and slender back and showed an assistful smile in unison. The third master must be ready to take his place. Young lady, go. Following the direction guidance given by Uncle Xu, Qiao Jiyang came to the door of the gym on the 3rd floor with a plate. Tick after she entered the password, the grey-black door opened automatically. The style inside is similar to the style of his office, and there are 3 shades of black and white and grey of the Essence department. The space is very large, and all kinds of fitness equipment are placed. She is walking forward slowly. Suddenly, an extremely sexy and cold breathing sound swayed in the quiet space. Third brother? Qiao Jiyang paused and looked up with the sound, breathing suddenly sluggishly. Light and shadow are staggered in darkness. The man is naked with his strong upper body, holding the handlebar with both hands, and is doing pull-ups. Under the warm yellow spotlight above, the tumbling muscles are as firm and healthy as a statue carefully carved by the artist. With his strength, the pectoral muscles are full of blood, and the clear and sexy mermaid lines are slowly tightened. Every inch of the action is full of the visual impact of Soyu's explosion. As if he didn't know that he was tired, he held the pole with full strength and easily raised his chin above the pole again and again, as if following the rhythm. The muscle lines of the arms exude the strength of blushing and heartbeat. The suit pants were changed to a pair of grey sweatpants. The drawstring is tied loosely. With his movements, a circle of black edges printed with letters appeared on the edge of the waist of the trousers. Beads of sweat slid down his jawline and rolled to the ground drop by drop. The whole picture is extremely sexy. It's so explosive. Qiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled, and his face quickly turned red as if it had been steamed. The heartbeat in the chest has long been stirred up by this extreme male color. Just as she was looking at it in a daze, the man seemed to turn his eyes inadvertently and looked over. As if he had been caught peeking, Xiao Jiao's breathing was chaotic, and his cheeks were redder, and he subconsciously wanted to turn around and walk out the door. As a result, I was in such a hurry that I forgot that I needed a password to open the gate. The girl's head was a little dizzy. She accidentally forgot the password for a moment. That's it. What's the password? Just as she looked at a loss, a familiar sound of footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. What is Xiao Jiang doing? Xiao Jiang turned around in fright and shook his hand. The milk cup on the plate suddenly lost its balance and tilted over the man's body. The warm liquid slowly slid down the texture on his abdominal muscles. Ah! The man's eyebrows were slightly raised, and the dull and low subwoofer made her earlobe red and dirty. Chapter 54. In the hot fog, she was pulled into the bathroom by the black. The man has just finished exercising, and the heat on his body is more burning than usual. He is very close. The clear cold wood fragrance is mixed with fiery male hormones. It swept towards her in a narrow space, making her have no way to escape. Xiao Jiang can't help but breathe. His eyes also looked down uncontrollably. He was naked and strong in his upper body, and the sticky milk slowly slid down the abdominal muscles line across the ravine, leaving traces of fainting wetness on it. Even the light grey sweatpants are stained with milk stains. It looks like she made him dirty. Xiao Jiang's eyelashes trembled. The soft, white and delicate little face instantly turned darker red, and even the slender neck was dyed with a layer of seductive shame. Sorry. She looked away in a panic, and her soft voice seemed to be bullied, soft as if it could drip water. I was distracted just now. I didn't notice you behind me when I wanted to leave. I'm sorry. Fortunately, the milk is not hot, otherwise it will definitely be burned if it falls like this. Xiao Jiang bit his lower lip with self-reproach. The lips, which were originally red and full, became more and more bright red under the light bite. In the dimly lit room, there is a pink luster. Like a piece of soft rose jelly, it is tempting to bite it down. Chen Day stared at her, and his eyes suddenly deepened. His throat rolled slightly, and the hidden thirst was about to come out. I really want to know what it would be like to kiss hard. It must be extremely fascinating and comfortable. The man in front of him didn't say anything. Xiao Jiang couldn't help raising his eyelashes. It doesn't matter. When the girl looked up again, he had skillfully hidden all those hot desires. She regained her familiar elegant face and wiped it clean. He raised his hand and picked up the towel that had been disinfected on the cabinet next to him. It seems that there is no purpose, and the action naturally wipes off the milk stains on the body. After the exercise, the abdominal muscles are tight, and the lines are congested and full, with a layer of seductive light red. After the process of wiping, it is full of unspeakable sexy lust. Xiao Jiang's eyes were hot. I was about to move away in a panic again. But my brother is very curious. Suddenly that way the clear and mellow voice, accompanied by his light breathing, swayed ambiguously into her ears. What did Xiao Jiang look at just now that he was so obsessed? Chen Day looked at the girl's red little face with interest, and lowered his head slightly based on the proximity of the distance. The hot breath sprayed on the skin of her ear, and she said in a hoarse voice, was it because she watched her brother do pull-ups that she was so distracted? Ears are one of her sensitive parts. Xiao Jiang's delicate body couldn't help shaking slightly when he was suddenly teased by such a hot temperature. There was a wet glow in her eyes, and her voice was delicate and soft. Sen Zhou smiled softly. He hid the wolf's tail behind him and continued to seduce him handsomely and harmlessly. Is your brother sexy? Sexy. The girl nodded obediently. Is your brother good-looking? It looks good. Hearing this, Sen Zhou's thin lips slowly curled. His eyes were full of long-planned ink, and his lazy and magnetic voice was seductive. The belly is dark and seductively swept to her sensitive ears. In the future, when my brother goes to exercise, will he take you with him? It seems that the man opposite is not an elegant and abstinent Buddha. It's a demon with excellent deceiving skills. The temptation made the little sheep unable to see the trap arranged in front of him. He followed his words and nodded defenselessly. Okay. The smile in Sanday's eyes was a little deeper. He wagged his invisible wolf tail, and his eyebrows were deep and deep. He was really good. Wait. It seems that something is wrong. Xiao Jiang looked at him blankly and blinked. It seems that he finally came to his senses from a trick, and the clock on his head began to rotate again with his sense. Foggy grass. She didn't pay attention and promised something. But obviously, it was found out too late. Once an agreement is reached with the black-bellied big grey wolf, it must abide by it. Otherwise, there will be waste, danger, punishment. The pants are dirty. Just as the girl's heart was burning, the man in front of her suddenly said, I didn't bring a replacement. Could you please ask Xiao Jiang to help her brother go to the room to get a new one? Xiao Jiang returned to his senses. Adhering to the principle that the disaster caused by herself must be solved by herself, she didn't even think about it and promised, okay, no problem. 10 Days' eyes are light and flirtatious. Not only the trousers worn outside, but also the inside. As if taking care of the girl's shame, the man lowered his head and leaned into her ear. The ending sound seemed to catch a hook, dark and sly. The tips of Qiao Jiyan's ears suddenly turned red. Okay. Under the man's smiling eyes, she walked out hand in hand and foot. Left the gym. The air is clear again. Qiao Jiyan rubbed the blush on his cheeks that had not dissipated for a long time, and his heart beat like a drum. The scene of the man exercising and the scene of his abdominal muscles stained with milk just now automatically cycled in her mind. She couldn't help sobbing. Although I don't want to admit it. But tonight's dream material seems to be available. Qiao Jiyan found Denday's bedroom. The style is still a minimalist combination of black and white and grey tones. The log-colored floor is covered with a long carpet with grey and black dark stripes, extending all the way to the floor bookshelf. She walked to his changing room and opened the cabinet downstairs with her feeling. Suddenly, a whole row of neatly folded black boxer shorts jumped in front of me. On the unified size above, the largest size is clearly marked. Qiao Jiyan was stunned for a moment. Then there was a blush on the cheeks unnaturally. Why don't you just help me get a pair of pants? It's not a bad thing. Why are you so nervous? Qiao Jiyan took a few deep breaths, opened his hot little face, picked up 2 trousers casually, and ran out of the room as if he had run away. Ding! After entering the correct password, the door of the gym will open automatically. Third brother, I brought the trousers for you. The bathroom on the corner is covered with water mist. There was the sound of dripping water inside. Qiao Jiyan followed the voice and came over. The frosted glass in the bathroom is not completely covered. The man standing under the bathing water raised his jaw slightly. The long finger passed through the hair and let the water flow slowly along the bridge of the tall nose to the lips. His lips were slightly open and he hummed a sexy breath. Although it is not positive. Although the figure is blurred. But it perfectly and sexily outlines the outline of the man's broad shoulders and narrow waist. Qiao Jiyan's steps suddenly stopped. The cheeks turned red in an instant. Ben Shi's fingers hooking his trousers suddenly tightened and he clenched harder. The beautiful scenery in front of me is 100 times more charming than when the man was exercising just now. She covered her eyes and couldn't help showing the gap slowly. Woo! How can there be such a sexy man in the world, Omega? The girl who was tripped by the beauty couldn't help but be fascinated by it. The glass door suddenly opened. Wrapped in a stuffy hot mist, it spread around. In the fog, the man's slender and straight hand stretched out. As if he didn't see clearly, he grabbed the other corner of his trousers, suddenly with a cleverness. What? The girl who was in the sergeant mind only felt that her wrist was suddenly pulled by a force. The whole person was caught off guard and pulled into the bathroom together. Chapter 55 Stick with him, intimate and ambiguous koala hug. The sound of water in the bathroom doesn't seem to be turned off. It ticked and hit the ground, stirring up small splashes. The hot and wet fog is like an airtight net. While she is not paying attention, he will tightly wrap her tightly. Like a simple little sheep, it fell into the carefully prepared trap of the big grey wolf. Qiao Jiyan staggered, followed the force of his wrist, and suddenly fell into the man's broad and strong arms. It was so sudden that she pressed his hard chest with her hands helplessly. There are still a few small drops of water flowing from the slightly wet chest. She suddenly rushed over, and the water drops slipped ambiguously along her fingertips, leaving a seductive watermark. T. His strong and firm pectoral muscles flicked a few times in her palm. It was stained with a burning heat. The sexy male hormone smell, wrapped in clear cedar, together with hot fog, like a big net, came to her face with a strong sense of encroachment. Qiao Jiyan's delicate body couldn't help shaking slightly. A pair of bright light-colored pupils rippled with a layer of water light, moist and swaying, which made people want to kiss. The man has just taken a shower. The breath was so hot that her brain was blank and it was difficult to think. She couldn't stand her feet. In order to find support, she stretched out her hands on him in a dizzy way. Ripple. As soon as her palm moved, the man's dull and deep voice suddenly sounded above her head. My brother is a normal man. In order to prevent the girl from slipping, Senday hooked her waist. The wet and hot breath sprayed on her pink earlobe, and the tone was lowered. If you go on like this, my brother will lose control. His eyes were slightly flirting, and the arc of the elegance was outlined. Especially. The throat knot rolled slightly, the tone was lowered one more degree, and a few words were gently spit out. Qiao Jiyan's breath was disturbed. It seems to suddenly react from an ambiguous dream. The blood all over his body seemed to be ignited, and his limbs were rampant in the skeleton. In the time of panic. She looked casually. The man stood on the ground with broad shoulders and narrow waists. The white bath towel was loosely tied around the waist, and the tight and sexy waist was fully revealed. It slid down along the water droplets, and the seductive watermark slowly rolled down along the deep texture, silently overflowing with the ultimate tension. Her face suddenly burned, and her eyes suddenly looked away. Because of shyness, my voice became delicate and hoarse. Third brother, don't you want trousers? Why did you still involve me? The words are unknowingly delicate and not fierce. Instead, it makes people want to stop. Chen Zhou couldn't help laughing. Because they were still close to each other, with the laughter overflowing from the man's throat, the slight shock of the chest directly hit the tip of the ear, stirring out a burst of numbness. Qiao Jiang's ears turned red. She quickly took a step back, and her cheeks were a little depressed. Humph, you know that I'm outside, but you still. Did you do it on purpose? Compared with when they meet at the airport, the little girl always speaks carefully and politely, for fear that saying a wrong word will make him dissatisfied. And now it seems that he has been spoiled to the point of forgetting to be alienated, and naturally, shows a touch of intimacy and coquettishness. Chen Dai looked down at her, and the smile in his eyes was a little darker. Sorry, it was my brother's negligence. His tone was so gentle that he couldn't see any flaws. I didn't expect you to hold my brother's pants so tightly and pulled you in without paying attention for a moment. Qiao Zhiyang. She suddenly coughed lightly with a little guilty. It seems that she really grabbed her pants a little harder before she was pulled in together. But Xiao Jian seems to have been standing outside for a long time. After the man in front of him pretended to be harmless, he suddenly turned around and didn't move. Has he been staring at his brother taking a shower since just now? Are you still very enchanted? The corners of Chen Zhu's lips curled, and his belly was so dark. Otherwise, how could he not even know that his brother had opened the door? He still stood still and was dragged in by his brother along with his trousers. Qiao Zhiyang. She opened her mouth in a daze and wanted to refute, but found that what the other party said seemed to be right. It can't be rejected at all. Is greater than dish is less than. Chen Dai stared at the tips of her ears, which were getting redder, and raised his eyebrows meaningfully. He leaned over and looked at her. The phoenix eyes without gold glasses were deep and charming. The hot fog was stained, and some demagoguery emotions came out. Does Yang Yang like me? Qiao Zhiyang. The sudden question made her eyelashes tremble like butterfly wings. The whole person is like a freshly steamed rose rice cake, with bright pink. What about the suffix? Where is my favorite suffix? Why is there nothing? The man looked at her for a moment. The eyes were like the calm sea, and suddenly a whirlpool gushed out, becoming deeper and deeper than usual. There was even more enthusiasm that she could not see through. Qiao Jiang's breathing was disordered. The heartbeat throbbing inexplicably. Her shy watery eyes became wet. Seeing that the little girl was about to be ashamed, the man couldn't help laughing dumbly. All right. Almost in an instant, his eyes returned to his usual gentleness, as if the warmth just now was her illusion. Your knee is still injured. Don't be touched. Sound fall. Before the girl could react, he suddenly bent his tall waist, stretched out his hands, and picked her up. It seems to take care of her wound. The posture of him holding her is not an ordinary hug, nor is it a princess hug. Instead, he held her soft buttocks and hugged her waist. Let her hold him on both sides of his waist like a little koala in the zoo. The intimate and ambiguous hug made the girl's red cheeks in her arms brighter in an instant. The third brother. She was ashamed and wanted to break away. But the man had already hugged her and walked straight to the washstand next door. Because of the design of dry and wet separation, this area becomes damp without being affected by bathing. Good boy, wait here first. Chen Zhou gently put her on the clean table and took her out after her brother changed his clothes. Qiao Zhiyang. She looked at his leaving back in a daze, and a question mark bounced on Yao Yao's head. Why did you hold her here instead of outside? She turned her eyes strangely and inadvertently. Just through that frosted glass. I saw the man facing her sideways and slowly tore off the bath towel. Chapter 56. Trap the strong and change clothes in front of her. With a rumble, a pink mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in my head. Qiao Zhiyang took a deep breath and suddenly covered his eyes. I was so ashamed that I blushed from head to toe. The villain in his heart covered his chest, and even the wooden fish forgot to knock, and directly spit out a nosebleed and fell down. Her whole body was hot, and she meditated on the secret with shame and panic. Don't look, don't look. Color is empty, color is empty. Don't peek, don't peek. But a few minutes have passed, and Mr. Chen has put on his trousers. As if being seduced by some kind of masculinity, Qiao Jiang blushed and couldn't help but slowly move his fingers out of the gap. The man has put on boxer shorts. Without the cover of the bath towel, the sexy and vigorous body suddenly jumped into view. He is self-disciplined and fitness all year round, and every firm and strong muscle is full of real vitality. The lines are not too slang, and each line is just right, smooth and beautiful. The shoulders are wide and the waist is narrow, the pectoral muscles are full, and the buttocks are sexy. Every inch of proportion is extremely tempting, which makes people's hearts tickle at a glance. Qiao Zhiyang's auricles suddenly turned red. Even the toes shrank shyly. It's like a high-end sexy show. The man standing inside slowly put on a thin white silk shirt and buttoned it one by one. Tighten each button. The clear and smooth texture lines that just jumped into sight were hidden back little by little. The law can't help but be restless. Want, tear, open. Until it was tied to the top, his lower jaw was slightly raised, and the sharp protruding laryngeal node was exposed to the air. Inadvertently, it slid gently around. silently stirring up the sweet atmosphere of lust and deceiving. Ding! The hidden throat control attribute is triggered. Qiao Jiyang secretly pinched his stupid fingertips. Wow, help me. She really wants to touch. Chen Zhou, who was standing over there, had already put on his clothes. He picked up the suit trousers that the girl had just brought him from the room and put them on lazily and elegantly. Obviously, the movements are very ordinary, but every move releases the sexual tension of hooking people's weak legs. The smell of hormones is full. Finally, when the belt is fastened, he held the leather band and suddenly turned around. The direction is facing her. Qiao Jiyang's breathing suddenly stalled. Before she could look away in a panic, I saw his slender hands holding the other end of the belt, and his movements were sexy and slowly wrapped around the waist of his trousers. Click! The belt is fixed and locked. The hem of the shirt was meticulously stuffed, and his waist was tightened to outline a sexy curve. The man who exudes a strong wild smell just dressed neatly. He became well-dressed, noble, and elegant again. This strong sense of seductive contrast has a fierce impact on her visual senses. Gudong. The girl, whose hidden attributes were opened in all directions, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Just in time, the well-dressed man has come over with long legs. The large space is extremely sound-receiving, and the scene is quiet. The sound of her accidental color criticism was particularly clear in the surrounding area. Qiao Jiyang. Qiao Jiyang. Help, help. Where are the rockets? Hurry up and send her to another planet. I'm hungry. Adhering to the principle that as long as I run fast, I can't catch up with the embarrassment. Qiao Jiyang quickly jumped off the washstand with red cheeks. The sports cells, which have not been very good, were stimulated in an instant and ran fast. The food should be cooked. I'll go first. Don't wait for the other party to say anything. A little lamb with a red body had turned around and ran away with its slippers. Chen Dai looked at the girl's back, and her thin lips suddenly hooked happily. Under her sight, the skin of the Sven gentleman was slowly lifted open, revealing the black core inside. What a lovely child. He couldn't even hide it, and his joys and sorrows were clearly written on his face. All the way down tonight, the little sheep stared at him. Although she didn't confirm the question of whether she liked me or not, she did not deny it. Chen Dai moved the Buddha beads between his wrists, but his eyes were boiling with shocking thirst. Like a must-have hunter, he revealed his great ambition to possess the small prey that had been planned for a long time. He smiled slightly and raised his eyebrows elegantly. It seems that more and more their trap signals can continue to be released. Take advantage of the victory to chase. Weekends always pass quickly. The 7 o'clock alarm clock rang, and Qiao Jiyang opened his eyes with a sad face. Well, she held the wooden fish she bought from the internet, and her soft, white and delicate little face was suspiciously crimson. Since she came out of the gym, she has had repeated dreams for several nights in a row. The man in the dream came from the wet hot fog. Without the cover of the suit, the broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted body came into view. He held her hand and pressed it against her wet chest. His voice soaked in water vapor was particularly hoarse and seductive. Do you like it? If you like it, show it to Yang Yang all the time, okay? He smiled and only showed it to Yang Yang. The dream is too exciting and sweet. In order to calm down, Qiao Jiyang put down the little lamb doll in pain and fell asleep with the wooden fish bought on the internet. I didn't expect it. It doesn't work at all. It's over. Qiao Jiyang rubbed his pink little face and listened to the violent heartbeat in his ear. He was a little confused. I don't have feelings for Mr. Tun, do I? Is this a liking? Or is it just a simple sense of dependence? Or do you want to see the color? In business marriage, girls who grew up in loveless families have a certain degree of sluggishness in this aspect. Ding-ling-ling to the alarm clock of the mobile phone rang again. I don't want to. I don't want to. Qiao Jiyang suddenly came back to his senses and looked down that most of the time had passed. He got up quickly and was going to be late again. She quickly washed and dressed, walked out of the small villa, through the rose gallery, and into the main building. Miss Qiao, breakfast is ready. Uncle Xu brought a glass with a strong milky fragrance with a smile and gently put it in front of her. Please use it. Qiao Jiyang has been lactose intolerant since she was a child. When she was about to refuse, Uncle Xu, I can't drink milk. Don't worry, the third master has explained it on purpose. Uncle Xu said with a smile, saying that Miss Qiao is not lactose tolerant and can't drink milk, so he specially asked us to change to coconut milk. Hearing the words, Qiao Jiyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. She held the warm glass and took a small sip on her lips. The mellow and sweet fragrance of rose tea is wrapped in coconut milk, like the best combination, dancing on the taste buds. Now, it's not just sweet in the mouth. Even the heart is sweet. Qiao Jiyang's lips can't help bending a shallow arc. Unexpectedly, Mr. Sun not only knows her preferences, but also understands the things she needs to stop talking so clearly. Today's breakfast is also her favorite food. Qiao Jiyang happily held the small bowl, and a small piece bulged out of his cheeks. She slept late last night and got up early today. A beautiful hair is a little messy. The wooden hairpin was inserted between the loose hair, and there was a faint sign of being ready to fall. Just when she reluctantly put down the dishes and chopsticks and was ready to rearrange them, the wooden hairpin was suddenly gently taken down by the man behind him. Immediately, the scattered black hair was gently held in his wide palm. He skillfully helped her curl her hair, as if she had practiced countless times a long time ago. If this scene is seen by others, it must be very shocking that this powerful and deserted Tun Saye would personally help a little girl tie her hair. Third brother? Qiao Jiyan raised his eyes in surprise. Tun Day helped her curb her hair, and her tall waist leaned slightly towards her. The distance is closer. If there were thin lips rubbing the tips of her ears, the thick tone was low magnetic. Is it tight enough, huh? Do you want to be a little tighter? Chapter 57. The feeling of being a husband is overflowing, and the heart is beating wildly by being spoiled. The cold breath of the man came inch by inch. The low, mellow and magnetic voice mixed with the lazy sound of breath, suddenly soaked in the ear. It's like a hook with an electric current, inadvertently stirring out the softness that makes the whole body tremble. Qiao Jiyan's heart was pounding. The soft white and delicate cheeks were unconsciously dyed with a blush. She pursed her lower lip a little helplessly. It has become strange recently. Every time Mr. Zhen approaches her to talk to her or has any contact with her, without exception, she will immediately blush and beat her heart, and even can't calm down for a long time. What's wrong with her? Qiao Jiyan couldn't help touching his little red face and came back to his senses after being burned, but it was okay. Okay. Tun Day raised the corners of his lips slightly. The girl's hair is very soft. Just as soft as her people. Tun Day's eyes darkened. Children are really so soft everywhere. With a little effort, you will definitely not be able to stand it. It seems that he should try to be as light as possible in the future. Otherwise, she will cry harder at that time. Recurled hair. It suddenly felt much more comfortable. Qiao Jiyan touched his perfectly and comfortably curled hair, and his eyebrows were slightly bent in surprise. The third brother was already powerful enough, but he didn't expect that he could even tie his hair. The man's waist has not fully straightened up. With such a slight head down, it's like a lover's secret language, specially practiced for you. Qiao Jiyan's heart jumped again. The temperature of the cheek suddenly rose. As if hit by a flying arrow, she throbbed and drooped her eyelashes. As the girl's mind surged, the red on the tips of her ears became darker and darker. Look, you don't even know that your mouth is stained with sauce. Just as she was distracted, the man who was still standing behind her had already come to her. Chen Zhou pulled out a tissue, and his deep and elegant eyebrows drooped slightly, and slowly wiped off the stains on the corners of her lips meticulously and gently. He looked at her with a little confused little face rolled through the throat and laughed softly, and gently scratched the tip of her nose coquettingly, a little confused. The heartbeat in my chest suddenly lost its beat again. The small flower buds in the depths of my heart stretched and trembled, and began to show signs of blooming. Qiao Jiyan's breathing was a little rapid. He stretched out his hand and pushed him lightly, and his cheeks bulged slightly. Third brother, go to have breakfast quickly. Her soft and sweet voice unknowingly brought some sweetness spoiled by men, otherwise her stomach would be uncomfortable again. Chen Day looked at the tips of her red and tender ears and held back the desire to pinch them. Don't worry. Let me see the wound on your knee first. He knelt down on one knee, gently held her foot and put it on his thigh. Good boy, step on it. He has been applying medicine for her in person these days. Obviously, it's not the first time, but whenever he holds his feet like this, the tips of his ears will pull out bursts of enthusiasm. The wound is much better. Chen Zhou looked at it carefully and hooked his lips. Don't worry, he won't leave scars. As she said, she took out the ointment from her pocket and applied it gently and focusedly to her wound. His fingertips are warm and his movements are extremely light. The girl's skin itself was tender, and she was teased by him like a dragonfly, raising an unbearable itch. Qiao Jiyan couldn't help clenching his hands, and his eyes fell on his gentle handsome face. He was careless and fascinated. All right. Until the medicine was applied to the wound, Tun Day gently released her bare feet. The heat between the man's fingers suddenly dissipated. Qiao Jiyan blinked and blurted out. It's over, so fast. Realizing what she had said, her cheeks turned red. He quickly picked up the rose coconut milk on the table and took a sip covertly. Well, it's nothing. Third brother, go wash your hands quickly, and then have breakfast. Qiao Jiyan drank coconut milk and thought a little annoyed. Mr. Zhen just applied a medicine for her. Why did she suddenly think that time passed a little slower? Breakfast was settled quickly. Qiao Jiyan just came out of the bathroom. I saw Sunday holding her small backpack, standing tall in the morning light, and her whole body exuded charming elegance. Let's go and take you to Beijing University. The soft light dotted his deep and handsome eyebrows, turning out a sinking tenderness. She looked at him in a daze, and suddenly popped up in her mind a new term that she had seen when she had surfed the internet before, the sense of husband. He will call you up gently and thoughtfully. I will give you help and encouragement in time when you encounter difficulties or feel uneasy. I will be familiar with all your preferences and buy you snacks to feed you. I will help you apply the ointment in person. I will personally help you tie your hair and wipe your mouth. I will take you home from school and so on. Every kind of behavior is careful and thoughtful, easy to do, spoiled and natural. It's like spoiling you like a daughter, which is a natural purpose for him. Qiao Jiyang looked at him with bright eyes. It was like drinking a cup of sweet rose coconut milk, and the whole chest was filled with sweetness. Walked outside. A brand new global limited edition black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the door. Mr. Chen, Miss Jiao. Seeing them coming out, Xu Kao opened the car door respectfully. Mr. Lin changed to a new car. Qiao Jiyang was a little surprised and took the car, and his breathing suddenly became sluggish. The whole carriage is decorated with crystal clear particles of light. It seems to be in the romantic universe Starry Sky for a second, surrounded by stars, and the dreamy atmosphere is extremely full. It's the top of the starry sky. Do you like it? Chen Zhou looked at the girl. Surprised expression, the corners of the lips were slightly curved. I remember you said that you liked the starry sky that night, so I bought this customized car with the support of my relationship. He lowered his eyes and looked straight at her eyes with gentle pampering, so that my children could realize it in the car, and as soon as they looked up, they could see the whole starry sky. The man's eyes are full of warmth. Like the bright and romantic starry sky around, it is heartwarming. Xiao Jia's eyelashes trembled slightly. At the moment when his eyes collided, his heartbeat began to accelerate out of control. She didn't expect it. He will remember his casual words that night in his heart and realize it for her in person. Xiao Jiyang, do you know what constellation this is? Sun Zhou gently touched her head, her deep phoenix eyes bent slightly, and her tone was gentle and gentle. It was your constellation, Pisces. Flutter. 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 With his ending sound falling, the heart stopped for a moment. Then the beat was chaotic, accompanied by the flowing sweetness. Qiao Jiyang looked into his gentle and charming eyes in a dad, and his ears were full of his fierce heartbeat. She is really starting to get weird. It's just his eyes, a word, her heart will beat so hard that she can't extricate herself as if she has fallen in love. Chapter 58. The Buddha's son is a fake, and the real one is a demon. There are no main courses in the morning class, only a few public classes. After school, Chen Jinghuan, who came out of the dance studio, came over beautifully in a sweet and cool sweatshirt and a short skirt. There are a few faint traces of concealer on her slender, snow-white swan neck. It seems to cover up the ambiguous crimson inside. Sorry, Qiao Bao. She took Qiao Jia's arm, and the two walked towards the canteen. It was supposed to be the weekend. I wanted to find you, but Xie Lin didn't know what he had done. The wound suddenly cracked, so I had to stay to take care of him. But what's the situation between you and your little uncle? How did you know each other before? Chen Jinghuan recalled the side of the man's possessiveness that day. He took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Did the little uncle like you? This old man is really shameless. Her Qiao Bao was only 19 years old and began to be a human being to attack her. It's really disrespectful to the elderly. The human model is like a dog. The Taoism is beautiful. No, Qiao Jiyang's ears were red and he quickly shook his hand. Mr. Tun didn't like me. He just thanked me for helping him a little before, not what you thought. She briefly told her about meeting Sunday at the birthday banquet 10 years ago. That's why Mr. Thay took care of me like this in order to repay me. Qiao Jiyang's red lips are slightly bent. After a while, I will move out of his house. Chen Jinghuan. Is it really so simple to repay? Although her relationship with her little uncle has not been harmonious, she is more or less aware of his personality. For example, as an illegitimate son, he can climb to the position of power from the Tang family of Longtang Huye. He is destined to be a ruthless and decisive ambitious man. Even if it's a reward, give a sum of money at most, and then it won't have anything to do with it. It's impossible to do so many things on purpose. Even the villa in the main building is so big and there are so many guest rooms. But he also built a small villa for her in the open space next to her. It seems that it will be uncomfortable to take care of the little girl and live in the same room. And before he returned to the company that day, his warm face seemed to have changed to another person. As a biological niece, she saw this kind of extreme tenderness from his face for the first time. Instead of treating a small benefactor, it's better to treat someone you like. It is even possible. She is the future head of the family. Chen Jinghuan felt that he seemed to have discovered some major secret, and his whole expression was shocked. What's the matter? Qiao Jiyang looked at her doubtfully. Chen Jinghuan struggled a little. As for the difficult family members of the little sisters, even if they live with her, it is difficult to guarantee that they will be forced to let her go under the pressure over there. At present, it seems that only the little uncle is her safest harbor. Forget it, it's okay to live like this, otherwise even if you continue to live outside, your family will definitely find a chance to catch you back. She sighed softly. With my little uncle protecting you, no one would dare to touch you. But Qiao Bao, you must be careful of him. Speaking of this, Chen Jinghuan is like the old father of an old policeman who kidnapped a little sheep. He suddenly changed his words. He was not as harmless and upright as you imagined. She shook the girl's shoulder, as if she were a prophet. He would drag you into the room while you were not paying attention and eat it dry. What kind of elegant and upright Buddha? Obviously, he is a black devil. Qiao Zhiyang. You think too much. She held her little sister's hand helplessly, and her voice was sweet and soft. Mr. Tun has always been thoughtful and polite to me, gentle and elegant, not as excessive as you said. On the contrary, she is the one who overcomes the moment. For several consecutive nights, Mr. Chen took advantage of inside and outside in his dreams. Thinking of the sweet content in the dream. The tips of the girl's ears were suspiciously red. She secretly examined herself. Mr. Chen treated you so modestly and disrespected yourself. As a result, you touched him in your dream. What a bad sheep. Besides, how could he have such bad intentions for me? Qiao Zhiyang whispered that Mr. Chen has always regarded me as a junior in need of care. I don't know why she felt a little blocked when she said this. As if brainwashing herself, she lowered her eyelashes, and the corners of her lips were unknowingly bitter. I also regarded Mr. Chen as an elder to be respected, and absolutely had no other thoughts. Chen Jinghuan? More juniors? If you just treat her as a junior, you don't need to spend so much thought. What's more, the little sister's mind has always been clear and clean, which is easy to guess. Looking at her current appearance, she said that she didn't have any feelings for her little uncle. Of course, it was impossible. It has even begun to fall step by step without knowing it. Chen Jin looked at the depressed girl and smiled without saying a word. Although her little uncle has a bad temper and a cold face all day long, she is still ashamed of the old cow eating young grass. However, he is a powerful person in power of the same family. She can protect her little sister with full wings. Reluctantly pass the test. However, the two protagonists have to understand and clear the relationship by themselves. Besides, the little uncle is not good to her at all, and he deducts her pocket money all day long. A grudge-meeting Scorpio fox gave a cold cry. The end of offending the little niece is that she doesn't want him to chase his wife so quickly. Besides, her little lamb is beautiful and delicate, and she is simply a treasure girl. Let him put down and continue to chase. What's the matter? All right. After thinking about it, Chen Jinghuan took her arm and smiled. Let's not talk about this, let things develop naturally. Huh? What do you want to develop? Just when Qiao Zhiyang looked at her strangely and wanted to ask. But from today on, Xiao Bao, you'd better start exercising every day. Chen Jihua's eyes fell on the girl's delicate and slender waist, and smiled meaningfully, dragging the tone, otherwise you will not be able to stand it in the future to minus for 50 p.m. In the conference room of Ten's group. The man sitting in the front was wearing black lining, and his cuffs were rolled up, revealing half of his strong forearm. There is a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the tall nose, and the handsome face with deep lines and three-dimensionality shows the elegance. He listened to the report of the department manager carelessly, lowered his head, and gently fiddled with the smoky grey clip on the tie with his fingertips. His eyes swept to the mobile phone on the table from time to time, as if he was waiting for something. A sudden vibration sounded. The alarm clock logo lit up on the screen. It's time. Chen Zhou's thin lips were slightly bent, and his mood was visible and happy. He picked up his mobile phone and suddenly got up from his seat. The general manager, who was reporting this month's performance, was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, Mr. Chen, where are you going? The man who strode straight to the exit did not look back and picked up his wife from school. People. The glow of the sunset gradually sprinkled on the whole city. As school was over, people came and went at the gate of Yinjing University. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked not far away, causing a lot of return rates. The window of the car shook slightly. Chen Dai, who was sitting in the back row, sat with his legs crossed and leaned loosely against the back of the chair. A pair of deep phoenix eyes fell close to the door, not missing any figure, like a wolf king obediently waiting for his wife to appear. Until two figures, a man and a woman, gradually came out of the crowd. I don't know what we talked about. Both sides had smiles on their faces, and the atmosphere was full of harmony. At a glance, it looks like a young couple. Chen Dai's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. The aura flowing on the body suddenly was dangerous and fierce. Possessiveness with jealousy is about to go. Chapter 59. Feed her in person and release the signal of possessiveness. After the bell of the last class rang, Qiao Zhiyang packed up his things and was walking along the crowd to the school gate. A familiar male voice suddenly sounded behind you. Do you also want to go out? Let's go together. Qiao Zhiyang paused slightly and turned around. It's Zhang The, a male classmate in the class. She has a good impression of him. She not only has a certain insight into design, but also has a lively personality. Hey, do you understand the coursework assigned by Professor Wen today? Zhang Ze carried his school bag on one shoulder, and his face was full of tears. If it hadn't been for the inheritance of the family's clothing factory, I wouldn't have studied design, but there is no one who is not crazy in school, but it's all hard. Qiao Jiyang couldn't help laughing at him. Actually, it's quite simple. Her red lips are slightly curved. You can think about it in a different way, such as, the two talked about the class and were about to walk to the door unconsciously. Awesome. That's awesome. Zhang Ze clapped his palms and boasted that the machine was online. No wonder Professor Wen cherished you so much. By the way, would you like to join our calligraphy and painting club? He suggested that although it was unpopular, it was quiet. It was easy to mix credits. Unlike other clubs, people still call you for a meeting at night. All right. Qiao Jiyang nodded with a smile. Seeing that he was about to go out, Luo Ze pointed in the direction of the other side. Would you like to have a meal together? I know there is a nearby. When he was talking, the door of the black car not far ahead suddenly opened gently. A tall and slender figure came out of the interior elegantly. The man in a black shirt has a noble temperament, a mature and handsome face, and a strong but elegant aura that is often tall and high. He held a cup of fleshy grapes in his hand and walked steadily towards them. Good boy, open your mouth. Chen Dai personally helped the girl insert the straw, and then put it to her mouth intimately. His voice was low, magnetic and moist, invisibly exuding surging possessiveness. The bass floating in my ears is extremely seductive. I couldn't help but make the whole ear like melted ice cream, crisp and soft. Thank you. Qiao Jiyang's cheeks were slightly red, and he obediently raised his hand to take the juice. It seems that he just noticed that there was a boy standing next to him. Chen Dai turned around and stretched out his hand to Luo Ze. His aura was noble and elegant, and the corners of his lips were gently hooked. Hello. Zhang Ze. I don't know why, the man in front of me has a calm and gentle smile. But he felt as if he had been targeted by the most cruel wolf in the jungle, with gusts of wind on his back. Zhang Ze stretched out his hand a little uncomfortable and held it back. Well, hello. The man standing in front of him was in a suit and leather shoes, and the maturity and calmness of the aura that had experienced storms and waves was the height that a green boy like him could not resist. Seeing that the relationship between the two seems to be extraordinary, Zhang Ze scratched his head and quickly said, well, since someone is coming to pick you up, I'll go first. It's like he's afraid that if he slows down, he will be bitten by a vicious wolf. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately spread his legs and left quickly. Chen Zhou slowly closed his eyes. He opened the car door and picked up the backpack in the girl's hand first. Then he affectionately covered the roof of the car with his big hand, and the gaze that fell on her returned to her true gentleness and harmlessness. Let's get in the car. Okay. Qiao Jiyang got in the car with the juice in his hand. Just in time. Su Dian passed by from behind. Before she could see the man's appearance clearly, she only caught his tall and strong back. She paused, and a sour taste appeared in her heart in an instant. Oh, I thought this transfer student from Hong Kong City was so powerful, but it turned out that he caught a golden turtle. I have to live in the school, and I have to apply to live outside. Dare to live in the house arranged by the gold owner to serve him. It's so shameless. Su Dian looked at the luxury car that gradually disappeared from sight with red eyes, and instantly turned into a lemon essence. Although I don't know what the man looked like just now. But looking at his broad and firm back, he must be extraordinary. Thinking of the big-bellied old men she served, Su Dian clenched her hands jealously. They also serve men. How can Qiao Jiyang catch the best? And she can only fish out a pile of garbage. No, she must find a way to hook up with this man. He can even like a dry little girl like Qiao Jiyang. She didn't believe that she couldn't conquer him with her unbeatable charm. The starry sky in the carriage was bright and filled with the fragrant scent of cedar. The man sitting next to him had long legs gracefully and suddenly asked, "Is that boy your classmate just now?" The girl who was drinking juice raised her head when she heard the sound. Well, he didn't quite understand some things about his studies. Qiao Jiyang's pupils were bright and clear, so I helped him answer, and then he recommended the calligraphy and painting club to me so that I could consider participating. Actually, I'm not good at calligraphy and painting. She scratched her face with some embarrassment. I just wanted to be quiet and get credits or something. Hearing the words, the faint depression between Te's eyebrows slowly returned to normal. It doesn't matter. He touched the girl's head, and her voice was clear. Let me teach you. Teaching people to brush is similar to teaching them to play the piano. It's such a good opportunity to have close physical contact with the little sheep. Of course, he, the big grey wolf with a black belly, will not be spared. Suddenly, several text messages rang. Qiao Jiyang looked down, and his clear pupils suddenly became gloomy. Since she escaped that night, I have received a lot of contact from Qiao's father. The plastic couple didn't get along with each other, but reached a settlement on controlling her. Every time Qiao Shuang makes a red face, he is responsible for making a white face. Typically, a slap in the face will give you a candy. Your mother is a little too much this time, but it's all for your good and for you. Be obedient and don't continue to talk to the Zhen family. This will not have a bad reputation for the Qiao family. Go home. Dad promises you that he won't control you like before. Dad apologized to you in a low voice like this. Why are you still angry? Are you willing to make your father angry? Qiao Zhiyang curled his lower lip mockingly. Yes. No matter how hurtful the behavior of your parents is, no matter how much you have suffered, as long as they apologize casually, as children, they should understand immediately. Otherwise, it's unfilial, white-eyed wolf. However, some things can't be turned over by an understated sorry. Some scars are left, and that's a lifetime. Even if it doesn't seem to feel anything now. But when I think about it late at night, I will feel pain. Qiao Zhiyang has also paid attention to the news. I know that Zhou's group's funds were suddenly suppressed. Several foreign projects that were originally negotiated had to be abandoned because they could not be turned over. Are you wronged? My daughter, who had always been so good before, suddenly joined forces with others to attack her own industry. You must be wronged and angry. Qiao Zhiyang suddenly felt a little sad. In fact, every time they scolded her and beat her for controlling this matter, she couldn't help thinking darkly. If only they could experience this feeling of grievance. Not much. Just experience it. In this way, they can understand how bitter this feeling is. If they can feel it, can they be nice to her? Noticing the girl's low pressure, Tan Zhou frowned slightly and immediately looked at her worriedly. What's wrong? Qiao Zhiyang woke up and shook his head. It was nothing. It's your family who is looking for you, right? Tan Zhou looked at the mobile phone held by her and did not choose to hide it. He confessed that it was my fault to suppress their capital turnover. The child has the right to know about this matter, so he never thought of hiding it from her. If she wants to complain, he will find a way to coax her back. As for not regretting doing such a thing later, his answer is not regretful. Because they bullied her. Even her closest person can't stand it. Qiao Zhiyang raised his slightly red eyes and looked at him. He was not angry, but just smiled. I know. But I'm not angry, and I didn't want to blame you. She lowered her head at a loss, but they were my family, and I don't know what I should do. The little girl's heart is like a mirror, clean and pure. Even if her family treats her like this, she can't help but exhaust herself. Tan Day looked at her deeply. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her head. The clear and moist tone was gentle, which was reassuring. Everything was done by his brother. So you don't have to worry about it. Leave the role of this bad guy to me. It's understanding or abuse. I'll listen to all the voices outside for you, and I won't let you fall into internal consumption anymore. My children are responsible for eating and drinking well every day. They don't have to worry about anything else, and continue to grow up carefree and happily. You don't have to bear some points even if it's not your fault. Instead of asking them to empathize, try to get a little pity from them. Didn't you say I was your Tinkerbell? Tenji looked at her and looked serious and focused. So you can make trouble in small things and lean behind me in big things. Your third brother will always protect you. Chapter 60. Biting the zipper with her lips, she couldn't stand. The man's deep and beautiful voice is like a continuous power. Dissipate all the unnecessary internal consumption in her heart with one blow. Qiao Zhiyang couldn't help raising his eyes and looking into his deep and warm eyes. The heartbeat in the chest seemed to be resurrected, and it rekindled a lively beat. The dark cloud pressing on her heart was pushed away, and the warm sunshine poured down again. Let the small flower buds planted in the depths of the heart be moistened by the light again. It can continue to grow vigorously. Okay. Qiao Zhiyang's eyes slowly regained brightness, and his red lips were slightly curved. Thank you, third brother. Thank you, Brother San, for always being by my side. If this is a beautiful dream given to her by God who sympathizes with her for 19 years of injustice, then she hoped that she would never wake up in her life. The car returned to Nangshan smoothly all the way. The figure of the girl who recovered quickly jumped out of the car. I'm about to jump in and see what delicious food Uncle Shi has prepared for her tonight. Xiao Zhiyang, go first. Chen Day's eyebrows were slightly bent, and his brother had something to explain to Shi Tasuka. All right. Xiao Zhiyang's cheeks bulged slightly, and his clear and sweet voice unknowingly made a little coquettishness. Please remember to come over for dinner after explaining. Chen Zhou's eyes were slightly raised. Unexpectedly, in order to keep her that day, he played a little trick to coax her stomachache. As soon as the children heard it, they really wrote it down all the time. As soon as it's time for dinner, if he is at home, he will immediately take him to dinner. He is not at home. If he is in the company, he will ask Xu Kang to remind him. Chen Zhou looked at the girl's eyes full of care, and he was a little uneasy. It's a brain reading. What should I do if I suddenly feel guilty? Okay, I got it. He bent his waist slightly, looked straight at her, and said with a smile and pampering as before, my brother will come soon. I can keep her in this way. And she can care about me all the time. It's despicable. The girl's light figure gradually disappeared at the door. The smile on Chen Day's face suddenly disappeared. His eyes were deep and his voice was cold. Xu Kang. I'm here, Mr. Sir. Xu Kang, who was waiting on the side, immediately nodded in response. The man standing in the night has a deep face. The bottomless cold pool shows a gloomy sense of bloodthirsty. It was my negligence. I don't know that some people have ears but don't use them. It's a pity that I can only tell them for the last time. If you harass my wife again, whether it's a text message, a phone call, or a request for peace, do it again, just let their Joe's group. Chen Zhou seemed to smile, but didn't smile, and his aura was extremely fierce. Let's declare bankruptcy. Do you really think he won't kill people? He has never been a kind Buddha. It's just for her to put on an elegant and harmless gentleman's skin. It can be imagined that he will face a lot of scolding when he makes such a decision. But he said it early in the morning. Even if it's her biological parents, so what? It doesn't mean that you can climb on her head. He is neither a benevolent Buddha nor a righteous gentleman. He is kind-hearted and soft-handed, and the net is open, which is not his style of dealing with things. Control evil with evil, fierce and poisonous, is the real him. As long as you can vent your anger for the children. Even if he was accused by everyone, he admitted it. Qiao Zhiyang just walked into the main building. Uncle Xu greeted him with a smile. Miss Qiao, the clothes for the charity dinner have just been delivered. Would you like to try it on now? Looking along the line of sight, Qiao Zhiyang turned around and his eyes lit up amazingly in an instant. A burgundy long skirt embroidered by heavy industry is placed on a small circular display stand. The upper body of the skirt adopts the design of a changsong, the hem is like a blooming rose, and the gorgeous and noble skirt is embroidered with a large area of exquisite patterns. Luxurious pearls and fine diamonds are embellished, and under the light, they are dyed with extreme flowing light and elegance. So beautiful. Qiao Zhiyang can't help holding his breath. She turned her eyes slightly and noticed the black and red tang costume on the display table next to her. Whether it is the layout or the crane pattern on it, it is perfectly presented according to the design drawings drawn by herself. One is a dress, and the other is the tang costume she designed for Mr. Chen. She blinked. Is it her illusion? These two sets of clothes look like couples' clothes. This strange idea just popped up in my mind. Qiao Zhiyang immediately pressed it back with slightly red cheeks. Stop, stop. When Mr. Chen temporarily invited her to be his female companion, she had already completed the design of tang costumes. And judging from the exquisiteness of this dress, it is impossible to make it in just 2 or 3 weeks. It's just a coincidence. Qiao Zhiyang carefully took off his skirt. Okay, I'll try it on now. It's a dinner party on Friday. She didn't leave her own size. She really needs to try it on quickly. In this way, if there is anything that doesn't fit, it can be modified earlier. The moment she entered the changing room with her front foot and just closed the door, the servants at the scene glanced at him and immediately retreated quietly and quickly. Qiao Zhiyang took off his clothes and changed into a brand new and gorgeous changsong dress. The soft and skin-friendly fabric perfectly outlines her delicate body. Especially the part of the waist, which has a thin and soft curve. Unexpectedly, it's completely suitable. She was surprised to find that every inch of this skirt fits her body contour meticulously and perfectly. It's like tailor-made for her. Oh no, the skirt chain can't be pulled. Qiao Zhiyang had just pulled half of the chain, and the remaining half was stunned by how she tried to reach back to pull it, and it was difficult to pull it. After a long time, the arm that had been bent inevitably felt a little numb. In desperation, she had to cover the loose skirt in front of her and open the door. It's quiet outside. A tall and straight figure slowly appeared around the corner. Excuse me, is anyone here? In order to prevent the skirt from falling off, Qiao Zhiyang focused most of his attention on the skirt. Please help me pull the skirt chain. I can't pull it alone. As soon as Yu Guang caught a glimpse of someone looking forward, he thought it was the aunt at home, so he turned around and unpreparedly reflected the Snow White back into the man's eyes. Under the bright light, the girl's naked skin is white and red, with an extremely seductive luster. Chen Dai suddenly fainted with a thick and dark thirst in his eyes. The white eyes have a strong sense of aggression. Inch by inch, instead of fingertips, he stroked the girl's slender back of the neck all the way down. No matter how many times he watched it, he couldn't help sighing with pity. How can his little wife grow such a thin and soft waist? How can she withstand his strength in the future? The man's eyes seemed to be too hot. Qiao Zhiyang's delicate body tintled slightly for no reason, and he was about to turn around doubtfully. At this moment, I didn't wait for her to see clearly in time. The clear and familiar cedar suddenly came over. Okay, I'll help you. The man's dull and low magnetic voice sounded. He stood behind her and pinched the girl's frightened waist firmly into his broad palm. And secretly along her flexible waistline, he held it tighter. Qiao Zhiyang trembled slightly and almost couldn't stand. Good boy, stand up. The man's low voice sounded from behind her, otherwise she couldn't pull it. He didn't help directly with his hands. Instead, he lowered his head slowly. The thin lips opened slightly and gently bit her small silver zipper.